there's a challenging spirit within Honda. It gives us the courage to go faster and the thinking to make it real. Whether it looks like a truck, a sedan, or an SUV, inside is the heart of a race car.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Circuit of the Americas, a rather misty, or should I say Snetterton in England? That's probably more like it. But no, we are in the Lone Star State, and that Lone Star flag, I'm glad it's as big as it is, because without it, we wouldn't be able to see anything. We can just about see the tower. It's a rather misty, foggy morning here in Elroy, Texas, about 10 miles away from the city center of Austin, Texas. And we are about to bring you some of the finest single-seater racing in the US of A, brought to you by the likes of Mission Foods, Lucas Oil, and Honda. And in fact, as a footnote, this is Honda's last race in the FR Championship. And you are looking at the 2023 champion of the Formula Regional Americas Championship, and his name, Callum Hedge. I've been watching him since he was just a little nipper, winning Formula Ford back in New Zealand, from Auckland, New Zealand. His mum's here this weekend to celebrate the fact that he has an amazing 12 wins under his belt, and he is looking to make it 13. Came here with 11 wins at the beginning of the weekend, and a massive 51-point lead over the rest of the field. And it's his teammate, Ryan Sheehan, who's from Austin, Texas, who's been his closest rival throughout that time. And you can just see Ryan in the all-gold 66. Between them, Oliver Wessling. Wessling having a fantastic race yesterday, but I'll get to that in a moment. Going back to Callum Hedge, so he came here with a 51-point lead and really only needed to stay ahead of Ryan, which he did. Ryan had a mechanical issue, ironically similar to the one that Callum Hedge had in VIR, where he was supposed to wrap the championship up and the suspension broke. So that was that. And unfortunately, he brought it to, well, not unfortunately, great for us, because we love to see good, close action. And so, unfortunately for Callum, he didn't finish it at VIR and had to come here with 3 races to go and that 51-point lead. In race 1, though, Callum was sublime. Despite the fact that we had a safety car, he built up a lead of over 5.5 seconds, which was obviously come to naught once that safety car came out. But once it dropped off again and we went racing again for the final run in race 1, Callum Hedge did it conclusively and won the championship. Sadly, Ryan Sheehan finished with just 1 point in 10th position, and that put paid to the overall championship battle. Then we had race 2 yesterday afternoon. Very different conditions to today, as you can see. But the big story there was that Oliver Wessling, the young American Swede, who you're looking at right now, the number 1, the blue, dark and light blue car, representing both Sweden and the USA, did a brilliant job of hounding Callum Hedge all the way to the final corner where he lunged, and as the kids say, he sent it, and got away with it too. He won by 0.05 of a second. So very, very close finish indeed. Now, we had some racing late last night as the sun went down in Formula 4, and there was concern then about the cold conditions. Now, with this fog, as you can imagine, with the sun not pushing through, we are expecting temperatures into the 80s later today. But for now, anyway, early in the morning, 10, 12 Central Time, it's still pretty misty and foggy, and therefore it hasn't lifted yet. And so therefore they're going to have to really work this formation lap to get their tyres up to temperature. An interesting footnote for this weekend is that they've moved the pole position. Scott Goodyear, the race director, and his team have come up with the idea that it's actually better to start from the inside. And if you look at the history of Formula 1 here at the Circuit of the Americas, most of the starts have been won from the inside, which effectively is the second position on the grid. And the reason for that is, like so many tracks, the racing line is on the right-hand side of the track. So once you're up to speed, you want to be on the right-hand side to turn in at the top of the hill, which is Big Red. Or for us, this weekend, it's the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Turn 1. But it seems that the run up the hill on the inside is a better run, and there's plenty of grip on the inside, according to Callum Hedge, who experienced it yesterday. And therefore, they've put the pole on that side. So let's hope he gets another similar launch, or he'll be pleased to do that. What he doesn't want to do is get a bunch of wheel spin and let the guy on the outside, Oliver Westling, come across him and take the lead right away. You're supposed to have the advantage if you've got the pole position. It's been an interesting season. This is the last race of the year for 2023. A championship that began back in 2018 and it has produced some of the big names of Indy cars and FIA championships ever since. The likes of Hunter Yaney now racing in FIA F3. Kyle Kirkwood, I mentioned, Dakota Dickerson, Linus Lundqvist, and more recently, last year's winner from Great Britain, Raoul Hyman, now racing in Super Formula. It's round 18. Callum Hedge on the right-hand side of your screen in the number 17 has pretty much dominated proceedings, but there's a big reason for Oliver Westling and, more importantly, Ryan Sheehan racing at home to want to finish his season on a high, having taken Callum all the way to COTA. Ryan Sheehan from Austin, Texas, and really would love nothing more. His friends, family, sisters here this weekend, really looking forward to watching him race his final race of the year. On go the lights then. Out they go, and away we go in the mist of Circuit of the Americas as Oliver Westling does get a better start from the outside, but now can he swing shot it round? A lock up there from Ryan Sheehan and Jensen behind him. But everybody's safely through, and it is going to be Callum Hedge who takes the whole shot ahead of Westling. Cole Kleck gets another good start. It's been a great weekend for Kleck, the local man from San Antonio. There he is in, fourth position behind the number 12 of Manuel Rosa from Mexico, who took his first podium yesterday. Family are here to celebrate that with him. Lovely family and good kid. Came and did a bit of commentary. He's got a keen eye for a bit of commentary as well. So Manuel Rosa, look out for him, and as well as another young Mexican driver, Christian Cantu, racing in Formula 4 later this afternoon. So good start from Hedge as he leads them down to 11. He makes a little lock up there, and that's not going to help the tyres early on in this race. There's your 66 of Ryan Sheehan. Sheehan Strong is what they have named his team, or at least his let's talk about that in a minute, because Ryan's getting a little racy with the number 11 of Cole Kleck. They're side by side as they head towards 12. Kleck's got the better line and will nicely defend that, keeping into the middle of the track. It means that Ryan can't go around the outside and can't jink to the inside. We've got a caution already here in this race, so early days, but if I'm guessing, and I don't know yet, but if I'm guessing, I would say somebody spun it round on cold tyres on this first lap. So out come the flags, and we'll find out very soon as to what that might be. But we're underway, and, well, it's amazing that we're even racing given the conditions, but they're just high enough. As you can see, the fog almost, it's covering the top of the tower, but it's not actually making for invisibility on track. Anyway, we're under caution. We'll have the safety car out. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, I'll try and give you the answer as to why we're under caution. Stay with us. We'll take a short break.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship. and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas for our Speed Tour here. We're watching FR, Formula Regional. And if you're not sure what that is, that's basically what is known internationally as Formula 3. But of course, regionally, there are Formula 3 championships all around the world, from Oceania to Americas to Europe and so on and so forth. So when you hear the FIA F3 or you hear of someone like Jack Crawford from the USA who's made his way up, hey, come on in.
Car has picked up the field, and our color commentator, Landon has been attracted into for the live stream. So he's going to come over to all of us here in the media center, and assisting Jonathan with the call of the live stream as well. So,
just 1 second, I've just received a commentator. I'm absolutely ecstatic. Hang on 1 second, folks. While we're under caution, I'm going to get my young man sorted out and sat and ready.
It's free. Make that mention, PMH, Tony Pirelli, and Pirelli Motorsports Holdings, which sanction all of the races here this weekend. SVRA, of course, the sort of the foundation of that group, and Tony has combined with SCCA Pro Racing to take over the promotion of the Trans Am Series, as well as the series, which are sanctioned by
Well, guys, sorry about the delay. I'm delighted. I've just received a co-commentator, which I'm always pleased to receive, especially when he's a racing driver. And I am sat next to Landon Matriano Lim, and I'm going to ask you about the origins of your name first and foremost. But you've been out racing in Formula 4. You'll be out later today.
Sure.
How's it going? We're under caution now, so we've got nothing to discuss about the racing. So let's quickly hear about your weekend so far and your experience here.
So I had a bit of a tough weekend. I think the car's a little bit down on power.
Okay.
And here at Circuit of the Americas, you know, you really need as much as you can get, especially on that back straight. But, of course, making the best with what you do, and everything's a learning experience. So I had some amazing battles through race 2, and looking forward to bringing up my race etiquette even more.
So what have you been doing? Where are you from?
So I'm from Shreveport, Louisiana.
Ah, very nice.
Place where the food cannot be beat.
No, yeah, it's very hard to argue with a Cajun about their food. I agree more. I've been to Mardi Gras a few times. I've been to Louisiana, Nolans. See, I'm getting that. Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge.
I've done all that.
Sir.
How did you find Circuit of the Americas? Obviously, it's got to be awe-inspiring. A Formula One circuit. It was full of like 500,000 people here 2 weeks ago. But still, even when it's not full to capacity, it's got to be quite scary almost. Just how the size of it and how much room you've got to play.
It is. It really is. Whenever I first got here on Wednesday afternoon, walked out onto the paddock and onto pit lane and saw those names on the board, and that's when it really sets in. You're really at a Formula One track, and the fact that I was competing here this weekend just blew my mind.
And is that your ambition? Because this is an FIA championship, both FR and F4, and you're picking up super license points if you can be successful.
Yes, sir, absolutely. My thought whenever I saw those names on the board and whenever I was here, I was excited because I told my parents I will be here when those crowds are in the stadium.
Good for you. That is a great story. How old are you?
I'm 21 years old, so I'm a little bit older for the F4 field.
That's okay. Doesn't matter.
It doesn't.
Some drivers start late, some drivers start early. I'm always amazed to see, we've got a couple of guys in Trans Am who've been racing each other, Connor Zilic and Brent Cruz, and they've been racing each other in karts, went up all the way to the World Championship since they were like 4 years old. And now they're 17, and I have to remind myself that they've got a 10-year record of racing. So it's a long time. But you can catch them up at 21. I've seen a few drivers come good later on. So what is your hope? What's next? You're in Formula 4. Are you going to stay there, or are you going to move up?
I'm planning to move up for next year. Okay. So that's looking great, and I really am thankful for, the experience I've gotten right now to be able to put me up into it. Because FR is a really big step, but it's a place where I want to be.
You haven't driven the car yet?
I've driven it once.
Yes, what do you think?
And it was at New Jersey. And oh my gosh, it is a different world compared to that F4 car. It really is a pure race car.
And the interesting part for those who want to know that we mentioned Honda at the beginning, this is their last hurrah, but the Honda engine, and that's why we have the Honda Civic R as our pace car, is all using the Civic engine. In F4, it's the regular Civic engine, and here in FR, it's the turbo version. So everybody says, oh, the hard part in learning FR is to get used to the turbo lag. How was that for you?
The turbo lag was very interesting. Whenever it first kicked in, it took off like a rocket. It really pushed my head back. I was not expecting it.
There you go.
But it is fun getting used to a slightly different style of driving with that turbo lag, and you can really put down the power. It just feels amazing.
And I would have thought physically quite harder too, because it's a heavier car, it's got the halo, and so on and so forth. So there's a few things you've got to get used to, right?
Absolutely, yeah. The visibility is a bit less in that car, but like you said, it's a heavier car. So you do have to be more physically fit to drive those FR cars.
Have you been watching this Flying Kiwi all season? He's had a remarkable year.
Absolutely. It's so impressive to watch. So I'm really curious to see what he's going to do coming up to next year. And it'll be very entertaining to see what he does with his opportunity.
I've never seen a guy who's gone from his home, city of Auckland, and who, let's face it, produced some great racing drivers, but have so many choices in such a small space of time. He was runner-up in the Toyota FR Oceania series, and now winner here. He also has done the Carrera Cup in Australia and still vying for the championship there, and has got a chance for Super Cup there. He's got the scholarship, obviously, with Honda, winning the championship. But talk about the world at your feet. And he's got, 10,000, 15,000 kilometers under his belt from this year alone.
Exactly. Yeah, it's thoroughly impressive what he's done and what, like you said, the amount of opportunities that he has. But it's great because that's what you want. You want all your options to be open, and it looks like that's what he's keeping.
Landon, as we come back to this restart, because as you can see the safety car is coming in, just explain to our audience what it's like to go up that full 133 feet as you go for a restart here.
You got to make sure your tires are nice and warm before going up that hill, and it is quite an intimidating climb. The cameras do not do it justice.
No, you're absolutely right. When you're that low down, you really can't see the crest, can you?
You truly can't. You're just hoping to get your brake marker and come over that hill right to the apex, and it looks like there's a big battle.
Yeah, Cole Cleck has been the story of the weekend for me, outside of, obviously, Callum Hedge. He's side by side now with the runner-up in the championship, and that, of course, is Ryan Sheehan from Austin, Texas. Cleck, though, gets through and now goes in pursuit of Manuel Rosa, the young Mexican driver. So these two have had some good battles already this weekend, and we're looking for more from them. So good start, despite the mist. And we're also going to keep an eye on this Oliver Westling-Callum Hedge fight. They had a great battle yesterday, and it was won by Westling in the last corner.
Very last corner.
And I know that Hedge, he's got his mum here this weekend, does not want anybody to get past him here in this final race. With 18 minutes to go, if I know Callum Hedge, he's going to go out for glory. And he's already, I can see, pulling away at the front. How, like when we see this, like Cleck and Sheehan. Now, we're looking for the slipstream, so that's why they're moving around, yeah?
Yes, absolutely. They're trying to stay in the slipstream as long as possible before they jolt out.
He's got it then.
And it looks like Sheehan's down inside, defending, but Cleck goes around him.
That is good work from Cleck. Yeah, he jinked out. Sheehan tried to defend, but there's only so much you can do, because once you get that slipstream, you've got, another 10 mile an hour?
Absolutely. It helps you fly by, especially in these F4 cars.
We're also keeping an eye on the man behind them, Everett Stack. He's just moved up. You talked about moving up from F4. I think you can get inspiration from Cole Cleck and from Everett Stack. They've equipped themselves really well, leaving in the middle of a season and then going up.
Absolutely, yeah. That is just a fantastic thing to see, and to see where they're running at in the series is awesome.
Where will you start your final race this afternoon?
I believe I am P18 for the start, so I've got some work to do at the start.
You've got some work to do.
I do have some work to do, but luckily I've got some good race pace, and I'm very comfortable being alongside other cars and battling. So I think I can really put some good work to that.
Well, Hedge is hoping this time, big lock up there by the 11, Cole Cleck, and that's going to play into Ryan Sheehan's hands. He'll see that this could be the opportunity. But Callum Hedge starting to stretch his legs a little. The gap now 1.3 seconds from Westling. You can see it for yourself as they go through the S's, the Hankook S's here. at Coda. Meanwhile, Kleck under massive pressure from the 66 after that lockup. And I know Ryan Sheehan will want to finish at least on the podium if he can't win the race. And it's always the time of the year. It's like end of school. You want to finish on a high. You want to get an A in your final paper.
Yes, which is a bit disappointing for Becklin. You know, no one wants to finish their last race without the car being over the finish line. But it looks like the rest are doing really hard to fight their battle. And
that's the 22. That's Hayden Bowlesby, who's had his first podium here this weekend. Just nudging his nose through there. Hayden's been around for a few seasons, but he's now starting to really show. Also welcoming back Jake Bonilla, who's making his debut in FR this weekend. The man from San Antonio. Been watching his career. Great to have him on board. He did a good season of F4, and now he is up in FR. So everybody jostling for position. Stack and the 22 of Bowlesby in their battle. So we've got distinct battles behind them. Hewitt from Houston, Texas, Bonilla from San Antonio, Jansen 10th, and Cooper Becklin, all the way down. I don't know what's happened to Cooper, but he's not got a lap time in, so Cooper probably didn't start by the looks of it. So I don't know why, but one of our former winners and Crosslink Kiwis third overall in the championship. They are 1, 2, and 3 in the championship, but Cooper not out there at the moment. So what's Landon Matriano Lim? I know that's a racing name. That's good. You got
Yes,
it.
sir, yes, sir.
Juan Manuel Fangio, Landon Matriano Lim. You see, it all clicks nicely. What's the story? Where are you from? What's that name from?
So my great-grandfather was Chinese.
Ah, okay.
And he had a Filipino friend. So to get out of the war in China, he used his Filipino friend's name to move to the Philippines.
That's a great story.
So Matriano is Filipino,
yes, of course,
and Lim is Chinese.
Yeah.
And we've kept that name because it just meant so much to him to be able to have a friend like that, and he used his name in his honor to get out of China. So that's the background for the name.
You see, I can see that at Indianapolis at the 500 in qualifying. Matriano Lim with a 129. Yeah, see,
I have to have a racing name.
Yeah, you've got to have a racing name. See, Jonathan Green's rubbish. I have to change that. I've gone for my Juan Verde. That's my race name. Let's get back to it. Hedge now increasing his lead to 2.5 seconds. Westling just throwing through shot there. Rosa in third. Then this is the battle. Kleck, Sheehan, and Bowlesby. Now, Landon, if you were, let's say, the 22 of Bowlesby, we're looking at him right now, how do you get ahead of this group of three and where?
It seems like he might have a new tire advantage because it seems that his lap times are just a bit quicker than the rest. But using this draft behind both of these cars here is a great strategy. And if anything, to leave Sheehan to jump inside the inside there and then overtake both when they both get a bad run coming out of 12.
Yeah, Sheehan showed his nose there, but didn't, you could tell from the sort of the car that he wasn't 100% sure he was going to get through, and he didn't want to blow it. And that's been the story of Sheehan all season, which is he's quietly gone about his business. He doesn't make lunges. He's not overly aggressive. He's not putting on a show for everybody. He's consistent. And the truth is, there is a man who won 4 world championships by the name of Alain Prost who did exactly that. He said, I like to win races as slow as I can because that keeps the equipment together and that's what gets you the results. And not everybody believed it. Certainly Senna didn't, his arch rival at the time. Yes. But no, and that's what Sheehan's proven. He's only won 2 races this season, but he's been on the podium each and every weekend until literally this weekend. And then the championship was won and lost just on that first race. Here he goes. Now, thinking about it again. Oh, now he goes.
That was a late dive down to the inside of turn 1.
Maybe a little too late.
He
needed to let that go a little bit. And, well, at least he's shown a little bit of a sign, and Bowlesby's woken up to that opportunity as well. Here they come again through the Hankook S's. So we've got a cracking battle here. Cole Kleck from San Antonio hasn't driven this car since mid-Ohio, so really impressive weekend for him, and he just seems to have clicked as Kleck, so to speak.
Sure has.
And I really have been really impressed. He's actually got 2 sisters, I've heard, twin sisters who both race, which has got to be a tough family to be in. Imagine being at breakfast trying to get the cereal first.
Everything's
highly
fast-paced
competitive.
for them.
And if I know, if he's got sisters, I've got a sister, they're more competitive than boys. Now, Bowlesby all over Sheehan as they come out of 12. Again, I'm going to put you in Bowlesby's seat. How does he get past Sheehan at least here?
Absolutely. You want to be all in his mirrors. You want to stay in the draft, but he knows you're there. He knows you can make that move. So if anything, you just want to put that pressure on him. It looks like Sheehan's also getting a run and Clegg defends. So this might be the opportunity Bowlesby needs if they both run each other wide.
He's just got it. Oh, that's nicely turned in by Ryan. That was good. And he's got good drive heading towards 13. We've seen some overtakes around the outside, and that's exactly what Ryan Sheehan's trying to pull off here. But inside goes Bowlesby, and Bowlesby may take Sheehan. Sheehan comes back at him as they come into 14. Side by side, and they spin
Bowlesby
round.
spins.
Bowlesby's out. Well, he was just on a part of the track he's not used to being on, and I think, I'm going to cross my fingers here for Ryan, that his car did get a touch, but not any damage.
It looks like Bowlesby is still waiting there to get his car back around. I hope he can get that restarted.
We saw the flames coming out of the exhaust there, but it wasn't a fire. It's just exhaust flames from, I'm sure, the fuel being unloaded into that part of the car when he spun round. But there is Sheehan.
It looks like his wing is slightly tilted
just
there
a bit
coming
bent,
down the straight.
That will slow him down if he's trying to get a slipstream, and it'll also give Cole Clegg, yeah, it is damaged, yeah. It's down on the left-hand front side, and he's locking up.
It's causing a big lockup into one.
They could bring him in for that too, because what you don't want to do, and I don't know if it's happened to you, but what you don't want to do is lose the wing underneath the car, because then you've got really no steering at that point.
Yes, that would be absolutely horrible.
So Hedges built a gap by 3.8 seconds. I said he would do that, and he has done just that. I think the 66 may well, he'll be desperate to finish this race, though. The whole family here spoke to his mom, spoke to his dad yesterday. Very disappointed, obviously. It's been a long season. But it was inevitable, and he's taken it on the chin. And I think the good news is that both Hedge, Westling, and Ryan Sheehan have got big careers ahead of them.
Absolutely. You can see it with their driving, and you can see it in the consistency.
Stack and Bonilla going good. 6th and 7th already. They've got away from Hewitt, and they're moving up just behind Sheehan now, who could lose out to both of them if he can't keep going. But we'll keep an eye on him. Here's the 12 of Rosa. Manuel Rosa came and did a bit of commentary like yourself. Nice kid. Met his mum and dad, and really enjoying his first major season at the FR level. Just felt that the competition in Mexico wasn't as high as it is here, so good idea to get involved in the USA. I think he's coming back to do another full season if he can get the budget together for next year. Got a lot of fans back at home.
Looks like there's a good spacing between everyone out there in the field.
Yeah, going to say we've got 2 or 3 seconds between, if not more, between most of the top 4 now, so the field's spreading out. We'll take a look at Hedges' times. I'm just looking at his last lap, a 2:05.8 compared to Westling's 2:06.5. So he is up the road. In fact, that was his best lap on lap 8. So Hedges actually putting the hammer down now. 4.5 seconds. So that looks like Hewitt going through.
Well, there's a big battle between Everett Stack
and Max Hewitt. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. No.
Oh, that is
20.
Bonilla.
Yeah, that's Bonilla. Yeah.
And a dive to the inside by Everett Stack in a 1. Let's see if he can hold it.
So Jake Bonilla doing a really good job in the grey and yellow. And they're side by side through too. That's risky business, I can assure you.
Very. Coming into the S's, we'll have to see who comes out on top. Someone has to give here.
Lannon, what's the hardest part of this track? Everybody talks about it, about enjoying it, but what's the hardest part to learn or easily get wrong?
The braking coming down the back straight.
Yep.
Very easy to brake a little bit too late or just brake too early.
And outbrake yourself, yeah. But yeah, that's the key corner though, isn't it? It's certainly one of them. And what about the top of turn 1?
Top of turn 1, I actually find that turn very, very fun.
There you go.
And very smooth. When you hit it right, you definitely feel it.
Well, Jake Bonilla having a great finish to his season. Remember, this is the last hurrah for the 2023 season. It's been a long one, and it started back at NOLA in New Orleans and just outside New Orleans itself. Have you been to NOLA?
I sure have. That's my home track, so I absolutely love that place.
Well, back then, Ryan Sheehan got 2 wins, and then Callum Hedge took the 3rd. We then went on to Road America, and then it became a bit of a fest for Callum because he won all 3 races there. He then went on to Mid-Ohio, did the same again there, and then Westling got a win at New Jersey, and Callum got 2. And then he got 2 more at VIR and lost out to Cooper Becklin, who got a win there. So not many winners outside of Callum Hedge, who's now taken 12, looking for 13, and this would be lucky 13 for him. But he is in total control of this race.
Absolutely. The pace he has is just insane, and the fact that he can just keep that gap and keep growing that gap to show his dominance even more.
Well, he took the championship at 3 in the morning in Auckland, New Zealand, and I called up a good friend of mine who's in the motor racing world, and they were well aware that Callum Hedge had taken the championship. In fact, they announced it live on one of their local races at one of his sponsors, Highlands Motorsport Park. So that's emblazoned on the side and owned by Tony Quinn. And Tony Quinn Foundation also backing him, as is Giltrap. And there is a group of sponsors back in New Zealand who have played a huge part in making Callum's dreams come true. And he's just following a long line of great Kiwis.
Absolutely, and it's great to have that backing for him. Something to really push for even more.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you say it's a disadvantage coming from the other side of the world, from a small country, you know, like Scotland or New Zealand, but there are also advantages because the community there is much smaller. You look at the size of the states, and you've got pockets with Florida and, you know,
different regions.
Absolutely, yeah. What's the race scene like in Louisiana? Is it growing with NOLA?
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. The people at NOLA are my second family.
They used to be here.
Yes. So I absolutely love the racing community, and that's what makes racing so good half of the time, is just having all these people out here and hanging and all having this one thing in common, is watching race cars or being in them.
That's cool. It's great to see these tracks popping up now, and COTA actually has foisted many a career around. Jason Rittenbury, who was here for a while, now runs the Nashville event, and Eric Pardis is also working in Tennessee, and David Pace, of course, at NOLA, and Erin Close, who used to look after me in the Formula One events when she was working here at COTA. So, you know, lots of great names, and then Roberta in Laguna Seca. I'll probably see her in a few weeks. You know, it's great that having to work at a place like COTA, where you're getting the biggest events in the world, can really help, and then now they're spreading out around the USA. So time running out here with 4 minutes to go, but it's not running out for Hedge. He could be out there all day the way things are going. He's flying back to New Zealand tonight, and looking forward to that, and he'll look forward to it even more with a big old trophy sat on his knee. 6.7 seconds the gap now to Westlink. Rosa, who we were just looking at, is trying to hold off Kleck, but Kleck's some distance behind, so Kleck probably will be happy just to hold on to 4th place for now.
It looks like Ryan Sheehan has a problem. He has not come back around on the timing line yet.
Yeah, I've got a feeling he'll have pulled in with that wing, or they'll have told him to come in because he doesn't want to damage the car. The last thing you want to do go for Christmas is not be able to buy you Christmas presents because you're paying bills.
Very true.
But, yeah, it's been a good season for Ryan. I've been watching him since January because he did go to New Zealand and challenged Callum Hedge there. But Callum was right at the sharp end fighting for that championship and has done the same here again. And as teammates, it's been an interesting year between the pair of them. Just another phenomenal year, though, for Crosslink Kiwi, who, again, have dominated the season's top 3 in the championship. We're looking at Cole Kleck from San Antonio, coming into the series this weekend, having only done Mid-Ohio before that. So it's really a real learning curve for him. But in the first race, I was really impressed with his racecraft.
Absolutely. I think everyone out here was. Yeah. Everyone was watching him and seeing what he could do, and he made that car 3 times wider than it should have been.
Really happy for Jake Bonilla, too. Look, he's put himself behind this man in 5th position. So Bonilla has gone from not the back, but not far off, and moved himself up to 5th place for the end of this race. In fact, he's still under pressure. I could just see out of the corner of my eye at 15 that Bonilla and Stack are still in their battle for that 5th position. With 2 minutes to go, we'll probably get the white flag fairly soon, if not this lap, the next one. And Hedge increasing that lead, last time out at 2:06.6. In fact, Westling got his fastest lap last time out at 2:06.3, so he's still on the pace. As you can see, Sheehan's got the new nose cone. He's been in and out. And that's why you don't see the famous 66 there, because he's just come into the pits and gone out again and put a spare one on. So good move from Sheehan. He'll probably try to see if he can get a fastest lap in now while he's on his own, but he's at the back now. started off in karting, as so many of you do. He had a huge crash that almost ended his career there and then. And he's done a great job, to be honest, of building himself back up to having the confidence to race these powerful machines and getting himself into F4 and then FR. And runner-up is no mean feat in a national championship, and certainly keeps an eye on you. I know how hard it is for. I look at the 20. You know, I joke about the fact that drive to survive is, you know, they call that about Formula One, but really F4 is the drive to survive. It's so hard. Oh, big lock up from Westling. He's pushing on and he's trying to close down. He's definitely closed down a little bit, but the gap's still 6.5. He's taken a couple of tenths out of it, but that lock-up's not going to help him. This is not the same as yesterday where he was all over the back, and I spoke to Callum afterwards and he said he had some sort of issue. I couldn't quite work out what he was saying, but he was just not feeling that the car was 100%, and that's why he was under pressure as much as he was, so he just wasn't racing as hard as he could. But you could see the gap for yourself as Callum is now just entering into turn 20. There he is.
I did hear yesterday that it was the wheel bearing that was starting to come loose on Hedges' car there, and it looks like we have the white flag and they're off to their final lap.
Yep, it's going to be a nice little swan song lap. One of the greatest circuits in the world. A young 19-year-old Formula champion on his way from Auckland, New Zealand, following in the footsteps of Marcus Armstrong, who also is now in Indy, Liam Lawson in Formula One, and a host of other great Kiwis. I remember Brendan Hartley started off this way in these Formula cars. Now a world champion in his own right. And in fact, another one, Earl Bamber, that's who he works for in Australia in the Carrera Cup, Callum Hedge. I'm sure he'll be very proud of what Callum has achieved in such a short space of time. He's gone from a Formula Ford championship to a Tinton championship with Toyota 86, then he moved up to the FR Oceania championship, runner-up in that this year, in fact. To Charlie Wirtz of Austria, the son of the Formula One Alexander Wirtz. And since then, he's not looked back, and he's totally dominated proceedings. He's going to go now, if he finishes this lap anyway, down in history as the third most successful driver in the championship after Kyle Kirkwood and Linus Lundqvist. Not bad, eh?
Absolutely.
Both of those guys now in IndyCar. So if that doesn't give you an inspiration, nothing will.
It is very good to see what he's trying to follow up on, and it's definitely evident, especially in this final race of the season on the final lap.
Landon, what's your hope? You were saying you want to be here when there's a full crowd here, but does that mean for Formula One?
It does not. I'm keeping all my options open. I've got a taste of endurance racing this year, and absolutely love it. In a NASA prototype. So it was in the WRL series in the GTU class.
Well done. Well, it's always good to spread your wings. Talking of wings, here he comes. Who said Kiwis can't fly? Callum Hedge. Remember the name. He's on his way to fame and fortune. Here he comes from Auckland, New Zealand in the number 17. He's going to take win number 13. And he is the luckiest guy in town as he heads home with the championship and yet another win here. 2 for the weekend out of 3. Isn't bad, and a podium along with it with a second place. He slows right down to take the applause. He's going to do some donuts for us. Why not? NASCAR style. He's really enjoyed it. When he first arrived at NOLA, he didn't know what he was getting himself into because that was his first experience of America. No one could understand his accent. No one could. He couldn't understand anybody else's accent. So he struggled a little bit at first, but he's enjoyed it. He particularly likes Road America. And he's driven some of the best circuits. Hasn't done Bathurst yet, but he's done the streets of the Gold Coast, and he's raced all the iconic circuits that FR go to, of course, including here at the Circuit of the Americas. He loves this circuit and the design and the way it's laid out, but it's a great win. Your number, car number?
I am number 2.
So number 2, Landon Matriano Lim from Louisiana. He's starting 18th. He's promising me he's going to finish in the top 10.
That's what we're working for. Yes, sir.
And hoping to go FR next year, right? So
that is the goal.
What are your sponsors at the moment?
Do not have any sponsors at the moment.
Then get an advocate.
Always looking for some opportunities.
Get your social. Tell us your social, and let's get behind you. Come on.
Absolutely. You can find me on Instagram, LandonML, and that is Landon with 2 A's, Landan.
Okay, great. Well, we'll follow you, and we'll see you next season, but we'll see you this afternoon at 12:45. That is in a few hours' time, but let's just celebrate and savour what is a great moment for this young man, Callum Hedge. Great that his mum's come to enjoy it. She didn't go to that many races when he was winning in New Zealand. She's busy, but she's made the trip here to see her boy do the business, and it's delightful to have her. Had a quick chat with her this morning.
Absolutely. She's here to watch him solidify that championship, and in the best way possible.
No better way to do it. Here's confirmation of the result then. Callum Hedge for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport wins ahead of Jensen's Oliver Westling in second, the Swede. Manuel Rosa of Mexico takes third for Crosslink as well. Cole Clegg of Texas takes Speed Factory to fourth. Jake Bonilla, another San Antonio boy, takes fifth. Again for Crosslink. Hayden Bolsby, 6th. Everett Stack, 7th. Max Hewitt from Houston takes 8th. Kevin Jansen takes 9th. And Ryan Sheehan, having replaced that front nose cone, finishes in 10th, as he did at the first race of the weekend. Well, my thanks to Landon Matriano Lim. We'll be watching you. Thank you for coming in. Lastminute.com, but appreciate it. I thought I was going to be on my own, but it's been delightful chatting to you and learning a little bit more about you. And 21-year-old on his way up, so watch out for him. And he's in the number 2. Good number to have.
Absolutely. I thought 1 was a little too much.
Yeah. Well, you got a target on you back then. Everybody's
Very
like
true.
going, that guy must have won something.
Exactly.
So I got to beat him. So in a moment, we'll send John Phippen out and get amongst it to interview our winners. I hope this fog clears up fairly soon, but as you can see, it's lifting gradually. And we've got enough vision where we can go racing and keep it safe. I think you'll enjoy this FR car. I think as the future gets with the new F4 car, I think that's going to be fun from Ligier. I saw it out in VIR in the hands of Ryan Yardley last time out. Yeah, it's definitely lifting. When we started this race, you could hardly see that flag, so that's good
There's
news.
actually people on the tower as well, so maybe
Yeah,
there's some visibility.
I don't know what you can see from up there on a day like today, but hey, what the heck. It's Manuel Rosa. Looking for big sponsors for next year. And a good way to get him is to get a couple of podiums under his belt, and that's exactly what he's done. Well done to him. And you can see he's pretty happy.
Absolutely. It's his second podium, correct?
Yep. It's his second podium ever at this level, yeah.
Pulling through, and what a way to end the weekend for him as well.
Callum Hedge had a lot of fun this year. He's been selling the Crocs. He's been trying to get a sponsorship from Crocs since January. And he's got all the widgets. He's got a Ferrari widget, a Porsche widget, and he's got them all. And he thinks he's going to wear it for the dinner, the gala dinner tonight. So,
are you sure he doesn't already have them on?
He could. He said he might jump out now and have those Crocs on. But I think I told him he should get painted on the side. There he is, the lean, tall figure of Callum Hedge. Great kid. And a lot of fun to be around. He's funny. He's very laid back. There you go. Got sponsorship from CareVets, from Tony Quinn Foundation. You can see on the wing there, from Giltrap. And it just gets better and better. There's Mum. Well done. Mum and Dad, great to see them.
It's exactly what you want to see, what you want to have coming into that race.
Yep. So, in a moment, John Phippen, who I believe has already picked up the mic. We'll get to him as soon as that. Tasman, of course. Don't forget that sponsorship. Well, let's head down now to John Phippen because the helmet is off. Gary Orton is there to greet him. Tasman Motorsport have supported him, and he's done it in style. 13 wins. A charm indeed for young Callum Hedge. He's with John.
Thanks, Johnny. We've got our winner here. 13 is a lucky number this time. That's the number of wins you've got, Callum. It looked this one pretty easy with that new wheel bearing on the right rear.
Yeah, it was a little bit better than the second half of that last race. Put the wheel bearing back on, and it was pretty good. Big thanks to Paul for all his work the last few rounds. The car's been really fast, and also big thanks to the team, Kiwi Motorsport, for giving me the equipment to do it. Big thanks to the people that make this happen for me, Tony Quinn Foundation, Giltrap Group, and Tasman Motorsport Group. Can't thank them enough.
There's your champion and 13-time winner, Jonathan.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better than that, and it's been a great fairy tale story for you. If you want to see a classic story of how to make it in motor racing, and you know what's great about him? I asked him what he's doing over the New Zealand summer, and he's going back to help some of the up-and-coming next hedges in the 86 championship, a championship he won a few years ago. So that just shows you he is dedicated and just a great guy to have in the paddock because he's always there to help out. Well, my thanks to Landon Matriano Lim. Thank you for coming in. We're going to be back with all of our SVRA and Formula 4 coverage, and that starts at about 12:45 today, local time central. Watch out for Landon and the rest of that big field. Until then, from me, Jonathan Green, we'll take that break, and we'll be back with the F4 race at 12:45.
Everything in our garage is inspired by our racing spirit. Race in for a great deal on the Honda CR-V. Only at the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event.
challenging spirit within Honda. It gives us the courage to go faster and the thinking to make it real. Whether it looks like a truck, a sedan, or an SUV, inside is the heart of a race car.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Hey everyone, it's a beautiful day here at the Circuit of the Americas, and we're getting ready for the final race of F4 2023. The car's just coming onto the pre-grid, and I said this yesterday, but I'm so astounded at how many. We've obviously got great Americans and Canadians here, you'd expect that. But this year we've got, what, 2 Argentinians, 1 here over there. We've got a young Mexican driver on the way up, another Argentinian driver there, and to my right over there, from International Motorsports, we've got an Israeli driver who put on a show yesterday like no other. So watch out for that man, Elkin. Ariel Elkin is his name, and he put on a great show yesterday. But in some ways, it's the end of an era also. This car has been with us since 2016, but this is the last final race for this car because we're upgrading to the brand new Ligier next year in 24, which we've been testing and getting ready for. And that's going to be a real thrill for these youngsters on the way up. I want to introduce you to Tony Pirelli, who is in charge basically of running both the FR and the F4 series, as well as Trans Am and SVRA. I wish there was about 5 of you because I need them. But great event first and foremost. But let's concentrate on F4. Like I said, it's a bit of a sad moment. We're going to lose this car. But in motorsport, it's a moving target, and we're looking to the future next year.
Yeah, well, first of all, to have the new car come out by Ligier is obviously, with the halo and the enhancements they've made, really sets these kids on the trajectory to get to Formula One or to IndyCar, whatever their dream is. But these cars, we're going to use them. We're going to use this as a development series car to take kids right out of karting and bring them along almost in a school environment, teach them race etiquette, teach them how to be racers and do it safe, and then get them ready to move up to the ranks. So we're basically creating a step between go-karting and Formula 4, which is now the entry level. So we're excited, and you know, when you look at the schedule we race at, you know, putting them on a track at COTA and putting these kids on a track at the most iconic road courses like Road America, and just really creates a perfect path for them to get to the big leagues.
And also, I'm very excited as a commentator because it's easier now for me to explain with the scholarships that you put in place. These guys have a chance to really race, to win, and move forward, and that's got to be the key.
It's so important because at first it teaches them to be competitive, but to stay within themselves. But there is a heck of a prize, a full season ride. You come out of the development series a winner, you get a free ride the following year to advance your career. So the kids with real talent, these are spec cars. It gets down to the driver. When they excel, they get to the next step.
Finally, Tony, we've been talking, I mean, it's over a decade now that you put this in place. You've got 700 cars here at the Circuit of the Americas, racing for the helmet in SVRA. Crowds everywhere enjoying it. This is what you dreamed of, isn't it?
Oh, and it sure helps when the sun's shining. It's a thrill. Anytime you come to COTA, it's a big deal. When we started here, we really didn't know what to expect, but we have, you know, this is year 10 of doing it. And the track, the staff, following 2 weeks after Formula One when they had 400,000 people here, I feel blessed to be able to do this one every year. And this concludes our season, and it's right smack in the center of the country, and it's as good as it gets.
Well, listen, enjoy the rest of the weekend if you can. You're so busy. He's doing exactly what you should do in SVRA. Bring the family, bring in his grandson.
I got my grandson with me, Jake. Lukey, say hi to the camera.
Hello.
There you go. That's what it's all. Family affair. That's what we want. Thank you, Tony. Best of luck. But before we go out, they're all coming into position now. Just want to name some more drivers to you. I'm going to see if I can have a word with this Israeli driver, because he really did put on a show yesterday. Just come with me a sec. He's got the American and the Israeli flags. Ariel, good to see you, man. We met yesterday, but you look to be enjoying your weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a great weekend. I'm here with Inter MS. We did a 1-2 yesterday in race 2. It is a great weekend. I'm very happy with my debut here in the United States, and I'm looking forward to represent Israel and do my best. And I thank everyone and all the fans and the supporters. I know there are some people from Israel watching, so I love you guys, and shalom.
Shalom, and I only know 2 other Israeli drivers who got very close to Formula One. Are you going to be the one that makes it?
Yeah, absolutely, and I will make sure that I will not be the only one.
Shalom.
Shalom.
As you can imagine, with what's going on in the world, an important time for this young Israeli, and we are delighted to have him on board this weekend, especially when he races as hard as he does. Obviously, the championship has already been wrapped up by Patrick Woods-Toth of Canada, and that means now it's racing for pride, racing for the final race of the year. And the one guy I want to talk to as he comes into line is Daniel Cara. He's been so close to winning all weekend long. As you can see, he's got the Brazilian and the American flag. Daniel, get the lid up. You've been so close to winning. Is this the one?
This has got to be the one. We've been quick all week. Titus is really close on us, but I think we can pull out a win on this.
Tell the folks where you're from, because you're really from the Woodlands. You're a Texan, but you've got you've got Brazil and the USA.
Yes, sir. I'm originally from the Woodlands, Texas. Obviously, my parents are from Sao Paulo and Rio. So Brazil and Texas, I have to put that together on the car.
Are you going to be on that grid at Sao Paulo one day?
I hope so, yeah.
Best of luck. Obrigado.
All right, thank you so much.
Daniel Cara then, he's determined to have a win in that number 10. We've also got new guys like Daniel Quimby from Australia. Daniel, how you going, mate? How do you find the racing in America compared to Australia?
Yeah, I haven't done much racing in Australia, but I haven't really...
Where have you raced then?
It's my first race.
This is your first race? Yeah. Wow, what a great time to come and talk to you. How are you enjoying the Circuit of the Americas? What a great place to start.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable track. I've only driven one track at my home, is the Sydney Motorsport Park, but this track's unbelievable.
Best of luck to you. Watch out for him. Daniel is racing for the first time. Daniel Quimby from New South Wales. So that's just a smorgasbord of what's out there. We're getting excited. Titus Sherlock is going for another win. He's already had one, the man from Prosper, Texas. But it's all to play for. Who's going to take the last win in this era of Formula 4? You're about to find out. Over to you, Ben. I'll be there in a minute.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. So awesome. The weather is so nice. Now, if you're joining us live, we were planning on doing a fan walk down there in pit lane because we have more spectators than we've ever had at this event. But because of the fog this morning, we had that Texas-Austin fog. We had to delay about 45 minutes. So to get us back on schedule, we worked through lunch. I also have a steward's note to go over. This is from Scott Goodyear. Group, heads up for this F4 race. Car number 24, Augusto Soto Sharipa, is starting 24th. Although he won the previous race, his timing transponder wasn't working correctly and his laps weren't registered. Per the rules, your position for the following race is set by your fastest race lap in the previous race. So Augusto Soto Sharipa, winning yesterday's race in unbelievable fashion, is now starting from the back of the grid. So we're going to watch for the number 24, starting 24th, to move his way up through the car there. I love that beautiful yellow stripe. You can see his crews walking around, checking everything, checking his wings, checking that everything is good. I'm not seeing anybody going out so far on brand new hand-cooked tires, as we get some beautiful shots there of the COTA Tower. If you ever make your way here, the people there at the end to your left are actually standing on glass. They can look down beneath them on their feet, and it's a little bit, gives you a little bit of vertigo as you're up there, but a terrific view. You can see probably 90% of the track surface from up there. Great place to watch. You can climb the steps, or you can take the elevator. This is the Australian Jesse Lacey, who had a spin lap 1 yesterday in the Hankook S's, was able to recover, and I think made it back to 6th or 7th place. So that was unbelievable job by Jesse Lacey. That's my favorite livery car in the field, that kind of SpeedTour blue there. But you can see he's on yesterday's tires Still not seeing if anybody's going to put the brand new hand-cooked tires on. And the conditions have changed pretty dramatically from yesterday's race. Yesterday's race, we had shade. It was near dark. The sun went down by the time they crossed the the finish line. And so a lot of things have changed yesterday, and we're going to see which teams get the setup right, because now we're basically at high noon. You can see by the shadows, and it is getting a little bit hotter. I'd say it's probably 15 degrees hotter than it was yesterday. So there's the beautiful shot there of the McConaughey complex, as Jonathan calls it, because it's all right, all right, all right. I love that. I hope COTA adopts that. But some beautiful shots here, beautiful views at Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas, which is actually his accent, but actually Jonathan's hometown. I'm going to run through the grid for us here. Ashley just texted me the grid, so thank you very much, Ashley. Starting in first place, battling for second place in the championship is Titus Sherlock from Prosper, Texas. Starting second is Daniel Cara. Starting third, Patrick Woods-Toth, our crown champion from yesterday. Daniel Quimby from Australia is starting fourth. Jesse Lacey from Melbourne, Australia, starting fifth. Tyke Durst from Cary, North Carolina, starting sixth. Ariel Elkin, who we spoke to from Israel, starting seventh. I'm sorry, Kake Huanio, that's as best I can do, is starting eighth from Plant City, Florida. Starting ninth is Michael Costello from Naples, Florida. And he is also battling for second place in the championship. In 10th, Hannah Greenmeyer from Colorado. In 11th is Christian Cantu. Luciano Martinez is starting 12th. Bacon Zelenka is 13th. Pablo Jose Benitez is 14th. 15th is Alex Benovitz. 16th is James Lawley. Ava Dobson is 17th. Landon Matriano Lim is 18th, and we heard him doing the commentary for the FR race earlier today. We've got Barrett Wolf in 19th. Jet Bowling 20th. Zambanjia is 21st. Augusto Sota Sharipa is actually saying he's starting 22nd, but he should be starting 24th. Christopher Parrish is 23rd. Michael Boiladzis is 24th. Eric Wisniewski, 25th, and Tanner DeFabis is 26th. You can see there as we look down on the grid, all the teams trying to put umbrellas over, starting their GoPro cameras. They are required to have a video recording of their race for the stewards to review afterwards. We also edit these down for social media posts whenever we need to. Jonathan has joined us in the booth, but I'm going to let him catch his breath. That's a long run down here. You can see him pulling his belt's tight, but there is a shot, Jonathan, of Soto Sharipa, who's won the race yesterday, but actually starting from the back of the grid.
Yeah, you know why? His transponder wasn't working. He won the race. They didn't take the race away from him, but they had to do something. And I guess, I mean, he's probably pretty miffed because he was going to be starting right at the sharp end. But when you don't have a transponder, and you put enough on yourself, you can't race without a transponder. It's against the rules. So they've let him keep his win, but he goes to the back.
And what a transponder does, ladies and gentlemen, is there's a timing line that goes across at several different points in this track. It's how, like in F1, they get sector times and everything. And it's just a little electronic device in this group, because it is such a spec group, they have to put it in basically the same place in all of the cars. And it beeps in timing and scoring, and that's how we keep the digital time. Not like the old days and the 12 hours of Sebring back in the 60s, where there was a stopwatch person for every single car out there. This is a computer-generated timer, but because he was first and did all of the laps, he still gets that score. But that's what happened yesterday. That's why Augusto Sharipa is starting in back. We have a guest commentator, and I believe he's a Texan.
He's a proper Texan, and he knows all about F4 as well as FR, because he's just become runner-up in the FR Championship. And Brian Sheehan, welcome to your home of Austin, Texas, and welcome to a place that has a familiar ring to it, because this is where it all started, the dream for you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. This is where, I fell in love with racing for the first time, so it's always special to come here. And
your dad couldn't force a tennis racket into your arm. Hey, listen, I know you're disappointed. We're all disappointed for you, because I know you had family, friends. I know your sister was coming out. You still had a chance, but I want to look at the positive. We've been almost with each other watching you race and me commentating on it. But, you know, since January 1st, when you left these shores, you'd hardly tested or raced well, you hadn't raced an FR car. And so what you've achieved since January 1st to now, to be 2 races away from winning a national title, you've got to be pleased with the input and the consistency you put in.
Yeah, I think it's definitely been a year of growth. So I think we can just take this into next year and hopefully do really well.
Obviously, you've been in this position. Last race at Coda, F4. I remember you were vying for the championship at VIR, and you were so close, you got turned around there. And another. That's just motor racing, though. You've got to kind of look at it flagrantly and say, well, that just happens. But do you remember this time, and what's so important in the learning curve for these kids? I say kids, but, you know, younger than you, who are going through what you went through just a year or so ago.
Yeah, I think by the final race of the weekend, I pretty much secured 4th in F4. So at this point, it was just about having fun, having a good race, and having a good result. Just going motor racing.
How's the transition between this car or what will be the Ligier F4 car next year, do you think, and the FR car? What's the hardest thing to learn?
I mean, there's a lot. It's definitely a different experience with the extra aero, the turbo. It's definitely a lot different, and I think it's just harder to be more consistent. You have to be more physically fit to hold the car through the high-speed corners with all that aero. And so I think it's just, you know, getting more fit, getting time in the car, and becoming consistent is the most difficult part.
Are you friends with anybody in the field? Do you know any of them?
I mean, all the teammates across the Kiwi, so Titus, Patrick, Jesse.
Yeah, you've seemingly stormed a whole bunch of Texans because we've got loads out there at the moment, and it's really good to see. Hewitt's from Houston. We've got Jake Bonilla, who you know, I'm sure, from San Antonio. You know, obviously Titus Sherlock from Prosper. So it's great, and all benefiting from what is becoming quite a big growing scene of racing here lately.
Yeah, I mean, I think Coda has definitely helped that with Formula One coming. Now we have a kind of a new generation of drivers coming out of Texas and, I mean, Austin in particular, Austin, San Antonio area. And so I think Coda's been the real driving force behind that.
You know, Ben, you made a point on my way here about color schemes, and I know you're saying that because it's a preference, but when you look at that Dayglow green car or Jesse Lace's bright blue car, and I think back to when Ryan started the year in an all-black car and then moved to gold, big difference. As soon as you went in for that wing change, I knew it was your car because it was not got the 66 on, but it was great because it really does make a difference, and so you got to stand out.
It makes our job a little easier too, especially when all the cars are black or white. That's really tough. But that's Bacon Zelenka there in that green car, green. And there's a Soto Sharipa who I just heard from Scott Goodyear. I've got him in my right ear, is saying he doesn't have.
I think they have learned by now. International Motorsport, what are you doing? And he's had such a bonsai weekend. It's been brilliant for him. But you can't go without your transponder, can you?
No.
Otherwise,
really.
You can't get a lap time.
So you're one of the fastest in this group, Ryan. You're starting 24th. The lights go out into turn 1.
What's the plan?
What are you trying to do to, one, stay in the race, but also try to get 6 or 7 spots right away?
Just looking ahead, looking for smoke or maybe cars in the air. In this field, it's anything is possible in F4, so it's just looking ahead, being prepared. I mean, obviously there's not much you can do. Sometimes it's out of your control.
One car into the pits.
I think that's not good. Titus going into the pits.
That's not good.
So what does that do for Costello then? Because remember, Costello had to go into the pits
he's
yesterday.
ahead at the moment, but Costello retired yesterday, so I thought it was game over, but if Titus is retiring.
Yeah, that is Titus, because he's not there. Oh, man, this is going to change everything.
Well, he was in pole position. That is big news. And as you heard, I spoke to Daniel Cara, who said he's on for the win, and now he's got a great opportunity. Wood's top, though, right behind him in the 27.
Yeah, here it's really important to not get too fixated on the fact that you just inherited pole position and actually go into the right grid spot.
So they've taken the wheel off. He's showing his hands. They're taking off the rear engine cover, so something must not be engaging or not happening for Titus.
What do you think that could be?
It's in pit lane. I'm here from race control.
Wow.
Also, just think about how different the conditions are from yesterday's
big
race.
Time. Yeah, a lot warmer. There you go. There's the other 2 cars coming in. That is bizarre. Last question to you. We're about to start this race. Did you prefer where you started from because they've moved the pole? It is now on the inside, whereas in Formula One it's on the outside.
I had some clutch issues, so
okay.
none of my starts were very good. But I mean, the best start I had was on the outside.
Okay.
Just on the racing line, so just a tiny bit more grip, and so I'd say I'd prefer it to be on the outside here.
Great opportunity for another Texan come Brazilian from Sao Paulo, and that is Daniel Cara. He starts in pole now that Titus has gone, and they have aborted it. Okay. Now, that's got to be for a different reason.
Oh, there was a car.
There was a car out of line, yeah. Okay. And it was one of the international ones. I wonder if it was Ariel, because if... well, let's have a look. No, Ariel's there. Ariel Elkin is there in the International Motorsport car.
It's Jesse Lacey's not starting. There he goes.
Okay, he's got it going, has he? Yep, there you go. How much are you aware of exactly what's going on? Does your engineer tell you, or you just go around another lap? Or these are the other two cars, and that's the 7.
And pardon me, but I just don't know the rules here. So what happens if Titus Sherlock rejoins the group? Can he go back to his pole position, or does he start the back?
Pit lane.
Yeah, I think he'd have to start
at pit lane. Okay.
Yeah. So that was Eric Wazinski and I think Tanner DeFabis. But that's not a big problem because they were at the back anyway. Maybe they prefer to start at the pit lane. Who knows? So here we go. The body work is off the car. It's definitely something that could be terminal.
This couldn't be a bigger advantage, though, for Titus. If he can get it refired, at least he can get back in the race without losing a lap. If he can get it back out there, we're going to see. It doesn't seem like they're in a huge hurry, so something they can't figure it out yet, it seems like, by their body language.
And it's not something they can risk, obviously, or they would have sent him out by now, because he doesn't want to miss the race, or at least he wants to get the start so he doesn't get a lap behind. Yeah, it's not looking good. They don't need Titus Sherlock, they need Sherlock Holmes. It's a mystery. We don't know what it is. But the boys from Crosslink, and you must be, I mean, you've been with Crosslink now for a long time. You've got to be pleased that you lucked in many ways. Not lucked in, but you discovered a team that really, really suited you.
Yeah, I mean, I started with them in karting in 2019 with the goal of eventually moving up into a car. But yeah, it's become more of a family now. Racing through karts and then eventually moving up to a car in 2021 into this F4 series. And so it's been almost 5 years now with Crosslink in some form or fashion, and so it definitely feels like a family.
And the eye is still on the prize. I've always been interested. Any interview I've ever done with you, some drivers now, as they get older and older, they go, yeah, I just want to be a professional racing driver. And they move away from this ambition of Formula One. You've never wavered from that.
No, I definitely want to be a Formula One driver. That's why I'm doing this. And so I think, obviously, just becoming a professional racing driver is a dream. But I think you have to have a goal in mind, a specific goal, or else you're just kind of, you might just wander around and maybe never really be super happy with where you're at.
It's a good point. Yeah, and like you say, if you don't have the eye on the prize, it'll never happen.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
So we are under a bit of a delay. We've gone once round. We were about to start, and then we got waved off. Did you hear why, Ben?
Haven't heard. Somebody couldn't get started. I think it was Jesse Lacey, who's now back in position. And I'm just hearing from race control that the clock is running.
Ah, right. So we are under race, effectively, time conditions. So the 30-minute race is now down to 26 minutes. So we're 3 in, effectively. So that makes a difference. And I'm sure, does your engineer tell you that, or does that make any difference to you?
I mean, usually I'll have to ask for something like that because obviously they don't want to overwhelm me or distract me. And so if I ask for, say, is the clock running now, they'll give me an answer. But if not, then they're usually pretty quiet.
They're trying to put him in position.
They're trying to put it back out there, at least pit lane start, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we were given a candid example of just that here 2 weeks ago with Verstappen, under braking, very bumpy, and every time his engineer got on the radio to him, he's like, "Shut up! Don't talk to me while I'm braking." Would you feel the same?
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to be talked to in the middle of a corner, especially with. Actually, I think this is the race start.
I think it is. Yeah, but you don't, do you? You really don't want to be talked to when you're concentrating. And he was struggling with his brakes. So this is going to get interesting now because Daniel Cara is leading them all. He's got the champion alongside him from Quebec in Canada. But he's yet to win a race, and he's really looking forward to trying to lead this race. And he comes across now, starts to accelerate away, which I guess is his wont. And away he goes. He's taken the inside line to cover it off from Woodstock, and that's a smart move because they're all trying to get up the inside of him. Let's see how this settles down. Sherlock does get out, as do the two J. Howard cars. Everybody's through turn one. Nobody gets turned around. And it is Cara from the Woodlands in Texas who holds the lead now in the final race. We've got a spinner.
Looks like a Ganella car. I'm not sure which car it is, though.
And the 42, Daniel Quimby, also the man I spoke to from New South Wales, got a good start. Just behind him is the 29 of Keiko Huanio. Michael Costello in 8th position, Greenmeyer in 9th, and Christian Cantu. He's got the whole family here, 7 of them here. His dad came up to me and said, "You didn't talk to my boy." And I said, "Well, I did, so don't worry." Christian Cantu, we got you covered. Won 2 races in F4 at the Mexican Grand Prix, as Titus Sherlock still struggling. I don't know why, but he's come out of the pits, but he was slow there, wasn't he?
Yeah, it looked like there was a slow car, and I wasn't sure who it was.
He spun, I think.
Ariel Elkin spun at 2.
All right. So Ariel's by Elkin then. So, plenty of drama here, and we're down to 24 minutes, and now they're sorting themselves out. Already, Cara has built on that lead over Woodstock. No chance of a slipstream yet. In fact, Woodstock has dropped a couple of places, and now trying to regain on the inside. I watched you a couple of times here, Ryan, in your fights, and it really is tricky because you want to go to the inside, but you were blocked at one point, then you went to the outside and thinking, oh, can I get the, you're thinking over, under, over, and all the rest of it, and then you tried great side-by-side action through 13 and 14, which is rare here at the Circuit of the Americas. But that corner really does sort out a lap, doesn't it? 12.
Yeah, overtaking at 12 is quite difficult because if you're...
Yellow flag.
Yellow. Of course, yellow.
Go ahead.
But yeah, overtaking at 12 is really difficult just because if you clear them on the straight, then they have an opportunity to pass you back in 12. If you're on the inside, then they can over-under you, and it's very difficult to stay on the outside if you want to stay within track limits. So, yeah, it might look like a pretty simple overtaking opportunity, but there's a lot of thinking that has to go into it.
Yeah, and this track, and I mean, I've been following this track since it opened, and it's no one's mastered it. Not even Alonso, who was here just a few weeks ago. Verstappen the same. No, they love the challenge of this. Hamilton says it's his favorite track in the world, and I think it's just every year, whether it's a new bump, or whether it's track limits, or whether it's the conditions of the weather, the wind played a part here. Do you notice that when you're going through the S's?
Yeah, I mean, through the high-speed sections, like the carousel, for example, 16, 17, 18, you can definitely feel when the wind has moved, because all of a sudden you may have a little snap or a little moment, and you're like, okay, well, there's the wind.
I know you're from here, but that's now called the McConaughey Complex.
Yes.
Tell them why, Jonathan.
Because it's all right, and all right.
I heard that on the commentary yesterday, and I thought that was pretty good.
I hope it gets
my
named
director
that.
loved that joke so much. We're going to take a short break here from the action while they shoot me. I'll speak to you in a minute. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship, so you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Welcome back. We're under caution here in the final race of this iteration of this F4 car, which did Ryan Sheehan no harm, got him up the ladder into FR and beyond. He's been racing in New Zealand. He's been racing here in the States. He's runner-up in the championship. But the big news story of this weekend, or this race, is that Titus Sherlock, the pole man, there you see him, number 31, has had multiple problems, or at least a problem that hasn't gone away. He's been in the pits twice now. We're under caution, so he's chosen to come in again. He's going to have to rejoin at the back. He hasn't lost a lap yet, so that's to his advantage. But you can see, I think it's a steering problem. You can see him fighting with the steering wheel, and he's not up to speed. It's as though he's trying to work out why it's not working.
Yeah, it was interesting. Before the race, they started to look at the steering wheel, taking it on and off. So I'm not sure if maybe the connector is having
to the
an
electronics,
issue,
yeah,
or maybe a button or something is wrong with it.
It's power steering, right? Maybe
no,
it's
power
not.
Steering.
Okay. Do you have power? No, do you have power steering? No,
I don't think there's power steering up until F1.
Oh, well, that's right.
F2,
of course,
F3.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. The F2 guys, not think it's easy, but they go, this is nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it shifts more towards the neck once you get to F1.
Yeah. It certainly does. You know what's interesting? Daniel Quimby, who's never raced before or never raced a race car before, is in second place. And Juanio, who's not had a podium this season, I don't think, is up there. There's a sad sight of Boyadisis looking in his car rather forlornly, thinking of what might have been. He's had a tough weekend, has Michael, for Jay Howard Development. There's no console. I was seeing you at VIR last year, and listen, I didn't know what to say. I just left you to it because there's nothing you can say, is there? You've got to be left to your own devices.
Yeah, as a racing driver, when you crash on your own, that's something that you just have to accept. But it's even worse when someone else takes you out or you have an issue that you couldn't prevent. It honestly feels worse than crashing on your own, just because there's nothing you could have done.
Yep. I misspoke. Keke Juanio did get a podium at VIR. He got a third place there. So he's looking to do the same. But this would be a big weekend for him. We'll keep an eye on Ariel Elkin, who's dropped all the way back to 19th. We'll also keep an eye and to see what Sherlock can do. It looks like we're going to do another lap under safety.
Yeah, but I heard he's going to come in this time. And Jonathan, this is a little bit sad. We've had a lot of fun with the FR-F4 U.S. Championships this year, and this is our last race of the season. You guys have your banquet tonight in a beautiful suite, basically the high roller suite here at COTA during the Formula One weekend. So it should be fun to watch. I just saw John Phippen peek in and gave us an I don't know what's going on, so we don't know what's happening there. But is it a little bit sad when the season ends for you, or does the off-season just fly by?
Well, the off-season always flies by a bit. Especially like if you're doing what I did this year, where you end the season at the start of November in F4 and then immediately go to New Zealand or some other winter championship in January, then it's definitely a very short off season. But if you aren't doing a winter series, then it's 3 to 4 months, so it can feel a bit long. Because I think the longest break you have in season is 2 months, and that feels like an eternity.
I'll bet. Listen, Ryan, while I've got you and we're under caution here, there's your team. There's Kazuba. And I just want to talk to you about the uniqueness of your approach to your racing. Obviously, all of these kids are trying to gain money and sponsorship, but you've taken that role on yourself as a driver, but as a businessman. Tell us a little bit about, because I'm sure there's a lot of fathers and kids out there wanting to do this and follow in your footsteps. How did you go about it, and how, tell us a little bit about the setup of Ryan Strong, or Sheehan Strong.
Yeah, well, we've basically created a company around me and my racing. Obviously, as a racing driver, you're basically a brand, and so we created Ryan Sheehan Racing to kind of facilitate that and become the entity that can help earn the funding to go racing. And so Ryan Sheehan Racing are the people, I mean, it's me, but it's the people who are really working with sponsors to provide value and marketing and really whatever they want to leverage with me and my racing. And so it's just kind of about being flexible. There's not really any cookie cutter way to approach a sponsor, because everybody wants something a little bit different.
But you also went for not the normal sponsors. Keller Williams is one that springs to mind. That's a unique, and you've got a role within the company now.
Yeah, I'm actually taking my real estate license exam on December 2nd. So I'll be a fully licensed real estate agent.
At 18, not bad.
At 18, yeah.
Wow, pretty cool. And they backed you, and they're a big company, obviously nationwide. But it does give you a chance to be, amongst it and actually doing it for real, if you like. You're not just taking the money and putting a sticker on it.
Wait, before we go to that, I want to go, because we're going to go lights out. I'd love to hear your strategy here for this restart, because you've led the field on a lot of these restarts.
I think leading the field is honestly probably the easiest thing to do at a restart, because you're not focused on what the cars ahead of you are doing, and so you can choose when to go. Obviously, we have the specific places we're supposed to go, but it can be an entire corner, so you have to choose either if you're going to go on entry, in the middle, or on the exit of the corner. And so we'll see what Daniel does here, and he's gone pretty much right away.
Yeah, he didn't hold back, did he? That was a smart move, and look at it. He's already at least gapped himself enough where he's able to swerve a little bit away from the 42 of Daniel Quimby.
Yeah, I think he'll be safe going into turn 1.
Yeah, 29 is Juanio. He goes to the inside as they take the high line, or the normal race line, and that's nicely done by Cara, using all the track and a little bit more. It's all fair love and war. No problem so far, but that's a really good start by the American, and he pulls away under the bridge. How hard is the S's? Because it just tightens up in the middle, doesn't it?
Yeah, it can be pretty difficult. Obviously, you're carrying, and in the FR car, we were 5th gear flat out into turn 3, and then just having to slow down is tough.
Yeah, Woodstock.
I don't think I've ever seen it overtake it at turn 7.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive, wasn't
it?
Well, we saw a race one in your race on the inside at turn 20. I'm sure you watched it back, but that was pretty impressive by Oliver Westling yesterday on Callum Hetch, your teammate. But coming into turn 11, there was a bit of debris. Ben, you spotted it. Let's
just
hope
below
nobody,
that shadow, it looked like a part came off on that pace lap. So hope nobody ran over at that time, but I hope nobody runs over at this time as well.
Tyke Durst just got a good place up there. Durst is in 6th place at the moment, just behind Lacey. Woodstoff 4th. Juanio in 3rd place, then Quimby in 2nd, and you can see the gap. Here comes Woodstoff. Got a bit of a... How do you set up? Tell us how you set up the last draft and then do what Woodstoff is, pop out at the right time.
Obviously, you want to stay in it as long as possible, just so that you can get as much speed as possible. And so you're pulling out at the last minute, and it's actually getting pretty dicey in turn 13.
This is great. Look at this 5-way battle, wheel to wheel through 13 and 14. 4 cars, 2 of the international cars, side by side, 3 wide as the 16 of Lacey, getting very racy.
What are you seeing, Ryan?
I'm seeing some track limits issues, but I think they'll just call it racing incidents and maybe just let them have fun.
Yeah, exactly. Well, all the teaching that the race director of Scott Goodyear has put in over the team meetings and drivers briefings. This is the last one, so it's everybody all out here. Great racing though, and as you say, the racecraft, I noticed that with you in F4, the racecraft improving as the year went on. You just got more and more confident.
Look at that, that's Sharipa.
It is Sharipa,
all the
isn't
way
it?
up here already.
That's pretty impressive. So he's got going.
So he's in 8th place, and I think he just took a position there.
Yep, Augusto Shripa, he's had a hell of a weekend. He has a good weekend at VIR as well, so he's really come on good at the end of the season.
Look at them slide through the Hankook S's. Ryan, I didn't see any of the drivers on new tires for this race, so everybody's on yesterday's race tires. Is that going to make a difference?
I mean, when you have more worn tires, then there's always the chance that you have just a little moment, and that could translate into either a spin or getting collected by someone else. But
here you'll see the debris just down from the shadow, a little bit to the right of the middle of the course. They're going right at it, right there.
Yep.
They just hit it, so hopefully that doesn't do anything to a
just
tire.
Went over the top of it.
Sorry to interrupt, Ryan.
No, you go. Wide goes Cantu, I think that was, or Benitez, I think one of the Argentinian drivers. Several drivers going very wide in 11. Now, Toth all over the leader. Cara under pressure now. Toth comes to the side of him. Now, who's going to take this, in your opinion, right?
I think Daniel...
Oh, he tried. But Toth is wise to it. Now he goes back to the inside. Rethinks it. Oh, he's got trouble now. Here comes the 42, and this is great racing as Quimby gets amongst it. Cara trying to defend now, and he was first. Now he's hanging on to second. Great stuff. So, Patrick Woodstoff of Saint-Lazare in Quebec retakes the lead.
I'm getting word from race control that Tyke Durst and Luciano Martinez got into it wheel-to-wheel contact at turn 1 Alpha, and 17 got the advantage from that.
Okay, so we'll see if they do anything about it. 10 minutes to go. But with this huge track and these tiny cars, they're really picking lines that we're not used to seeing overtakes at, are they?
Yeah, and it seems like cars fell down to 4th now.
Yeah, that's a shame. He was doing everything right, but as you can see, the number 10 with the white top and the yellow side pods working it out now. Here comes Lacey. Lacey being squeezed on the inside. It's dirty over there. Lacey keeps his foot in there. That's good driving by the Melbourne Australian.
Yeah. Scott Goodyear was telling us not to cross that white
yeah,
line.
I know. You crossed the blend line, and they crossed it real early.
It seems like both of them crossed it, so it might just cancel each other out.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're following all the rules.
New
Here
leader.
comes Cara. Oh, he's got to be careful out there, and he's still getting footed. I'll tell you what, he's brave.
So he went to 4th to 2nd there.
Yep. Well, no, Lacey, I think the leader's... No,
the leader's way up there. Yeah,
way
you're
up.
right.
He's got an advantage. Once Patrick Woods took the lead, he's now pulling away at the front. He's got a good head start on them now as he heads towards 11.
Yeah, Woods South was probably looking in his mirrors and really enjoying that battle behind, because that just gives him some more leeway, and he can probably just cruise for the last 9.5 minutes.
How do you think he'll do? He was telling me he was looking to do FR next year. Do you think he'll be up there?
Yeah, I think if you're able to be quick in F4, then you can translate that into FR. So
good.
I think he'll do really well.
He's got to beat some guy called Ryan Sheehan.
Maybe.
So this race settling down, 9 minutes to go. It goes quick, and if you blink, you'll miss it because there's so much action going on. Quimby, though, under pressure at the moment from the 29 of KK Juanio, and Juanio looking for his way. Oh, he nudges the back. And that could get him in trouble, actually, couldn't it? Because that was a little bit of a forced pass there. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Quimby might have an issue. He looked a bit squirrely going into 15, or that might just be dirty tires.
Okay, well, we'll see what they decide. Soda Schreiber has done an amazing job. He's up to 7. He's behind Durst now. He's got ahead of Costello. And he might even be higher up the ball. We'll check as he comes through. But really good. Titus Sherlock is up to 15th, so that's actually good news. Shout out to Ava Dobson. I met her right at the beginning of the season, and she was too young to go racing in F4. Had to wait, and she did the job and did a little bit of testing in SVRA, and now she's fully fledged and is racing for her first season, and there she is currently in 15th place. Good on her.
It does seem like Quimby's fallen back since that little touch.
Soto Schreiber is 5th now. What a drive. So he's come from what, 24th to 5th. Amazing. Another newcomer, Wolf, down in 26th place.
There's Schreiber, you were just mentioning, Jonathan. Yeah. Somebody just missed the apex curving there.
One
right
of the Jay
him.
Howard cars, I think. Who's the man behind Schreiber? No, it's not Quimby.
I think that would have been Costello.
Yeah, Costello makes sense, yeah.
And I did get word from Ashley Ongst that Titus is locked for 2nd in the championship.
He is locked, yeah. I thought
really
so.
Do anything.
Yeah, what happened was Daniel Carroll went out yesterday and therefore scored no points, and therefore I think Sherlock, with his finish, therefore wrapped it up. And Ryan confirms he's wrapped up for runner-up in FR, right?
Yeah, confirmed that yesterday in race 2. So today was just about having a good race, and I mean, unfortunately, it didn't end up that way. But I mean, it's always,
gave it a good go.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, it was stuff outside of my control, so I can't really beat myself up too much about it.
Nah, it's no. That's one thing you do learn from racing drivers. They don't dwell on the past because the next one's coming quick.
And this is when you come in from the back of the grid. The back of the pack, when you're one of the fastest cars, you go through that pretty quick. But now that you're getting into the top 10, then when you get into the top 5, every move is strategic, where sometimes you could get 3 or 4 people between corners. This time now, he's got Quimby, Cara, Lacey, and Woods Top ahead of him. That's a tall order.
Exactly. When you're starting from the back, you're looking to pass a car in probably every overtaking zone. So turn 1, turn 11, turn 12, turn 15. Whereas once you get further up, probably around the top 10 or 12, then you're starting to have to really plan out these moves, because you start to realize that these guys are pretty quick.
There's a pass there.
Cara taking the inside line at 20 as it's side by side down the main straight here at Coda. Here they go. And he slots in. Look at this. Soda Schreiber all over him. And he's trying to defend and also trying to get past Juanio. And he's trying to hold off Sutter Schreiber, who's on the outside, getting hung out to dry now. There's nowhere to go. So he goes as fast as he can around the outside, and that might work for him, and it has. Sutter Schreiber takes two.
And look at that. He's getting that over to number 29 of KK, who was the fastest lap last lap.
Yeah, and now up to third. I can't believe this. What a race. International motorsport. And if he really doesn't have his transponder on, I don't suppose he cares at this point. But we're seeing his time, so...
And we were talking yesterday, Ryan, about this is the U.S. Championship, but internationally, people are coming from all over the place because it is such a tough championship. The competition is really good, and in a lot of other countries, sometimes the ladder kind of stops at a different level. But why is it in your FR and in F4 there are so many different people coming?
I think there's just a lot of opportunities in America, so just getting on that stage, you might not even be looking to do Formula One, but since it's the F4 United States Championship, there are lots of American eyes on it, and so they might get an opportunity to go elsewhere and build a career.
And we run some pretty fantastic circuits as well, like Circuit of the Americas.
Here he goes. Here's Tyler Sherlock in the 31, and he's chasing down the new boy, James Lawley, and gets past him at 12. Nice classic overtake. That's a little bit wide, but we'll take it.
And he's in 10th, which is impressive. On the lead lap.
He's up to 9th, so yeah, moving on through. Time to go.
Pit lane to points is
That's pretty impressive, yeah. Lawley, though, doing a good job, trying to stay with him. Here they come, out of 15 and into the triple apex, 16, 17, and 18. What's your favorite part of the track?
I think it's really hard to beat the S's.
Yeah.
It's just so flowing, so high speed that in qualifying on a new tire, it's amazing through there.
Oh, it's not been an easy weekend for Wazinski. I mentioned David Dobson. He did the same junior program 2 years ago and did the full season this year. But this weekend alone has been pretty tough. Now, we've got a race on. Patrick Woods-Toth has been caught by Jesse Lacey, so the Australian has powered through. And let's see what he can do in the last 3 minutes of this race. I'm guessing we'll get the white flag next time round. But Jesse Lacey all over our leader and our champion, I may add. And you know that Patrick Woods-Toth, a teammate of yours, will want to win this race. It's always a way to go out for the rest of the season. It helps the winter, doesn't it?
Absolutely. It helps you, hit the ground running for the next year. You leave on a winning note, and you want to keep that going. So you're pushing extra hard at the start of the next season.
I know this isn't the case in FR, but in F4, the draft is so critical. So last lap, right where Jesse Lacey is, do you want to be the car second in line or first in line coming into 11 just as they are so that you can get the draft down to 12?
I'd probably say you'd want to be in Jesse's spot. He's right up close to Patrick, and you can see how much he's trying to break the toe. He might be actually a bit too far back.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
Seem closer, but yeah, he might have one more lap. So I think it will be probably really tough for Patrick to hold on here.
Well, I've mentioned this before, but you see the weaving to try and avoid that draft. And
Jesse later on the brakes.
Very late. And he just held onto it there. And so into the stadium section, the Mission Foods Stadium section. Into 13, 14. And we've seen some inside moves at 15. But not this time.
Yeah, but I wonder... Woods-Toth has definitely got a great brain behind him and good strategy, but Jesse might be kind of just holding back there, seeing what he can do into 1 to hopefully set himself up for between 11 and 12. We'll see.
He's certainly got a great opportunity to take a win, that's for sure, and that would be really impressive by Jesse Lacey.
I saw him yesterday, and I filmed this and sent it to Ashley. He was juggling. Just trying to get all of his synapses firing as we see the white flag come around as they come up the Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler Turn 1. Now put yourself in Lacey's seat right now, Ryan. What would you do?
I mean, it doesn't look like he has an opportunity into 1, so I'm going to just be focusing on getting a good exit and carrying that all the way through 11, really, and onto the back straight so that I can hopefully use the toe to get past.
This has be a good race with Alex Berg not racing this weekend. Jesse Lacey started the weekend 5th and he will move ahead of Alex Berg and end up behind Titus Sherlock in the championship in 4th overall. So that's pretty impressive. Obviously, it's Woods-Toth with the championship. Michael Costello is going to take second place overall. Sherlock will be third, and it looks like Jesse Lacey, with either first or second here, will take fourth.
I got to say, I came out here in the fog at 5:45 in the morning and set up the hand-cooked signs to the S's that got destroyed yesterday, and they were gone before we televised today.
Are they really?
Yeah. So here it is.
Here we go. Jesse Lacey for the lead at 11. And that's a classic inside move, and he's done it now.
But
you say, though...
Yeah, did Toth do that on purpose?
Well, here's Toth. He's going side by side with him now. He's not choosing to go with the slipstream, and he's trying to get it done just on pure drive at the moment, and he looks... Well, he's in a better position track-wise at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think I would have made the move in turn 11. I don't know if Patrick maybe slowed down to try and force him ahead, but...
Well, he's made that well. Oh, a nudge from behind by Lacey. That is contact, no question. Now Lacey looks to the inside at 13. Daredevil move. But he's done it. Forced him wide. I don't know whether Scott agrees with that, Scott Goodyear, but now high and wide goes Woods Toth, but he's playing into the hands of Soda Shripo, who's come all the way from the back and senses an opportunity for a win here. Three-way battle for the finish. Wow. Ryan, who's your money on?
I'd say this might be a provisional result.
Yeah, there's been a lot of little things that they might have to look at here.
Take us to the finish, Jonathan.
Here we go then. Out of 19 they come. Last corner, and it could all end in tears. They're side by side, and Lacey's got the edge at the moment. Lacey leads. Toth comes off the grass and does take it with a photo finish. I don't know whether it counts, but either way, Patrick Woods Toth, I think, has just nudged it by an inch or two.
Soto Sharipa is definitely my hero of the race. Look at that. Third place.
Officially, it's 0.017, a hundredth of a second. And he came across the grass and the AstroTurf to get there.
I think Scott Goodyear might have a long night.
Yeah, well, he always does.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see what he decides to do with... not just that, but it seemed like throughout the whole race there were some interesting
a lot of stuff going
interpretations of the track limits.
Well, Orlando, his sponsor, real estate company in Canada, have helped him on. MotoMaster, another one of his sponsors. But he is looking for more, just as Ryan Sheehan is. So if you fancy looking towards the next Formula One stars, you can go look no further than the likes of Patrick Woods Toth and Ryan Sheehan of
And you'll get to hang out with Ron Fellows.
Yeah.
You know, one of the nicest people in motorsports. And, you know, we meet a lot of ex-Trans Am drivers and champions and pros. And with the exception of Paul Gentilozzi, they are all delightful, aren't they, Jonathan?
Oh, they're great. I think we should throw you in a historic Trans Am car.
Someday.
Go thrill seeking.
You know, you were talking about the track limits, and I know that sometimes you get pushed out, and we did see some over the blend lines, early in the blend lines, but Patrick Woods Toth was forced way out there at turn 20 and somehow was able to cut that angle. And what did you say the time was, Jonathan?
Oh, 0.017, yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And I don't think actually I would put any blame on Woods Toth, as you say. Lacey had the advantage as they came into 20, but forced that advantage. So it's going to be interesting. We'll see.
They haven't pulled next to each other to give each other the thumbs up, so I think they might come in a little hot.
Well, Jesse Lacey got his first win at VIR, and from there on in, he's just looked the part. Here's the results then. Patrick Woods Toth does take the official victory anyway for now. And it was 0.017. Jesse Lacey of Australia from Melbourne takes second place, both crosslink Kiwi. International Motorsports, 24th to 24. Oggy gets third place, so that's an incredible race. Keiko Huanio takes fourth. He got a podium last time out at VIR. Daniel Cara, who effectively started pole when Sherlock dropped out, was fifth. Zelenka, sixth. Lawley, seventh. That's a great result for the Atlantic Racing team. James Lawley coming into the championship. Titus Sherlock, in the end, recovered to eighth. Ariel Elkin, ninth. And Christian Cantu rounds out the top 10, the young Mexican driver for Scuderia Buell.
Jonathan, I just heard from Race Control that Titus Sherlock is going to win one of those beautiful Omologato watches for his performance, so congratulations to him. And here's our leader. Let's see how he and Jesse Lacey get out of their cars.
He looks exhausted.
He does.
Yeah.
So you win a championship, and then you go out and just for the fun of it, have one of the races of your lives to win the last race. And we saw Callum Hedge there, too, just hanging out. And Bryson Morris giving him the high five.
What's with the black lids? All of you guys choosing the black lids these years.
Well, I think Patrick started with a painted helmet. I'm not sure why he had to change, but it might just be the new fashion.
There you go.
I like Titus Sherlock's yellow helmet a lot.
Yeah, it's good.
I think it looks good. Now, why didn't they bring in Lacey in second place?
Interesting. All will be revealed. And John Phippen will be making his way down there. But a quick chat with his engineer. And
That's
there
Bryson
is.
Morris, who raced with us in F4
Yes,
and
it is,
FR
yeah.
early on
That's
in the
right.
season. Really good F4 driver. I believe got second in the championship last year, or third. He got second, I'm hearing from Ryan, and then went over and raced in Europe and kind of basically ran out of money. So we were talking about how important sponsorship is. You've got somebody like Bryson Morris, so talented, but you can run out of money, and that's unfortunate, but he's still there working with Crosslink Kiwi. So cool to see Patrick Woods-Toth. And Jonathan, what are you seeing?
Yep, I'm seeing that John Phippen is got the bike and he's ready to talk to our winner, Patrick Woods-Toth.
Thanks, Jonathan. Patrick Woods-Toth, it seems hard to believe in this championship season that this is only your 4th win, but it's your 15th podium. What a weekend it's been.
Yeah, I mean, we wrapped up the championship yesterday after such a strong year, and today we were just going for gold. So it's nice to end it off on a high note, finishing first on track, and you know, came away with a championship, and that's the most important part. And I'm just so happy and thankful to the team, my sponsors, everyone. I mean, it's just been such an amazing year. So yeah, thank you.
Jesse kept you honest. He set the fastest lap of the race as he was chasing you down at the end. Were you a little worried?
Not really. I mean, I've been a lot of races before, and yeah, I was expecting it. The draft here is so strong, so I knew that he was going to be coming. He passed me to the hairpin. I let him have it, tried to over-under him, and then we raced the whole last lap, and it was an exciting battle for sure.
17 thousandths of a second, by the way.
Yeah, it was a close one. I think it was 3 wide as well, right?
Exactly. Well done. Jonathan, there's your champion.
Yeah, it doesn't get any closer than that. 3 wide, as he says, and finding track where there wasn't any. But great way for a champion to finish off his season with a win. It's been a remarkable season, and these are the ones that you remember when it all goes according to plan. And that's how it's gone for Patrick Woods-Toth. My thanks to Ryan Sheehan and to Ben Sissel for joining me here in F4. We've got a host of SVRA Speed Tour coming your way. Don't go anywhere. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Everything in our garage is inspired by our racing spirit. Race in for a great deal on the Honda CR-V. Only at the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event.
Welcome back to the Speed Tour as we turn to something completely different, as you can see. Look at that Mini with the British flag. Love it. As we turn now to our first coverage of some of the SVRA weekend from the Speed Tour. This is a huge weekend, this final weekend here at COTA for SVRA. And our first action comes from Group 1A, 3, 4, and 5B. An eclectic group of Porsches, Austin Healys, Datsuns, MGBs. Got the odd Cooper out there, the Toyota. MG Midgets. So my friend Ben Sissel will be well happy. Got the odd Brabham out there, in fact a couple of Brabhams. So, and also, right at the front, Lotus 23C and a 23B. I'll let Ben go through the entire grid when he gets it, because that's his will. He knows this group very well. And it's great to see so many cars involved in this group 1A, 3, 4, and 5B. But Ben, welcome back. I know you like this group because it's full of British sports cars.
My favorite group. And I gotta though give you props. I was listening to you in my ears, walking back, getting my laptop, and you said, and now for something completely different in your British accent. That was so Monty Python of you. I love that. So this is Group 1A, 3, 4, and 5B. There's way too many cars out here. There's 36 cars for me to go through the grid, but we are going to go through the grid on video here. As you see, there's Frazier and the Kermit the Frog Eye Sprite. That's Tony Pirella's old Corvette there being driven by Jim Cottle. And just some really cool cars. There's the number 10 Austin Healey, that Sprite that I want to go through. That's David Lee. David Lee has nerve damage in his left leg, and he's developed an air clutch system in this vintage car that can work like a clutch. It can release him from the, he's running just a regular synchro gearbox, and with an air compressor in the back, it will work like an air clutch using the master cylinder, so he can actually disengage it if somebody wants to drive it. And it's a really cool thing, and he's working with different amputees or anybody that can't function their left leg to push in on the clutch. Yeah, so it's really neat. You'll see him there. There's the number 10,
I see it, yeah.
the Sprite that just gave a good wave like he knew we were talking about. But I just met him this morning, and I just thought that was such a cool thing. He's got a button. Everybody thinks it's a nitrous button on his shift ball.
Competition says he's cheating with a nitrous button.
But it's actually his air compressor. So he's got two different speeds. One lets it out gently for removing the from leaving the grid from like gear 1 or 2, and then the other one's more like just a power shift. And you can hear it, the solenoids interacting there with the master cylinder. But how cool is that he's now working with Army vets and amputees to be able to run vintage race cars?
Or did he employ somebody to
I
come up with
I think he kind of came up with the system.
Great idea.
So that's David Lee there, number 10, the champion already in this race.
Okay,
but I think they're coming to the green flag, Jonathan.
Yeah, as you can see, 2x2, and we'll watch for the Honda Civic. Yes, he is making his way into the pit lane, which means now that Nathan Thompson in his Lotus 23C, the all blue, and alongside him Travis Engen, who I'm sure we'll see again. Wes Wigington lines up third, Diego Iturbe in fourth. Here we go, folks. SVRA in action. Group 1A, 3, 4, and 5B make their way towards that famous big red turn that we call the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Turn 1. 133 feet up that hill.
Nathan Thompson with Ragogo Racing, who put on a fish fry here last night. Really, really good driver. We were asking about that car at Watkins Glen. That is the 23C, which gives it the different body panels in the back. Lou Marchant there in an MGA with wire wheels, which, as you know, is always my favorite. And then there's the number 12, the Porsche 914.
Is anybody in a right-hand drive Mini? Because
Mini, yeah. I know. I just went and looked at two of the Minis, and I know that they both are. The Snoopy is out there, which is Phil Wick's old car. It's a car I actually bought in North Carolina about 12 years ago, and it's out there racing. That's the number 28 of Colby Lemons. That's an Austin Mini Cooper, right-hand drive. But so let's go through. You were talking about this Group 5. So the Group 5 is in the lead, but Wes Wigington is used to be an MG midget driver, then went to Formula Ford, and now he's in a Huffaker Genie Mark III.
Nice.
Beautiful car.
California.
As we see the rear end of that 23 looks different than Travis Engen's 23, and then there's Wes, and then we already have a Group 3 car there of Ballback, and then a car that, you know, what I love about these, I'm obviously a car person, I'm obviously a British car person, but what I love about SVRA events is there was a car I could not figure out. I knew it was a Cooper-looking Monaco body, but it has a small block Chevrolet Corvette engine in it, and that's Diego Iturbi, the number 116. Really cool car. I think he's in about 4th or 5th position here as we look at Travis Engen, and like you said, we're going to see him a lot today.
Yeah, and Nathan Thompson, Travis Engen, Engen in that all red number 1, and here comes the 156 that you mentioned earlier, Wigginton.
And then right behind him is that car I was talking about, the Iturbi and the Cooper Monaco with the small block Chevrolet right there. Really neat car. I love cars when the form and fashion combine, kind of like Jaguar did with their XK120s and C and D types, where the bulbous hoods over the tires and things like that. I just love flowing lines like that. We don't see that in today's cars. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching on SpeedTour TV on YouTube, please leave us some comments, roast the commentators. If we get a call wrong, who you're rooting for, where you're watching from. Let's have some fun today in the comments section. It is the last race of the season. Let's have some fun. Now we're going to see this big block Chevrolet be able to pass Wes Higginton in that Huffaker Genie Mark III, but then he's going to have that weight. And it is, I would say, a mid-engine Chevrolet right behind the driver in that car, but he is going to be a little bit heavier.
Yeah, one car that took my notice was the 1958 Achinda Special. It's an Achinda Roadster.
I haven't seen that.
Steven Steers at the wheel, number 66. Haven't seen it yet, but we will. And yeah, just a car that I'm not that familiar with. So
that should be Willis Murphy Jr. No, that's the 116. That's Diego Iturbi, the Cooper Monaco T61. Yeah. So I'm sorry, that was Willis Murphy in that Elva MK7S then.
Yep.
And I'm getting all confused. Sorry about that.
Steers, he's out of this group, as it were, the top 15, which is Thompson, Engen, Wigginton, Chapman, Balbach, and Iturbi. Nash, Clements in 8, Schutler in 9th position, and Donatelli in 10th.
Now you called it an echidna. Is that correct? I've always called it an echidna. But I don't know. I don't know what is correct. So if you're watching and you know, give us a comment.
Well, I can tell you they were built in 1958 by John Staver, Ed Gearson, and Bill Larson. And it was a race car named after the obscure Australian anteater. There you go. A bit of knowledge for you.
See, I love
There's
that.
John Nash.
John Nash, Ballback. This two really good SVRA drivers. Ballback going in deep on Nash.
Whoa.
I don't think that was contact. I think that was Nash just kind of getting a little bit nervous there. So John Nash spinning off into 11 in that Lotus Super 7.
I think he braked later than he would have done normally. And there's that beautiful number 8.
Nicholas Clements in the 8 ball.
Porsche 356B.
I love the lines of that, and you and I talk about this regularly, but basically, since the 50s, Porsche has not deviated from those lines, and I love it.
Yeah, that's a 1960. Beautiful.
So I'm monitoring the comments on our YouTube channel, so feel free. Tell us where you're watching from. Give us a little roast, and let's have some fun today. Last event of the season as they come around. Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers, turn 20. Coming up to Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers, turn 1. And now we're seeing a gap. And this is just pretty normal in vintage racing and all kinds of road racing, especially mixed group racing, like we're seeing that there's different gaps of racing, and there's different people that you can race with. And it makes it so much fun, and there's always somebody to be racing with in SVRA or at these events.
And given that it is the last weekend, talk a little bit about the race for the helmet, the Bell helmet.
Yeah, that'll be tomorrow. Today is the NetJets feature races, and we appreciate NetJets for coming on board and being one of our favorite marketing partners and sponsors. And tomorrow is the Bell Helmet, the only vintage racing national championship in the country, something that Tony started. You win about an $800 Bell Helmet that's painted in gold and black stripes. It's beautiful with the year and the national championship on it. I'd be surprised if we don't see somebody wearing theirs from years past out there. There's that 66. And that's the Echidna.
Yeah,
that
is the Roadster.
Beautiful car. It kind of looks like a Scarab to me, but a beautiful car. Another one of those kind of specials to come out. Really cool to see that car. That is a Group 4 car.
Chevrolet engine. Basically kind of built around the Corvette, or as a look-alike Corvette in some ways. It's a kit car, if you will.
So John Nash is back up and rolling there. And that's Michael Kopecky in that 9144 that I thought was Dave Ferguson. So maybe if you know, maybe that's Dave Ferguson's car out there. I wasn't aware that he had sold it. But you can see these two cars are now dragging him down.
37 of Thomas Donatelli coming down in that orange and black. Got John Nash behind him. Here comes the 30 just behind them. That's Michael Kopecky in that Porsche. Actually, that's the Royale RP4. It is a Porsche Audi.
That's what I met Brian Johnson from ACDC was racing one of those with us years and years ago, and still races it with us. And I think he's at Daytona this weekend. So it's great to see. But here it is. Here's that. This is a left-hand drive Mini Cooper.
That's all I want in life. That's me sorted. Me and Murphy.
Why wouldn't you? They are. I've had many. Have a '67 Cooper S, and it's the most fun car to drive without breaking the law.
Right.
Like I've got country roads that are 40, 50 miles an hour, and it is so much fun to drive those without even speeding.
I bet you feel like you're going about 100.
Oh, yeah, and it corners so well, very easy to park, and I have yet to fill up the gas tank without somebody asking me if I fit in that thing.
Coming out of 20 then, John Nash has made another position up as he moves through the field. Race still led by Nathan Thompson. Thompson in that 02. Lotus 23C. And we've got two Loti at the front, as it were.
There's Jim Caudill in Tony Perella's ex-Corvette.
That's gorgeous, isn't
Beautiful car, yeah. And Tony always had that really well prepared, so it's cool to see Jim, who's been a longtime Corvette racer with us. And that is such a cool, beautiful car. There's behind the 222 was Paul Conkle Jr., but that's Donnie Cluck in the Datsun 2000.
Yeah, both the Lotuses, the 23C and 23B, are both from 1962. There's real history out there today. I'm just trying to see if there's anything from the 50. Yes, we got a 1950. Well, the Anchida Roadster is from 1958, as we mentioned. We've also got a Corvette from 58. That was one we just mentioned.
You're going to like this. Paul Conkle Jr., who's from Texas, comes to the Formula One races here and is a huge Lewis Hamilton fan. And we know how much Lewis Hamilton loves Circuit of the Americas.
You probably like going around in that car too.
Yeah, I'm sure we could try to arrange that. I'm sure Paul would gladly give up the keys to that. One time while we were here at COTA, I just happened to be going by in my scooter, and he was pulled off to the side, and I'm an MG guy, and I asked him, he was pulled off to the side in a safe place, and so I asked him if I can look at it, and he said, yeah, and I saw that his coil wire wasn't plugged in. I was able to plug it in and fire him up, and he was able to go back out there.
There you go.
So I like being able to help out our drivers. I did see Scott Frazier being towed in on the service road, so not sure what happened there. And speaking of Scott Frazier, I've got to say this. Very sad news. I heard just after Virginia International Raceway that Mitch, his mechanic at IMS Classics, passed away after a long fight with cancer. He was at VIR with us. It was great to see him, but soon after VIR, unfortunately, he was our professional mechanic of the year last year, and unfortunately succumbed to cancer, so a huge loss for everybody in the vintage racing community.
Sure. That's Tom Brown in the Spitfire.
I love Spitfires. And then, you know, both of us being history buffs, Just got to love the name Spitfire. You know,
I know.
that's the British Spitfire. Of course, Ford has its Mustang.
Yep.
And then the big Heelys. You can't not love a big Heely in the proper British racing green. That just puts a smile on my face, because big Heelys, they're some of the prettiest cars, but they're big Heelys, you know.
Yeah.
And that's an Austin Healey 3000, big inline 6-cylinder engine.
I got a nice little story for you. The Austin Healey Sprite, of which there are several out there, was announced to the press in 1958, a couple of days after the Monte Carlo race by the British Corporation, of course. And it was announced as intended as a low-cost model that a chap could keep in his bike shed.
Nice. I love that. And how many people did those cars, the Spridgets, introduce into sports car racing? Lotus Cortina, we haven't seen that yet.
Seen that
Look
one
at
for a
that.
while. Ah, good
It's
old
like
Cortina.
Ron's listening to us up there in the camera stand. Look at this beautiful shot of a Lotus Cortina. What's the number on that? Because
It's 195.
Trying to see. Oh, that's Michael Mott.
Yes, it is.
Look at that beautiful car. I love the Lotus Cortinas. Another one of those cars that wasn't really intended for racing, but fun to race. There's David Lee in that number 10 car that we were talking about.
With his special clutch.
And I'm hearing that the checkered flag is out. Is the checkered flag out? I can't tell.
It is on top of that car, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. There it is, exactly. You see Scott Frazier being towed in there on the service road. That's a bumpy road, man. I'm sorry about that.
Beautiful day here in Texas as these old British cars go about their business and floating through the S's.
Look at the smile on that car. I love it. And that is the man that has figured out air compressor for his clutch. And so cool to see. There is the checkered flag.
Nathan Thompson's already taken it. Travis Engen will be second. And Dan Chapman, in fact, got up to third at the end there in the Brabham BT8.
So a Chapman is in a Brabham.
I know. Go figure.
Yeah. And then we might have a Brabham in a Lotus later.
Yes. And
How funny is that?
We've got a couple of Brabhams in Brabhams.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be really, really fun.
Is that right?
Yeah,
We've got
Matt Brabham,
Jeff
Jeff Brabham,
yeah, brilliant.
Ron Hornig. We've got a really good Formula B race. I still think the best race we've captured here with Greenlight doing the live streaming was the Formula B race a few years ago with the two Brabhams and Tonis Cassamets, and we're going to recreate it this weekend.
Yeah, I love it. What a thrill to race your granddad's car, huh?
So I'm hearing from Jay Ellis that nothing shifts as easily as a Cortina. We're getting Folsom, California. We've got Niagara Falls is joining us.
Not Folsom Prison, California.
Maybe.
Could be.
Mike Cron. He says he's got the number 99 Beretta. Hopefully that's a car he's talking about. Or he might be in Folsom.
Yeah, there you go. Or he's headed that way.
So let us know there, Mike Cron.
So this concludes our coverage of our first race of the day. We've got a full weekend of SVRA SpeedTour to show you, but Nathan Thompson doing the business in that beautiful blue number 02, and he is our winner. Ahead of Travis Engen in second place. Dan Chapman, as we mentioned, up to third place in the 52. Wes Wigington in fourth position. George Ballack in fifth. Stephen Steers, who I mentioned earlier in that beautiful car, that Insignia, in sixth place. Nicholas Clements. Then Stefan Schulter in eighth. John Nash up to ninth, ahead of Thomas Donatelli in the Porsche in 10th position. So that concludes that race. We've got more action coming up, and we'll have action from Group 5A, 8, and 12B coming up. So stay with us. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back from COTA.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance Brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas as we look high over the beautiful tower, over 200 feet and 400 steps if you want to do it, but there is an elevator, so that's okay. The drum beat. Now, you'd like this as a drummer. So we can get a band on stage at the Germania Theatre and tie it to the drum beat and have the lights on the tower go with the drums. Now, you would love that.
Yeah, I would love that. That would feel like ultra power.
Wouldn't it?
Yes.
And with a really awesome drummer, could really create quite a spectacle. We're looking at the 51A.
Wait, am I looking at the wrong schedule? Because this is not Group 8, is it?
Well, it's 5A, 8, and 12B. That's what I've got.
Oh, I've got a different schedule then. I'm
Okay.
showing this is 8 and 12. So, yeah, let's go with your group.
Well, I've got, 5, 8, and 12.
Okay.
And that's Andrew Myers in the pole in a Carbia Sports 2000, that old blue.
Cool story about that. His mom and grandfather and uncle are in Daytona this weekend racing, and he and his brother decided to come and race here.
Get away from the rest of the family. Nice move.
Yeah, I don't have a grid sheet, Jonathan, so we're going to lean on you.
I've
Here's
got-
downtown Austin, though.
Yeah. I've got, so you'll know this, though. Andrew Myers and Ben Myers, those are the brothers, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
gotcha.
Now, I come here every year, been coming here every year for 10 years, and that skyline gets bigger and
I
bigger.
know,
I live
it's
in
nuts.
Nashville, which is the other Austin. They're basically sister cities, and it's the same thing there in Nashville. But I see a lot of cranes. I wonder if Cube 3 is building a building here.
Well, ASIO Data is just down the road. That's the Google building, that sort of sail-like sort of triangle-looking one.
Over there to the left?
Yeah.
Google, I've never heard of that. Is that a big company?
Well, it's got potential. They
Not as big as YouTube that we're on live, right?
Absolutely
Oh,
not. No,
I'm
of course
kidding, people.
So here we go. A nice look at the pre-grid as they get ready to head out. It's never easy to pre-grid them here. It's not an easy place. I was talking to Chelsea, who does all the pre-gridding, and she was saying that this is not an easy place to sort everybody out.
Is that Henry Payne? I can't see. I think so. If that's Henry Payne the 5th. Yeah, there we go. Henry Payne has a really cool, you can see on the front there, if we can get George to take a shot, he has a big Detroit News. He's the motorsports columnist and has like a little talk radio show out of Detroit. And if you know anything about cars, you know that Detroit's a pretty big car city. They call it
Yeah.
Motor City, Motown. And so he is the reporter on the car industry there. I've been a guest on his radio show before, but really good driver. He races with his son also. I'm not sure if his son is here racing, but this is kind of a weird group of cars, the sports racers, and then our kind of medium bore production cars as the Group 8 and Group 12 cars.
Yeah, just a few Group 12 cars. In fact, only 4. And the rest are Group 8.
The voice you're hearing right now is Peter Gorski, one of our photographers that's coming through Ron's camera there at Turn 1. I can recognize his voice. I love it.
You'll be delighted to hear you've picked him out.
Look at this beautiful shot here. The most cars we've had in the parking lot, Jonathan, on a Saturday because we have broken our attendance records. Seems like every year we keep doing that. So happy to say that here for the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour as they come through that Customers Bank Mission Foods gate to go out on track. Hopefully we're doing a split start because these Sports 2000s are not used to racing with these production-based cars. Now that should be the Paynes also there in the number 90 and the number 16.
Yeah, that's Henry Payne, yeah, in the 90. And then
Is that
Samuel
Henry
Payne
the 6th?
No, well, we've got Henry the 5th is in the 13. Henry Payne with no number is 90, or no number next to his name. And then Samuel Payne is in the number 16.
Somebody
in a Lola Sport
brand
2000.
new tires.
Yeah.
And we were talking about echidna, the pronunciation, and there's taigas that race in these, and it's like 50-50. And even people that worked for the factory called it tiga or taiga.
Yep.
So if you're on our comment section on SpeedTour TV on
what's
YouTube,
the anteater in Australia?
What is the? I don't know.
Well, that's what it was named after.
Yeah, I don't know. What's the answer? Is it tiga or taiga?
Well, we've got Porsches. I know about that. We've got Datsuns. We know about BMWs. We've got Alfa Romeo GTVs. We've got Datsun 510s. We've got a bunch of those. And they actually, I was reading about this. We obviously know about them in Trans Am because they were huge in the sort of under 2,500 cc production class back in the day, to much of their advantage. But I hadn't realized back in Australia and down under, they were a huge rally success, were the 510 Datsuns.
Yeah, one of those cars like the Mini Cooper that when they first made them, there was nobody that thought we should race these. You know, but then there's always somebody out there. It's like, hey, I wonder if these things, once you get in it, like I had a BMW E30, which they did plan on racing, but just such a well-balanced car that why not? And a Mini Cooper, was made for the oil embargo of the Suez crisis, and all of a sudden it's winning all kinds of crazy things.
They are going to do a split start, as you can see.
Yeah, I like that. Appreciate that as they come around Customers Bank, turn 11. Another thing I'm disappointed about, and I'm sorry to Customers Bank and Caitlin, who is here, I went out in the fog at about 6 o'clock in the morning and put up some signs, and there was one there at the exit, but I think I put it too far down or it got taken down by a car because I don't see it anymore.
Is it me, or is Caitlin the most energetic, vibrant, and excited to be part of SVRA sponsor we've ever had?
Yeah, she's pretty good.
She loves it.
I love having her around. She gave the start command at VIR. Then I went back up there and she was running grid. Yeah, but James with NetJets, and this is a NetJets feature, is also really fun to have in the paddock. Juan Gonzalez is usually out there with us racing, and Scott Borchetta. So I'd put them as my top 4.
Well, welcome aboard, Customers Bank, but new sponsor, new partner to the championship. Thanks to Thad Moffitt, and welcome aboard. And now they've got the corner number 11 named after it. In normal days, it's known as the Bobby hairpin, because Bobby Epstein, of course, the founder of the Circuit of the Americas and owner of said circuit.
That was Thomas Kane there in the number 51. So that rounds out our group 5 of those sports racers, and look for the Myers to go at it. But I'm only seeing Andrew Myers out there. So did Ben not make it?
It's hard to say, Ben. It's hard to say. Here we go then. Getting ready for a 2x2 start, and you can see it's going to be a split start. We've got a good field of over 25 cars here for this race around the 3.4 mile circuit.
Ken Manella's telling us great coverage. Really good racer with us. But Jonathan, we're about to take a start here.
Here we go. Pace car comes in. The Honda Civic's done its bid. And it'll be a run up the 133 feet. That is Big Red and Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1. Here we go then. 51 of Andrew Myers will lead the way. Alongside him, everybody vying for position. It's going to be tight into that first corner. They're nice and bunched together. But a good start. And one of the Pains makes a good start, at least.
This is a driver's class in the sports. Look at that, side-by-side, 2x2, Jonathan.
Whoa, great stuff. Look at this. Something's got to give here. Under the bridge. And he's got him, finally, our pole man. But that was a little bit racy for a while there.
Oh, Don, if you're watching this, I feel bad for you there. That was a little crazy.
Here's our second start. As the Porsches and an eclectic group of different cars all getting ready. Porsches, Datsuns, Ford Mustangs, Hondas, Alphas. And it's the 81.
Now watch this black and blue Datsun 510, one of our best drivers in vintage racing, Troy Ermish, who joined us in the TA2 series out west this year. But he brought a lot of these Datsun 510 B sedans, which is one of my favorites. We were talking about the Datsuns earlier. So we're going to see some really, really good racing here. I saw H.D. Woodruff out there, who is a Texan in that BMW 2002. But we're back here to the Group 5, and Myers is pulling out a little bit of a lead.
Only a little bit, though.
So, yeah,
still pretty
close.
Given how much of a lap we've already had. Into 12 then, under braking. Cars just shifting underneath them, but nice and smooth so far. 20 slots into second place. That's Peter Eskuki.
So this S2000 class,
DB2.
huge popular class still to this day in the SCCA because this is spec racing. They were based on the Ford Pinto straight 4 engines, 2-liter engines. That's the 2000. And, obviously back in the day, those were readily available in junkyards. And then it's basically a spec series. People could design the cars and the bodies. And it is a driver's class. And still to this day, you can see by how competitive it is in all the different classes.
Good economic way to go racing. Put the Pinto engine in, 2 liters, that's all you need. Get a light body, and you're going to get some power and torque.
Yeah, those are torquey engines. And they're pretty bulletproof as well.
So Myers crosses the line in the lead. Eskuki in second place. Tim Probert in third. Samuel Payne and then Henry Payne. So it's a family affair.
Where did Henry go, though?
Well, Henry's down in fifth, just ahead of Marvin Hodges. In the yellow, black and yellow Lola 90. Not the number 90, the Lola 90. But he is in the number 90.
Uh-oh, look at this. Number 20 coming up on Andrew Myers. Coming into the Hankook S's.
Good McLaren colors.
Getting a little bit squiggly there as the 66.
Marvin Hodges.
Yeah, Marvin Hodges. That is a place, it is weird because you get into a rhythm in those S's, but they're different radiuses. Yeah, it does. It tightens up. And it can kind of knock you out if you're not really thinking super hard about it.
Yeah, easily. Yeah, it's one of the great parts of the design here is that S's look, it can really fool you, and everybody's been saying this weekend just how tough it is to get through there. And get it right, put it that way, every time. And it can make the difference from a decent lap. The S's here can decide whether you have a good lap or a bad lap.
I can't believe watching the Formula One race and watching the in-car how quickly they can interpret and process the information as we have a new leader. Eskuki over Myers. Coming into 12.
Well, they spread out pretty quickly, didn't they?
Yeah, I think
first group.
I think Henry Payne is out.
Okay.
He must have come in. But I'm seeing him on my scoring, but I don't see him on track anymore.
Armin Gorbani in the Datsun 510. Started 17th, trying to make his way through. Here's the 51. Thomas Kane in that Tiga. I'd say Tiga.
There's George F. Ballback there. Really cool car. Very good driver. I think he just got out of that 356 from the last race and got right into this car. So doing 2 in a row. There's Troy Ermish in that Datsun 510.
That's a 66 Porsche hit 911 he's in. Lovely. And just behind him is the 81. And that's another Porsche from 67 this time. Nicholas Clemens at the wheel. The nice red stripes on the bonnet. I don't know how much those are worth these days, but it seems that these older sort of late 60s, early 70s Porsches now are just like, gold dust or unicorns. Everybody wants them. So too the BMWs as well.
Yeah, about 10 years ago we saw this in vintage racing is the 356s.
Yeah.
Became so pricey that people stopped racing them and put them back into street cars and auctioned them off. And, we're afraid that might happen to some of these 911s now as well.
It wouldn't surprise me, to be honest. It would not surprise me. You just saw Troy Ermish going through in his Datsun 510. He qualified, 13th overall behind Clements.
And if you're watching here on YouTube, leave some comments if you know anything about the drivers or the cars, or if we get a call wrong, feel free to tell us. I do have a question. That number 58, that Mustang out there that we're seeing, I think we asked this last year. Is that the SVO? There it is as we come up. That's Brian Thomas Hines. I can't remember. Is it SVO or SVT? So leave a comment. Tell us about that. Right behind that 510 with that snorkel going into the cockpit.
What is the question?
Is that the, I can't remember if it's SVO or the 2.3 liter with the turbo, or is that the 5 liter Mustang?
Well, it's from, I'll help as much as I can. It's a 1989 Ford Mustang.
I had a 1989 Ford Mustang GT. I was rolling in my 5.0 with the rag top down so my hair can't flow.
Oh my word, you were rapping while you were doing it. There's a Datsun. This is the guy you were talking about, huh? Who's pretty handy, and he looks pretty handy coming through the S's too. Look at that, nice little drift.
Yeah, every way. That's Thomas Schluter.
Yep.
And that Datsun looks like a 240.
240Z, yeah. Yeah, we got 510s, 240Zs, that 240Z from 1972. We've got
what was
a couple
that
of 69
Honda
Datsun.
thing that I was talking that was on screen, but it was kind of right behind the.
There's an S2000
number
out
7,
there, 2004 S2000.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I hadn't seen that before.
Here's an Alpha. Can't miss that.
Mayor Primo, he was with us just a couple weeks ago. There's that S2000 in front of him. Just a couple weeks ago at VIR. You got to look at this car up close. Mayor Primo, unbelievable race car driver, but really well-prepared car.
1967 GT Junior. That one. We've also got a GTV. I don't know what the difference is between the GTV and the GT Junior, but work it out yourself. We've got a 69 and a 67.
Here comes one of my favorites, Armin. Where is he? Armin Gorbani there.
Yeah.
One of my favorite drivers. It's really fun in the paddock. He has a couple of different 510s that he races with us. Joined us at Laguna Seca in Sonoma this year. But if you're here walking around the paddock, go talk to Armin Gorbani. Just a really cool guy to talk to. Has a lot of fun at the races.
You know, that 510 looks just almost like a Ford Escort to me, or at least a similar kind of car that you'd never think as a race car, but it got turned into a rally car and a race car, and mainly because of the economics of it.
Yeah, it has the aerodynamics of a brick, but the thing makes a great race car.
Certainly does. We just saw a quick glimpse of the 70 Porsche 914. Larry Lunda at the wheel. And look at the tower packed.
Yeah, a beautiful day here at Circuit of the Americas. It's going to be a beautiful day tomorrow. If you're still looking to get tickets or anywhere near the area, speedtour.net is how you get tickets. And it's going to be a great racing tomorrow for the helmets, the Gold Bell Helmet National Championship helmets. So it should be a lot of fun. So like Bob Barker says, come on down.
Come on down.
Mark Nettishine there in the 8BS number 37. Another one of our great West Coast fantastic B sedan racers, followed by Tim Probert in another Datsun 510.
Yeah,
we're talking about Troy Ermish at the 510 store. Basically restores a lot of 510s. Sorry, Troy, I forget the name of your company right now, but he builds a lot of these, and they are race-winning cars, so you got to check them out.
Interesting enough, you know, you, just so people tuning in, 510 was how it was known between 68 and 73, but outside it was offered as a Datsun 1600. So just in case you're not sure of the terminology 510, that's what we're looking at there. Rear-wheel drive. And
yeah, B sedan racing was the Lotus Cortinas, and then the BMW 2002s, the Alfa Romeos, and the 510s, and they raced in Trans Am in the 2.5 liter Trans Am back in the day, and the BRE 510s just kind of dominated.
Yeah, and they were originally kind of meant to be a sort of a copy of the sort of BMW 1600 that the Germans had put out, and so
somebody's off there to the right. And there's the number 20. That is our leader, Peter S. Cookie.
On his way. Took the lead about 3 laps ago, and he's extended it to just over a second. Whew.
It looks like he's got some aerodynamics in his helmet. We'll have to get a close-up of that.
Well, don't start tempting our cameraman to go close. They like a challenge.
Now he should be coming up to Tom Benjamin's there as they come into the Mission Foods Stadium complex. And then that's Benjamin Myers there in the 29. But
beautiful. Nice little turn in. Funky little bodies, aren't they?
Yeah.
over the wheel rear end. Oop.
And you can see they've got this little like plexiglass side curtains. Basically, you see he's smoking a little bit, but basically just for airflow over the car. It's almost like a stabilizer.
Coming under the tower then in the closing stages of this one. This has been our 5A, 8 and 12B race one. They get 2 races per weekend. As you've heard from Ben already, a massive weekend. We've even got, so we've got the main Formula One paddock packed to the gills. We've got the support paddock packed to the gills with Trans Am. Then the car park, Lot A behind the main grandstand on the left there, is also packed as we go on to the final lap with historic preparation cars. So they're all literally careening on every piece of asphalt on the property here. And that's how big. I remember leaving last night going, I can't believe they're preparing cars out here, but they are.
Yeah, and
cars and coffee as well.
People prefer it. So this is a battle within a battle, because S. Cookie has just come up on this 510 battle, but Nettesheim, look at him just dragging that thing out there. Nettesheim is having his own race out there, and he's not supposed to get in the middle of that with Tim Probert.
He's having fun, I can say that. Final lap then. And as Cookie, Myers, and Hodges is your top 3. Payne, Kane, Myers again. Another Payne in 7th place. Bolbach in 8th. You're right, he's got 2 races in a row, hasn't he? Bolbach. That's amazing. And Clements doing the same. Himes is 10th. Ermish in 11th place in that 38. Datsun 510. Peter Eskuki starting in what? 4th place in his Swift DB2. Bringing it home. Perfect conditions to race in as well. Not too hot, not too cool. Certainly not raining, which is what we need. We don't need.
I'm anxious to see what S. Cookie does here, because oh, he's going to pass him. Okay, so he passes these drivers coming through. You can see he's just trying to make sure he gets around it. These drivers are not used to racing together on track.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We're going to see how they do. But Jonathan, bring us home.
Good to say, because they wouldn't normally be in the same group.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's Cookie in the number 20 doing his business and taking that Swift DB2 to victory. Had a split start, remember. That's how he's catching up.
Here he is.
Here he comes to the line. White flag for the one car and the checkered flag for the other. Good flagging marshalling. Well done. So our winner, number 20, Peter Eskuki.
So he's not used to this, but that Datsun is still racing.
Still racing, yeah.
So Peter S. Cookie, watch out. You've got a Datsun behind you that's going to try to pass you.
Yeah, which is weird. Or he may not.
Yeah, and Peter's cool down lap may be a little bit faster than that. So that's fine.
And the 29 of Benjamin Myers is 2nd in that Cabria CS2. And that concludes our coverage of Group 5A, 8 and 12B. We'll take a short break from a beautiful Central Texas day here as we enjoy vintage racing at its finest. Join us after this break.
Feel the power. Experience the excitement. You're in the driver's seat. At Skip Barber, you learn from the best. Whether you are a new driver that wants to learn accident avoidance or a seasoned racer looking to improve, we have a program for you. We're your #1 destination for auto racing and driving schools. Skip Barber. Feel the power.
Jonathan's having trouble with the button here. There we go. Let me do your impersonation, though. Welcome back. How was that? Let's hear yours.
Welcome back.
At your home track, Jonathan.
Yeah, I live here. My house is just there.
The Ferris wheel?
Yeah.
I love it. So we are at the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour. There's the shot of the grid there from Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Turn 1. I love Turn 1 here because it's almost like it was designed that when Rob gets that long shot there, it looks like the cars are coming right at the camera. Like it's almost angled right at the camera positions, which really makes for a cool shot. But this is Group 6 and 12A. This is the crowd favorite group. The big ground-pounding production cars, lots of American muscle in this group. And this is one of your favorites. It's funny because I'm the American that loves British cars, and you're the Brit that loves the American cars.
And I saw this man in the number 14.
Jerry Robinson.
Yeah. Earlier in the weekend. Look at that. Beautifully put together. Dodge Viper.
Yeah. Trans Am legend Bobby Archer races that with him and is the coach and kind of helps prepare the car. Then one of our most popular Group 6 cars ever there is the Corvette E of Peter Kloot. You're missing an E there, Peter. Peter Kloot from Canada, really great racer with us, had a great race at Indy just a couple years ago with Borchetta, but he and Edward Savajian have been battling it out together for like the last 15 years. So Peter Kloot is our first Group 6 car and 6 GT.
Hats off to the mighty George, though, doing the business here of taking us around these cars.
Wait, George, focus in on that sticker there. Let's see what LMC. See that white sticker over his tire, George, if you can hear me? Try to focus in on that because let's see what kind of tire pressures they're running. LMC didn't pull that out. So everybody, if you're wondering his secret, there it is. There's the secret. You can see the cold PSI is 19. The hot PSI is 25.5. Different wheels, so there we go. There's your little cheat sheet.
I don't think in
Kloot.
vintage racing anybody's getting too much of a
Oh, you'd be
advantage.
surprised in that 6 GT class. And here's another Dodge Viper. That's Wade Cole in the Group 12 Dodge Viper. And if you're wondering, the Group 12 is basically early 70s and newer, and Group 6 is later 70s and older, and basically 5-liter or bigger. Engines, and then there's some different packages with it because we've had some 3.8-liter Jaguars in this, but that's basically it. Now, the number 46 there, I have really missed this driver. That's Jody O'Donnell.
Right.
We were talking, remember we were just with Scott Dolphy at VIR, the ex-NFL player.
Yep.
Jody O'Donnell.
I was telling him I was an athlete.
Yeah, Jody O'Donnell is also.
He believed me. The whole crew, no, not
you
so
played
much.
Soccer?
Well, no, don't start them. They're waiting. You know, they're waiting for me to.
But he's a professional NFL player. Jody O'Donnell was a tight end, just like Scott Dolphy. So look for him. You could even see the helmet behind his head there, the football helmet. And then behind him is Jonathan DeGainer in that Devon Evolution. We've seen him all season long. I met his daughter yesterday. And so there were 3 generations of DeGainers here. And he says she's going to be in a race car here pretty soon, too.
That's an interesting view of Turn 1 because you can see how tight it is from the drone. Looking at that angle, you see it really is a hairpin.
There's John DeGainer. Come on, John, wave at us. Wave at the camera. I want to wave at him. So you can see his father and son there. We spoke to his dad, if you remember, at Watkins Glen on the grid. There's his wave. There we go. So that is, I believe, a 327 Corvette engine, an MGA rear frame, and a Devon body. And they have been developing that since the late 50s, I believe. There's his dad in the white shirt just behind him. So that is a crazy Group 6 GT car.
Yeah, you mentioned the Devon, of course, an American automobile manufacturer. For about 10 years, they made bodies, really, but they did make some cars.
Yeah,
but
they did.
They're known for their bodies. Bill Devon and his company.
And they're still building cars now. I met the new owner at New Jersey at our event, and he's still building Devons. There's Dr. Claire Schwindeman. We were talking about him at, I believe, Watkins Glen. He is the neonatologist from Dallas, Texas.
And he drives a muscle car.
Yeah,
that's great.
He does. He drives a Corvette.
And he does it very deftly.
Yeah, and, you know, we're always concerned because he does like to work on his own car, but we're like, Claire, those hands are so valuable. Don't do
don't
that.
mess with it, yeah.
But you're right. You can see there as we look up, there's the splitter down there in the lane to split them. But it's like 6 wide going in and maybe
2,
3 wide leaving.
Yeah.
Maybe 3.
Yeah, it's very deceptive. It's actually only when you get up in the drone do you really see the calculations.
And then you can see past this line right there, it does the same thing at 11. It kind of turns left, almost like tempting somebody to try to make a dive bomb move.
Yep. Yeah, they did a good job. But look at that wind getting up, though, now. I'm noticing that. I mean, we've seen the big flags, but now we're looking at the flags down on the ground. And this is normal. The wind blowing basically east to west down the main straight. And that's great. But then you get a crosswind between 11 and 12. So that's always a big problem. I don't think I would like that job. That's a tough job, doing the splitting. So, a couple of Corvettes coming out, 3 or 4 Corvettes coming out.
Heard her name is Liz, that splitter there up the hill.
I met her today, yes.
That is a dangerous job, so we appreciate that. Especially the early morning sessions when the sun is right behind her, you know. But let me go through the grid here, if you don't mind, Jonathan, real quick. So starting at first is Jerry Robinson, Peter Kloot second, Wade Cole third, Jody O'Donnell fourth, Jonathan DeGaynor fifth, Claire Schwindeman sixth, Michael Gertz in a Dodge Viper ACRX, Andrew Threat, what a great name, Dodge Viper ACRX in eighth, Peter Dolan in a Shelby GT350. Great to have Peter out here. Big in the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, one of the coolest vintage races in America, through Shenley Park in downtown Pittsburgh. Kurt Vogt is in the Ford Boss 302. Excuse me. Scott Brady is Chevrolet Corvette in 11th. Jim Sandberg from Texas is in the red number 84 Chevrolet Corvette, starting 12th. Steve Cole, Chevrolet Corvette in 13th. J.P. Griffith, Chevrolet Corvette. R. Paul Evans in a Panos GTS in Group 12. Bob Lima, Chevrolet Corvette. He also has his Smothers Brothers car here this weekend. Sean Guthrie is in a Shelby GT350. Joe Rabot in a Chevrolet Corvette. Scott Shadle in a Chevrolet Camaro. Alan Davison, back in his Panos GTS. John Bergendahl in a Ford Mustang Fastback. Mark McKillier in a Chevrolet Corvette. Carl Janin in a Ford Boss 302. John Scott, Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. Vincent Dean in a Shelby Cobra. Eric Ritchie, Chevrolet Corvette. Wayne Parks, Porsche 996. Steven Seitz, who was with us at VIR just a couple weeks ago in a Ford Mustang. George Wright, Chevrolet Corvette. Phil Molachek in a Shelby GT350. Mark Hannafin in a Chevrolet Camaro Z28. Sterling Molachek in a Shelby GT350. And John Miller in a Chevrolet Corvette. And I want to give it up to the Molacheks because they always have some of the coolest cars here. So glad to have them back here with us at Circuit of the Americas as they come through the newly named Matthew McConaughey complex. And Jonathan, explain why it's called that.
Well, because it's a right turn, a right turn, and a right turn. It's
all right, all right, all right.
See, much better when you do it.
Your future governor of Texas, Matthew
Could
McConaughey.
Well be.
Oh, I'm for sure. I'm going to say in the next 20 years, he will be governor of Texas.
Well, he's governor of the UT's football team at the moment. They've got a camera on him for the entire game these days.
Boy from New York says, our friend Boy from New York. Yeah, it says Peter Kloot has a shop real close to him. Well, that's pretty cool.
Oh, there you go.
In Canada.
Here we go then, 2x2. Our next group race, which is 6 and 12A. As you see, you've been through the grid. And now we get ready to go racing that Dodge Viper against another classic muscle car from America. It's the Corvette.
I think Peter's going to get him going into one.
Okay. Peter's on the left, right?
Yep.
Here we go. Muscle car mania here in Texas, as it should be and will be in the future, I'm sure. Away go the Vipers, away go the Corvettes. Listen to that beautiful sound.
Now, we might have had a rule break there. I'm not going to say by who, but we're not supposed to pass until we get to the start-finish line.
That's a good point.
Blue 302 Boss.
Okay, well, that's that one. It's 36.
Scott Shadle coming around there in that number 36. But it looks like everybody got through cleanly, which is exactly what we're looking for. Boy, does that Porsche look out of place there in that 996.
Does look a bit, doesn't it?
But look at that. So Jody O'Donnell and Peter Kloot. This is a classic Group 6 battle. Then we've got 3 Vipers right in a row.
Yep.
And you got to think that Jerry Robinson doing well in that Dodge Viper against these ACRXs, which was Viper's race car version of the Viper.
You know, I can't see a Viper now and not think of Lee Saunders. The man waxes rhapsodic. He's in our Trans Am series. Not in the historics, but I'll tell you what, as soon as he's ready for historics, you know he's going to get a Viper.
Yeah.
Or he's going to use his own Viper that he's been using for many years.
Now look at that, Jody O'Donnell harder on the binders there, getting up behind him.
Big bump going in there. Look, watch this, just there.
Yeah.
Heavy bump.
And for this group, that is their braking zone. You know, some of the Formula cars, they go past that. But yeah, that's really going to disrupt these cars. Look at that Pano. So a modern GT car can go through that without. And see, you can see Alan Davison taking that line that the track gives you, but you probably shouldn't. Now this is going to be a battle. Scott Borchetta, if you're watching, I know that you would love to be out there because these are the 2 guys that he loves racing against.
Yeah, I'll bet. He's dominated over the years, Group 6.
Yep. In
his own Corvette.
And Jody O'Donnell, so happy to have him back. Haven't seen him in a while. He's raced with us in the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 series here at COTA years ago, and just loves these Group 6 GT Corvettes.
Yeah, we got a couple of 69s. We've got a Roadster from 68. And then we've got, what else have we got? Just looking here. We've got another 67 Chevrolet Corvette with Eric Ritchie. Mostly 68s, 67s. We've got 171, Mark McAleer in that 71 in the number 33.
Mark McAleer, who you're just talking about, is I said his name wrong too, is a internet celebrity with Fit Over 50.
Oh.
Does lots of commercials and does his own like health products. Really cool to see him out here. Oh,
whoa,
look at this! Woo, that's not a great place there at turn 1, Jonathan. You know that well.
Oh, Viper losing its sting, and the worst place, they can't see him coming around there. And if he tries to turn around, he could get in more trouble. Oh, he gets it spun round. Nicely done.
And nicely done for our cameraman to get out of that shot, our directors to get out of that shot, just to make sure we don't see anything we don't want to see as we see Dr. Claire Schwindeman from the Lone Star State sporting the Texas colors.
That was Andrew Threat, and he's proving not to be one anymore in his ACRX.
He was a threat to other cars.
Good point.
I love these flags. You know I love my flags.
I do know you. I'd like to see you put that up,
Oh, gosh. Yeah, that'd be a little difficult, but I love seeing that here flying across.
That's a project for Lincoln. That's the Lincoln Project.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
That's such a difficult section of the track there. They're coming up the hill to that right, then a hard left.
It's all uphill and relatively blind if you're climbing up that hill. It's steeper than it looks when you're watching the TV pictures. They flatten it out. There's a lot more undulation to this track than really you see from the television screens. Now, when you get tight like this, you start to see it.
Yeah.
This is actually crested over here. You can see the car parked up there on the right, or now on the left. It really does undulate more than perhaps the pictures give it credit.
Now, Kurt Vogt coming up on his customer Peter Dolan there. Kurt Vogt in the Boss 302, Peter Dolan in the Shelby GT350, and yes, that is a Shelby GT350. That's not a tribute car. That's the real
thing. Priceless, surely.
Well, you can put a price on it.
I know, but you know what I mean.
Unaffordable, I guess we could say.
Yeah, unobtainium.
Yeah.
As I like to say.
And there's another Viper. I don't know what it is about this race, but we're seeing more Vipers than I've seen on a track since the Viper Challenge.
It's a basket of snakes.
And the Viper, obviously designed by Carroll Shelby of the Cobra fame. So I don't know. Carroll Shelby from West Texas probably had a lot of run-ins with snakes.
Yeah.
And just
out there where he came from? Yeah. Absolutely he did.
He was a chicken farmer, so I'm sure the snakes came into his chicken coops.
Exactly. So a good start of this one, and Kloot leading the way in the 59 in the red, white, and blue. Saw him get off the line brilliantly. Jody O'Donnell chasing him down in the 46 in the all black car. Here's the 84.
Jim Sandberg.
Currently in 10th position, Jim Sandberg. Yep.
Eric Cartman saying, "Go Cobra Automotive." Is that the famous Eric Cartman from South Park, Colorado? That'd be impressive.
JP Griffiths going through shot there, currently in 11th in that red and silver Corvette.
Boy from New York says, "Good one, Jonathan."
Thank you. Basket of snakes. I'm here all weekend.
Now look at this. Is that the... What is that? Is that a Supra?
Where?
Right, the third car in our
Third
shop.
car, yeah. It does look like
Is
a
there
modern
Supra?
car. I can't believe that.
Maybe that's the Panos?
That's something.
I couldn't see it. Oh.
Squeaky wheels.
Yeah, that's a Supra.
It is.
That shouldn't be out there.
That's a modern Supra.
That Supra shouldn't be out there.
There's somebody on the track. They think it's all over. It's a Toyota. Goodness gracious. Yeah, that is a modern Supra, no question.
That should be in Group 10, I think.
Ah, well, he got out early. Maybe he's got plans. Here it is.
Well, welcome. We don't know who you are.
Well, we know you're the number 67.
No, I think he's no. You can see we're confused by the schedule. He's racing in Trans Am with us. You can see the black flag waving there at 11 furiously for him. So yeah, we were right. We called it right live that he shouldn't be out there.
You're kidding me?
No, he just went out there and is racing with everybody. And I'm sure the Corvettes are like, "Is that a Supra?" I bet you they said the same thing I said.
That's great. Well,
get a little extra track
now
time there.
Now you know we're live, folks.
Yeah. Yeah.
God, Mustang.
Look at that. And thank you so much, number 314, for wearing, Sean Guthrie, for wearing light-colored gloves so we can see your hands really working in there in that 314.
Ben's obsession with the Dayclo gloves continues.
Yes. Just light-colored gloves, just so we can kind of see what you're doing in there and really see that these cars are not easy to drive.
That is, to be honest, that is a beautiful car, that Guthrie car, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's Mark McCallier there in that Chevrolet Corvette. No, there's a different third. Oh, that's Bob Lima. Yeah, that's Bob Lima in that white Corvette. Bob Lima, so happy to have him out here.
Riddle me this, as Batman would say, or the Joker would say, where on earth is that Supra meant to be racing?
Group 10.
So
Group
in the next
10,
race?
He's also got Trans Am stickers on there. And, yeah, so he should be in the next race. But he didn't come into the black flag, so that's not good.
He's just getting a head start. Actually, it's not the next race.
Ooh, look at that. Blue Mustang and a blue Camaro really drifting through there at turn 20. Looking for the number of that, but we're getting some great shots here from Bob, our cameraman. Look at this. Chevy versus Ford going into turn 1, and Shadle takes it there in the Camaro.
Yeah, squint your eyes and you're back in the 60s. I love it. It's really cool.
Eric Cartman, he's saying it's not the Eric Cartman. He's from Oxnard, California, real close to Ventura.
Well, he's his own real Eric Cartman.
Yeah, he is a real Eric Cartman, but not the, because the real Eric Cartman isn't real. He's a cartoon on South Park.
You see, I'm looking at my Group 10, and I don't have a Supra in Group 10 either.
Now, there's the Panos. Maybe he's running with IGT. I did see Trans Am insignia on there, but there's that Panos, the number 34 of R. Paul Evans.
Yep.
Panos GTS. Beautiful car. Of course, Don Panos, who owned Road Atlanta for a while, and Sebring. Invented the, what's the patch that you put on your arm to keep from smoking?
The nicotine patch.
The nicotine patch, yes. He invented the nicotine patch, but still smoked 3 packs a day.
You could just punch yourself in the arm or get somebody to do that.
Yeah, boy from New York is saying eager beaver in that Supra. And you know that's got to throw off these Group 6 guys. Like, what in the world is that doing out here?
But you spotted it straight away. You were like, what? I like
it. It scared me. I saw it in the back. I was like, is that a Supra? I'm going to have to replay that for myself.
That's a Corvette Roadster that just went through shot. That number 71, John Scott at the wheel.
I love, to me, that is the Shelby Mustang. The white, because that was our Grand Prix colors, the American, the white with the blue, and then I believe it was
the American Racing.
The Heritage white was that. So I just really love the look of that. Is that Steven Seitz? Yeah, that's the car that was with us at VIR. From Texas, races in the CVAR group. So cool to have him out here with us. That is the Corinthian Vintage Auto Racers, I believe, out of Texas. And they have a lot of Mustangs in that group. And that's a fun group. So if you're in the Texas area and want to get involved in vintage racing, that's the way to do it. And then there is Alan Davison. We talk about him with FPEC. If you have had a chicken nugget in your life, that probably came from one of his pieces of equipment.
He doesn't make them personally, but he's in charge of making them.
He makes the equipment to make chicken nuggets for food processors and for everybody, and out of, I believe, Benton, Arkansas. And there we go. That's back to our leader, Peter Kloot.
Kloot about to come into the last complex and last run down the back straight.
Yeah, but Jody O'Donnell and Jerry Robinson are having a battle back there.
Yeah, they are. Look,
and then look
side
at
by
that,
side.
Wade
almost.
Cool right behind Jerry Robinson. So this should be a good little Viper duel here.
Peter Kloot then in the 59A. He's led all the way. It's heated up nicely. Mid-80s now here in Texas. If you were wondering, it's a beautiful day here in November.
Peter and I believe his son, I can't remember, I think his son was named Gary Kloot, and Jody O'Donnell got at it in one of our races here.
I've got that board
going into turn 1. Not Clue.
Oh.
Kloot. You can really see how soft they had to set up the suspension here, the legendary motor cars, because of the bumps here at COTA, and I'm sure Peter's not liking that, but when he gets hard on the brakes, you see about a 4-inch drop in that front suspension.
Wonderful
but
shot.
It's that battle for overall second. But first in Group 12, Jerry Robinson, Wade Cole. Let's call it back to the Jonathan.
Here we go. Jerry Robinson holding on. But look at them. They're almost side by side as they come into 19. But the Viper, he does send him wide. And I was just about to say that the green Viper's going to have the advantage because he's on the inside. And that's how it turned out. Peter Kloot, though, will come over the line in first place. And Jerry Robinson gets that second place by sending the other Viper well wide. Wade Cole.
Wade, I just want to say, I know it doesn't feel like you won, but not having to pick all that gravel out of the car going into the kitty litter, that was a good save. To me, you might have won that race. Jerry Robinson, congratulations. First in Group 12. Peter Kloot, first in Group 6.
Awesome.
That was a fun race. And
lots of fun.
We had a Supra in the middle of it, like a little Toyota commercial break.
Okay, that concludes our coverage of Group 6 and 12A. More SVRA Speed Tour action to come. Stay with us here on the Speed Tour. We'll be back from COTA after this.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Welcome back to Circuit of the Americas. I'm joined in the booth by someone who lives here, has a radio show out of Austin, and is constantly commentating on everything Formula One and open wheel racing at Circuit of the Americas, is Jonathan Green. Jonathan, some beautiful views here.
Yeah, and I watched this place come together, and it just seems amazing 11 years on, both how the city has changed and how this complex has grown. We're now building condos, T11 at the back of the circuit. You can see the soccer field just at the distance there where they play rugby, soccer, you name it. You've got the Germanica amphitheater there, the famous tower. And when I asked Bobby Epstein why they put the tower there, and he said, well, I noticed living here in Austin, there isn't a viewing spot, unless you own one of the big apartments downtown, there really isn't a sort of viewing tower of the neighboring counties, and it really is a spectacle. We've had weddings up there. We've had base jumpers jump off there. It's always been a pretty cool place.
So this is our NetJets feature, Group 5, 7, and 9. Is that right? Or is it just 7 and 9? It looks like it's just 7.
7 and 9. And
okay.
This is the Birdman. The Birdman cometh, Nathan Bird. He's driven probably more cars than you've had hot dinners. Yeah,
no, it's crazy. And he was just with us last weekend at Daytona, and here in a Porsche, and now here he is in this AF01, this Group 9, which is basically the new, it's an F3 chassis, but it has a 5-liter engine in it. It's the Australian Formula 5000, which is just sounds amazing.
Which, by the way, our good old friend Nathan Bird in Trans Am from Australia is a champion on, so he can probably tell us a little bit about the rest of these things.
All right. Mark Brannon in a Lola 9720 there. That's the number 5. Group 9.
Rockstar Energy. Before energy drinks were everywhere, Rockstar was one of the few, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it was like Red Bull.
It was the first
Rockstar, then like Monster, and then it just took off.
It just took off. But I think these guys, Rockstar, were the first ones to really sort of challenge Red Bull, weren't they?
Yeah.
Here in the States.
And then Bruce Hamilton in a Swift 014 MZR. Then Clay Delacava in a Swift Toyota Atlantic. So if you're just joining us, Group 7, Group 9, these the Group 9 cars are like Indy Lights, Formula Atlantics, wings and slicks. So they're on slick tires, big wings, high downforce. This is a track, this is probably, other than Indy, our most popular track. People come from all over the world to be able to race their Group 9 wings and slicks car on a Formula One track, and it's pretty obvious as to why. There's Stuart Crow coming up in that Ralt RT40. Kirk Kinsfater in a Swift 014. Justin Garrett in a Ligier F3. Shane Kennett starting 8th in a Store F1000. Mark Giroux in a Lola T97. Lewis Cooper Jr. in a Panos DP01. That's probably my favorite sounding of the Formula cars. Just wait till you hear this thing. John Norton in a Group 9 Swift 014. James Johnston in a Swift 014 Atlantic. Brett Johnston, watch for a good fight between these two. Group 9 Mazda Pro
Are they
Mazda.
brothers?
I think father-son. Danny LaCroix in a Swift 016. James Johnston Jr., so maybe that's the son. Yeah, I think maybe brothers and a son in a Mazda Pro Formula, but I'm sure our commenters on YouTube can clear that up for me. Brock Evans in a Star Formula Mazda, and Dean Turnbull in a Pro Formula Mazda. Our first Group 7 is this weird Can-Am looking car they call the Frisbee because it just looks like a Frisbee. It's just a big hunk of plastic, but a beautiful car. And that is Gary Gold in the Frisbee GB2. I hope you don't take offense to that, Gary, because it is a really cool car. Al Unser Jr. drove one of those, but it's really cool. Then there's Marcel Lafontaine in an Elva FL15.
There's a racing name.
Yes. Jonathan Collins in a Ligier JSF3. I'm hearing about contact that just happened at Grid in my right ear. Rondi Akok in a Mazda Pro Formula Mazda. Bob Lima back out there in a Chevron B19.
It's the same Bob Lima?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
He's got 3 cars with us this weekend. That's a Group 7. Rick Wark in a Swift 016. Alex Barron in a Vestal Crane. Spencer Seals in a Star Formula Mazda. Sergey Bordeaux in a Formula Atlantic. Caitlin Spack in a Honda. Oh, I'm sorry, in a Store F1000. Bob Keffert in a Honda Formula Ford. Luke Myborg in a Onrock. I'm not familiar with that. Ligier F4.
Yeah, Onrock Ligier F4.
Doris Seibert in a Tatis Formula Renault. Zach Myborg in a Ligier F4. Dan Palambella in a Van Diemen. Kevin Pounds in a Van Diemen. Christopher Lennon in a Van Diemen. And Travis Engen, for some reason, starting in the back in a Lola T97. Jonathan, we got to call this thing around because the first lap of this is going to be awesome.
This
so
could
put
be
on
fun.
your F1 radio voice and call this thing around.
Yeah, this should be a lot of fun. It should. If you're out there, this should be a lot of noise too, because these guys have got some power underneath them. Yeah, you mentioned those Van Diemens. We've got an RF98, an MZR, and an FC Van Diemen. All different types, but getting ready to go as the Honda Civic pulls away. We are 2 by 2. They've done their job. I sat in on the SVRA driver briefing, and I know what the do's and don'ts are, so let's see if they follow them. Here we go then. Group 7 and 9 heading up the hill, and they won't accelerate until supposedly now. Away they go. There goes the green flag. As soon as they see that green flag, they can go, and it's before that white line. 6 wide, yeah, amazing. That's the beauty. What a great shot that is. And then it funnels right down. A little bit of contact, maybe. Somebody's got a problem.
Right rear suspension there on that car.
So we've got some damage already, but away goes the leader. Nathan Bird, no surprise. I watched him in practice earlier in the weekend, and he was, well, streets ahead in that AF01. We should see some good racing in pockets here throughout the race. Away they go, through the S's for the first time. We're watching the 21 of Clay De La Cava in that Swift Atlantic car with the Toyota engine. Toyota, a big part of the Atlantic, as were Mazda.
Hoping that wasn't Bruce Hamilton there. They got hit.
Yeah, the Swift. Yeah, could have been.
Look at this. See, there's that thing I was talking about, the little thing that they make there on the inside line. That's the 74. Going after it.
Danny LaCroix.
Danny LaCroix.
Drink his spring water all the time in that Swift 016. Already Bird building on that lead. Nathan Bird, I was joking when I said it, but he has raced so many different things this year.
Yeah.
The experience he's gaining is huge because he just jumps in whatever he can. As Justin Garrett makes the move in the F3 Ligier. That's our current FR car.
Yeah, and that's Stuart Crow right behind him. Stuart Crow has been developing this car since it was a current car. Really fast driver. Made that pass there at the apex, but look at this. The number 63 is trying to get it back.
Good racing. Shane Kennett there in the F1000. Yeah, the Formula 1000 category and that whole series is fairly new to me, having followed more the European.
Yeah, that was Bruce Hamilton, unfortunately, that went out at turn 1 with right rear suspension damage, so that really stinks. Sorry to interrupt, Jonathan.
No, you're good. Out of turn 20, our locked off shot there, giving us a nice view as the flag waves. What do we got?
Double yellow.
Double yellow.
Yeah, just because of the suspension damage, I believe, on Bruce Hamilton's car. So hopefully the 63 sees that before he passes Stuart Crow. So didn't. We're going to have to see a ruling on that because Stuart Crow will definitely be aware of that.
So we are under caution here in our group.
We think it's going to be a quick caution.
Okay.
Just because they're going to go out and pull the car in. He just is at an unsafe place. And they're going to be able to clear. I'm hearing race control right now. But we're going to see here in Group 9 and 7. There are some really cool cars out here. I'm hearing for some people, so...
you keep a look at that. We'll take a short break. We'll be back because we're under caution. Ben's going to check the YouTube, see what you want to know. And we'll take a short break here from Coda. We'll be right back.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission. Nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Welcome back. We're racing again as Nathan Bird now has got some action to deal with, because he had created a bit of a lead. He's building on it again, but the 21 of Clay Della Cava is right there with him as they go up into turn 1. Through comes the 31. That's Justin Garrett in the F3 Ligier. So we were just clearing a car out of the way, and Ben Sissel was absolutely right. It didn't take long for us, less than a minute to clear that away, and we're back racing. So RC doing a hell of a job.
Wait, we're still yellow.
I don't think we are.
I'm hearing from race control we're still yellow.
Well, they were hooning up that hill.
Yeah, no, they were racing. So
and now we've got a car throwing oil out. Look. Well, we'll find out. Does it say yellow on my time? Oh no, it does actually. It does say yellow. I might have jumped the gun.
No, I don't think you did. I think I saw those cars.
Speed.
They're still racing.
Yeah.
And passing. So let's see here. I'm not seeing the yellow from that flag stand. Oh yeah, there's full course yellow board is out.
Confusion reigns here because they are at big speed. This is not a slow cautionary speed at all. So my live timing tells me it's yellow, and the way they're racing tells me they are racing. It's certainly not going slow in that F3 car.
Okay, so they're going green the first time the leader comes by. They're not sending the safety car out, so basically this is just a fast lap around, but nobody should be passing. You can see the yellow flags there on driver's left.
So just getting up some time, yeah.
Yeah, so there was some confusion out there. So, but now they should, but it's not.
That's a hell of a, yeah. This
what do they call it? Safety
lap.
Car speed. It's not safety car speed by any means.
Right, so now we're racing. Nathan Bird will cross the line.
Let's see if we can get a shot of a green flag.
The yellow flag has gone down, and yeah, we'll probably get that flag, a green flag to show us. But Nathan Bird comes up the hill then. We are racing again in our Group 7 and 9, their first race of the weekend, and the 21 of Della Cava try to catch up with him, having been a little bit closer on the previous lap, but that wasn't racing. To be fair, we only had a minute break, so it would have been a little bit amazing had they sorted everything out in just less than a minute, so not surprising.
Now, I'm not sure what engine that FR car has in it. Looks like
Should
that
be the Honda.
Is the FR engine, yeah. But that is the same chassis that Nathan Bird is in a 5-liter.
Yeah.
So that FR car should be more nimble through the S's, and then Nathan Bird should be able to drag him down the straights.
Yeah, that's basically it, yeah. In a nutshell.
But I will say, the Ligers look a lot bigger than the Indy Lights cars.
Yeah. Yeah, the older Indy Lights cars were a bit smaller. Current ones are bigger. They look more like the silhouette of, they do look more like a mini Indy car.
Justin Garrett started 7th and is in 3rd place.
Stuart Crow, with Crow Holdings blue and white. Interesting engine box. It looks a bit lumpy, but it's a bit more aerodynamic when you see it from the side.
And this is the key in these cars. With these high downforce, slick tires, it's how smooth can you get through this? How little turning and tire scrubbing can you do? There's another yellow flag there. Full course yellow on the left in that box.
Yep, and I see it come up on the timing as well.
Ben,
topsy-turvy race, this one.
Yellow being displayed at, what is that, turn 16?
So at the moment, it's Bird, De La Clava, and Garrett, Justin Garrett. In
He's
third.
saying the full course yellow is being displayed at all corners. Are you seeing yellow flags?
Not yet. I'll tell you what I do. To be fair, it's hard with the camera coverage. They're not covering the the corners. There you go. That's your illustration. It's hard enough to concentrate on the car. So for our cameraman to switch and then go to the full course yellow is hard, because then they have to kind of establish themselves again. That's why we've got 4 drone pilots.
So yeah, we've got 4 green flags are back up on the board, so we're back to racing. And then they're going to call the leader around for the white. So that's what's going on. It's been going back and forth on the boards for double yellows. So I think everything is sorted out here. So Nathan Bird is the leader, and they're calling him around to the white flag.
And we're going to get 1 lap sprint then, yeah? Effectively. Lovely story. See it right in the background, that little house, that house up there on the hill?
Mm-hmm.
It's the one piece of land that Coda don't own, and the guy's built right over there so everybody gets a good view.
Oh, well.
I think he charges
good
for
on
it too.
Him, yeah.
Well, no, not good on him. Not if you work here.
Yeah.
He's been a bit of a thorn in the side, but, well, it's his land.
That's very Texan of him.
Yep, make a buck.
I hope it's called the Alamo.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's made a stand, that's for sure.
Well, Nathan Bird has gotten my memo about wearing lightly colored gloves. I appreciate that.
We've got to do away with these black and gray cars, man. Let's get this color out there. It's all black carbon fiber cars. It's all very slick, but I like to see a bit of color out there.
So he should be, I know if it's carbon fiber, it's black. If it's gel coated, it's white. But he should be getting the white flag now as we speak.
You know, for the autograph sessions for Formula One, that amphitheater, packed to the gills. I kid you not. It's amazing. When Lando Norris came out, the whole place just rocked. Awesome. Motor racing is right at the top of its game now. Worldwide. It's amazing, actually. We've come through some interesting times, and I think the pandemic played a big role, because the organization, motor racing just took it in its stride, including SVRA. That's what we do. Everybody knows their job. Everybody knows how to get where they need to get. They know the passes. They know who's safe, who's not. In other words, how to do all that.
Yeah.
And we managed to navigate the pandemic and not stop working. It was amazing. Although I do remember some very early mornings in Indianapolis getting my COVID test. Final lap then, and Nathan Bird has taken a 2.7-second lead over De La Clava as he enters the back straight for the last time. Starting to catch up with the lesser powered cars. As we said, that 5-litre in the back of there is doing him no harm. He should catch these little tiddly cars by the time he gets there, and that's a bit unfair to them, but he has got a monster of a car underneath him. But he does just that on the exit of 12. It looks as though it handles pretty well, though. I mean, despite the fact that it's got so much power in that chassis, I think they lengthened the rear. I think they've lengthened the chassis slightly.
Yeah,
to accommodate the longer, the bigger engine.
Fantastic driver behind the wheel.
Yes.
Well, here he comes to take the checker, Jonathan.
Here he goes. Last lap, and coming up to the checker, Nathan Bird has not looked back in his in his 9 Boss, the black and red. AF01 will take the checkered flag and take victory here in the first race of Group 7 and Group 9, and he wanders over to the checkered flag to receive it effectively. And Nathan Bird takes yet another win in 2023. Probably finish it off tomorrow afternoon with another one. Great to see the Halo developed by Alexander Wirtz, whose son now is racing, Charlie Wirtz, in Formula 3 with the Halo.
Probably feel better about your son racing with a car with a Halo.
I think that Mr. Wirtz is probably delighted that he did that work.
I think it definitely saved Grosjean.
Oh, no question. Saved his life. So as we look high above the Elroy Fields and off towards Bastrop and the ranchers out there. We'll take a short break here from Circuit of the Americas. Join us for more from the Speed Tour after this.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas Fuel Treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system. Pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works. There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Welcome back to our live feed from the Circuit of the Americas. It's been a beautiful day here at the 2023 Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour. It's the end of the season. It's getting that way, as you know, if you're a motor racing fan. Pretty much March through November is the traditional season, although it seems to extend each and every year. As Formula One goes on till December these days, but here we are traditional because we are Vintage Racing and we are SVRA, as well as Trans Am and FR and F4, but plenty more this year as well, which includes PSSA, IGT, and we've got coming up for you Group 11. We've got a good bunch of different cars for you, some real humdingers. But as you can see, we are set fair, little fluffy clouds in the air here at the Circuit of the Americas, and it has been a fantastic weekend to finish off at the home, the Citadel of Speed, as I like to call it, here at the Circuit of the Americas. Without further ado, let's go down to my cohort, Ben Sissel, who's down on the pre-grid, getting ready for our next group action.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. Welcome to the grid here at the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour. So glad to be back here. This is our 10th year here, and man, has it grown into something just exponential. Trans Am just came off the track. I've got Tony Pirelli here, the owner of all of this, and so much is happening in 10 years, including this new series, PSSA. Explain PSSA to everybody.
Well, this is obviously a prototype. You got Prototype Sprint Series Association is the acronym. We saw a niche that there's a lot of these cars out that are in clubs around America that we think there's a format for a sprint car, a sprint series format where they're 30-minute races so they don't have to do a pit stop, make it affordable, but level the playing field on Hankook tires, so we really test the driver's skill. And it's really starting to take off. I mean, this was our first launch. I envision this to be huge at some point. Right now, this grid you see is with PSSA and the IGT group combined, but what a show for the fans. We had a great turnout, and boy, were we blessed with good weather. Must be because Hook 'em Horns won today.
And now, speaking of prototypes, one of the most famous is joining us here right now. Unbelievable Audi of Travis Engen. But Tony, we were talking here, we'll come back over here by Travis. So much has happened in 2023, but then knowing what we're doing in 2024. So we've had a huge schedule in 2023, but talk a little bit about what we can expect for 2024.
Everything's growing. We're adding a junior series to our formula group for kids coming out of karting. We're taking the TA2 series and bringing an amateur level to it where the people coming out of karting, they have aspirations to get to the big leagues. We give them a year of racecraft and race school before they move up to the pro series with TA2. And then we're going to Canada. We're adding Pittsburgh. We're adding a race in Dallas at Eagles Canyon. We're doubling down at Sebring. We're doubling down at Mid-Ohio and Road America. So I don't know how many races that is, but it's a lot.
Perfect. Well, Tony, have fun. I'm going to kind of run through the grid, but thank you so much. It's been a great year, but thank you, and can't wait for 2024. So PSSA, we were talking about this. These are these Revolution cars. I've got Marco Russell here all the way from Italy. He actually came from the furthest in our drivers meeting and won some Lucas oil. I believe Palmer Miller is starting first, and then between the PSSA cars, this unbelievable Audi here. And Travis Engen was telling me a few seasons ago, Audi itself believes that this is now the most winning Audi in motorsports, so unbelievable. Then we come here, and Judd Miller is in this beautiful red, white, and blue, suitable for Circuit of the Americas here at Austin, Texas. Another Revolution. Beautiful car, 500 horsepower, unbelievable supercharged cars designed specifically for this type of racing, for the track, and we're having so much fun growing this. Then over here in the Gas Monkey Energy, Joel Quadracci in another one of these beautiful cars. Joel Quadracci with Quad Graphics, a huge graphics and printing company. Always really fast. Then we come over here, and another great thing about this PSSA are the LMP3 styled cars. So Tim Day Jr. out here giving us the thumbs up. We love that. So thank you so much for coming out here. We've got quite a group of cars. We've got Phil Stratford out here in this beautiful Mazda. Then we've got another Revolution here, number 95. Then Jim Cope in this beautiful car. Lots of really cool cars here with Eagle Park Racing, Eagle Park Brewing. And then look at this, looks like right off of the factory floor, another Revolution. And this beautiful carbon fiber. Running a number 65, but they need to put a 65 on that hood. But then we start over here with the International GT with Gruber down here. Oh, okay. Well, let's talk to... All right, Thomas Gruber out here, I believe our first International GT car. What's it like to be racing out here in such a crazy group, and then you're going to be leading the split start?
I mean, some of them are even slower than we are, so we will catch the backpack pretty soon after 2 laps, and the other ones I don't see, so it's not a problem.
Nice, I love it. Well, have fun out there, Thomas. He says some of the IGT cars are faster than some of these cars, so they expect to we expect to catch them. But then we're going here, Vento, who was just with us last weekend at Daytona, having a really good run. So, Marcus Vento, this has got to be so fun to be here. You were just with us at Daytona, 2 weeks, 2 iconic tracks. Now at Circuit of the Americas, green flag drops. What's your strategy?
Well, I'm going to be racing against cars of a faster class, so just trying to defend from my class and keep up with the fast guys.
Nice. He said he's just going to try to defend his class because he's in a 3.8, but out here at the sharp end of the field, we've got a lot of cars here, including a few Lamborghinis out there and some Ferraris. Jonathan, it's getting loud down here. I'm going to send it back to you and join you in the booth.
Best place for you, Ben. Don't want you to get run over. But yeah, nice eclectic group of cars, but plenty of action to come from these. And this is really got some very, very good racing drivers in it, and it has for many years. IGT, absolutely, to drive one of these beautiful 911s, you've got to be on it. And then Travis Engen to drive that winningest Audi ever is quite a absolute joy to watch, but also, I'm sure, an absolute joy to drive, although it would be quite scary at times given that it's such a powerful beast. But it's out and about every other weekend. It's so reliable. I mean, it just shows you what Audi have done in the last 25 years, quite frankly. And yeah, that is such an iconic car, and if you get up close to it, if you come down to the Circuit of the Americas, you can see on the side of that car just where it's been, who's raced it, the great names. S's Racing, shout out to them, because S's is a local company here in Buda, Texas, just down the road a piece, as they say here. Great to see Dave O'Neill and his team here this weekend, as Palmer Miller will be racing this particular car. Judd Miller also racing as well, as we just saw his car. And Palmer Miller in that Revolution 500 SC. And Judd Miller in the 500, not the SC. So basically, there's not a lot of difference between them. But we've got 21 and 22 cars out there. And Revolution are creating just that, quite a revolution in terms of these brand new spec cars. And they are lovely looking cars. I had a close look at the Philip Berber exhibition car. Philip involved in the project as well, and you can see it for yourself. They're a handy way. They've got 2 seats, so you could also get a hell of a joyride if you got a chance. Track days. But this is the way to go racing these days. It's cost effective. It's not crazy money. And as you can see by a full-on Formula IMSA stroke Le Mans car next to it, not a lot of difference to look at them in terms of what they can produce in power. There's those names and places I mentioned on the side of that car, and then look at that, Engen obviously, but Alio, Arai, Biela, Johnny Herbert, look at great names. And it's been at Le Mans, it's been in IMSA, and in the hands of Travis Engen, he never lets it down. It's been almost his favorite car. JJ Leto, what great names. Capello. I went round this circuit with Dindo Capella in an Audi, actually, not that one, I may add, but really cool to do. And there's Judd Miller in that red, white, and blue. Local guys from Austin, great to have them here, and great to have S's here, going so well. In fact, S's got a bit of fame the other week when they were basically housing and hosting the Haas Formula One team as they put their upgrades on the car. They flew the car out from Saudi Arabia and from Qatar, excuse me, and then they instead of coming the traditional way, they basically housed themselves at S's Racing, and the Haas boys came over and prepared their upgrades for the Haas Formula One car. It didn't go as well as they'd like to have done, I may add, but nice to see that Formula One is now being part of the Austin scene, and we're even preparing Formula One cars here. So we get ready for the start, and it is the calm before the storm. I love this drone shot. I've never seen this angle of the first turn. It is really, really good, because you can now see, because we always see it from the angle of coming up the hill, but this angle. But to see it from that other angle, you really see just how sharp it is, Big Red.
Well, it's funny because sometimes we've shown that very angle, and I thought we're looking at turn 11. They look
very similar. Yeah.
Well, this is an eclectic mix of cars. I know we've been saying that a lot today as Liz splits the cars. In a vest that I made, by the way, that's my SVRA stencil she's wearing with my red spray paint.
She's eclectic too.
Yeah. But let's go through the grid here real quick. So it's Palmer Miller in a Revolution 500 SC, Marco Cincetti in a Revolution 500, Travis Engen in that Audi R8 LMP, Judd Miller in a Revolution 500 SC, Joel Quadracci, I like when you say it better,
Quadracci,
in an Orica 03, Tim Day Jr. in a Ligier JSP 315, Phil Stratford in an Elan DPO2, Zach Mosley in a Revolution A1 500 SC, Jim Cope in an Elan DPO2, Nathan Duckles in a Revolution A1 500 SC, Ron Fletcher in a Revolution 500, Gary Gesselter, remember that, Elan DPO2, and Mark Brannon in an Elan DPO2, Mark Strafford in an Elan DPO2. We're going to have some great Elan DPO2 battles out here.
We're going to have 3 distinct battles, I think.
Yeah. Ryan Ronkel and a Wolf GB08. I'm excited to see that. I haven't seen a Wolf yet. Gary Gray and a Radical SR8, William Deary and a Shelby Can-Am, and now we get to more of the international GT cars. Thomas Gruber in a Porsche, Marco Vento, Scott Blind in the bright green Porsche, you cannot miss it. I'm going to get this wrong. Xin Wang, I believe, in the Lamborghini GT3 Evo. He's also racing with us in Trans Am. He raced a McLaren with us last year here in a Trans Am. Really fast driver, but he's in a Lamborghini this year, so look for him to move up front.
Xingjian Wang.
That's probably pretty good. Nathan Bird in a Porsche. Ta-da's! Karlinskis in a Porsche GT3. Victor Spivak in a Lamborghini Huracan. Raymond Davudi in a Porsche. Tom Kopczynski in a Porsche Cayman, really fast. He was also with us at Daytona. Mark Sandridge, Albert Lukasik, Brian Sersely, Colin Cohen in a Ferrari, Alejandro Chawan, Nicholas Groombridge, Maria Mejia in a Porsche Cayman. Sorry, Maria, I know how to say that. Kind of know how to say it. I don't say it like you can say it. And then Joe Rizzo in a Porsche Cayman Club Sport. That's 35 cars as they come around, Jonathan, to take the green in a split start.
Yeah, this is a split start, and we do this basically so that everybody gets fair racing. You don't want to mix the groups if they're of different power and different lap times. So we try to let them race with each other, but as you heard from one of the drivers that you were speaking to, they'll eventually catch another group. But by then, they'll be spread out, and it will be easy, especially if you come to the S's. You wouldn't want to be all grouped together coming for the first time out of 2 into turn 3. So that's why we do that. The Honda Civic, the pace car, comes off here, and we get this great shot from turn 2 as they prepare to go 2x2 up the main straight. Wonderful venue. It gets better and better with each and every year. This will be just what it's like for WEC in a few months' time. Next September, we've got the World Championship of World Endurance coming here. But these are Revolutions, IGTs as the flag waves, and away we go. Up the hill goes Travis Engen, and that priceless car gets a little tapped on the 32. But no harm, no foul. They all recover, thankfully. It was only a little love tap.
Yeah, Travis Engen in that Audi, and I hope the Revolutions know who they're racing with and what they're racing with, because that is, like you said, a priceless car.
Totally.
Out there. And
that was Palmer Miller that just touched in there in the 32.
I don't think he was aware that he was coming up behind him, because most of these Revolution Radical drivers only race in these in single classes. They're not used to what these other prototypes can do. So this is a good learning for them as well.
Tell you what, that Audi got off the line though. Boy, here come the Porsches. This is our IGT. Mostly Porsches. We've got the odd Lamborghini and the odd Ferrari. Nothing odd about them though.
Now watch Vento. He's in the red car to our left, a 3.8, surrounded by some 4-liters and some R's. So we're going to see what happens there, but there's the Lamborghinis getting up there too in their power.
Yeah, using that wide exit of turn 1 and funneling down. A Cayman in there as well. But we've seen IGT a great deal over the last few years. And here they come, and Travis Engen in second place now to Miller. Under braking, here comes the 32, and we've got what? What flags are you waving?
I'm waving a double yellow. I'm here from race control. There should be a double yellow out there.
Okay, well that was
we're gonna see
Palmer Miller in the 32. Yeah, so here comes the safety car. Have we found out that Supra yet? Is he out here again?
He is. Yeah, the Supra is out. It was supposed to be with Trans Am.
Okay.
So yeah, he just
nothing like a bit of extra practice, is there? So we're under caution already in this Group 11 PSSA, which you had nicely explained by Tony Pirelli there, talking about, a nice little gap in the market for sprint races, 30-minute races for guys that just, they want to race hard, they want to race good cars, but they don't want to race million-dollar cars. Once you get up to big sports car, IMSA cars, prototypes especially, you're getting into some big money and a big team to run those cars, whereas these cars can actually be run very simply.
Yeah, and not only that, but the parts are readily available. They're manufacturing them. These Radicals, the Revolutions, there's just a ton of support for them. There's dealers all over the place. In fact, Graham Rahal is a dealer. And it's a very economical way to go racing in a very fast, fun race car, high G-forces. So as you can see, I mean, it's competitive with one of the most famous race cars
in the world.
So and it's being piloted by a very capable driver too. So what just happened is there was we saw the prototype car going down the hill, looked like some suspension damage at turn 1 going down to 2. So hopefully he gets cleared quickly.
All right, well, as you can see, we don't want you to miss any of the great racing that's about to unfold here. So why don't we take a short break, and we'll be back from the Circuit of the Americas with our group racing after this.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Welcome back. We're under caution here. The Honda Civic is out on track as we approach the famous Turn 11. It's been pretty breezy today, and we've had lots of different forms of racing here, from single-seaters. Trans Am have been in action qualifying. That's going to be a big Trans Am doubleheader tomorrow to finish off the year. It's been a hell of a year for Trans Am, but also for SVRA. Ben, you go to every round of SVRA. It just seems, I don't know, to me, to be growing exponentially.
Yeah, and it depends on the weekend. And this is a weekend that there's another vintage race happening at Daytona with a lot of cars. But it's just kind of coming to the end of the season. And Circuit of the Americas is a world-class facility. So these world-class facilities bring a lot of world-class cars, as we're seeing here in this group. But yeah, we're seeing it, not only is it growing, but it's changing. Like even just 10 or 12 years ago when I got involved in SVRA, there were more this kind of car than this kind of car, and then sometimes cars kind of phase out or come in. So it just kind of seems to be that's the way that it goes, and there's kind of an ebb and flow to this whole deal.
Yeah, and you've created an interesting atmosphere. You've created a fun, laid-back atmosphere with some serious players, though, and some very serious cars. We don't go with the most, sophisticated, sort of after, ridiculously expensive cars that, are often brought out of museums to go racing. These are cars that are loved and cared and want to go racing, and the drivers that race them are either ex-racing drivers or who've raced all their lives, and then historic racing, vintage racing, is where they find themselves. And what's also interesting is it's now attracting young drivers to its series. So we get almost a family atmosphere, like you say, father and son, brothers, you name it. Here we go then. And Travis Engen got taken away there because already Cincinnati has pulled away at that restart. He did a hell of a job there at the restart, so well done. Nice little battle here between the number 8 of the Ligier JSP 315, Tim Day Jr. in third position? Through the S's then, under speed. What a beautiful sound too. We didn't talk much about that, but they make a heck of a din too, don't they?
Yeah, they really do. I'm wondering what happened to Palmer Miller, starting first, but has gone back to 4th place, I believe.
Yeah, he's that one that came together with Travis, but I don't think there was any foul or harm to the cars because it was just a tap and they were both at speed, so nobody got in trouble from it. Now, Travis Engen in...
This is a great battle here. Joel Quadracci, Travis Engen in cars that are pretty similar, and, even similar generations. And and both really capable prototype drivers.
I mentioned Stratford. You've got the Millers. You've got father and son there. What are the Stratfords?
I believe they're father and son as well.
That's what I'm talking about.
A lot of Elan DPO2s, probably more than I've ever seen in one race.
And then in IGT, you've got a real eclectic group of hard, fast charging professional drivers who often coach some of the gentleman drivers and make them better GT drivers.
Yeah, as you see the Italian flag there on the Lamborghini. And this is a really fun series that Ken Fangler has developed. And look at this, there's Scott Blend leading the group here. And sure enough, he was right. They're catching up to these prototype cars.
Yeah, slowly but surely.
But there's that Lamborghini right behind Nathan Bird as he passes Vento. And Nathan Bird and Vento, watch these two. They have been going at it all season long. But that Lamborghini's just got a lot of power catching up to him.
Yeah, Nathan Bird just jumped out of that single-seater. Yeah. Well, I've done some commentary on the Super Trofeo series, which is all Lamborghinis, and they have never really been, front and center when it comes to sports car racing, Lamborghini, and they've kind of shied away from it as Travis Engen makes his move and takes the lead. Nicely done by Travis. talking of nice, here's Ken Fengler. Just the man, we were just talking about him, and he comes in at just the appropriate moment, as though the red carpet had been laid out. How are you, Ken?
Well, I don't know if I'm the good luck charm or the curse, since we just go double yellow again for the second time in this race. But yeah, I mean, I just wrote down some car numbers. There were some flag violations and passing under the yellow in the last one, so now we'll try again, I guess. So
does it make it hard in this kind of eclectic group you've got racing with your guys? Yeah. So I mean, what have you said in the driver's briefing about how to deal with the different speeds, the different types of cars?
Well, that really, that hasn't been the issue right now. Now, honestly, we haven't even gotten to that point. Now it's just been driver ability, just running out of talent in the middle of the corner and falling off the racetrack.
I've been there.
Yeah.
Well, we're under caution, as Ken quite rightly points out. Maybe he's put the muckers on it. Not sure what the caution is for. We'll wait and see if Ben hears.
Heard a car off in 9.
There we go. Well, that's just, that'll be just what we're looking at now from the drone. It's just, I can see it now myself. So here the car's come down to turn 11. So they've just gone past the incident, but that's why we're under caution. The good news is, it won't take long for them to push that back.
Now, Scott Blend, Marco Vento, and Nathan Bird have just been going at it all season long, especially Vento and Bird, and it's happening already here at Circuit of the Americas.
Yeah, it's those are the three in contention for the Mission Foods GT3 Cup Championship. 2 different classes of cars, Nathan Bird and Marcus Vento. The same, which is 3.8 liter. Scott, which has been the 4 liter, and he's been the class, and these guys have been top 5, top 7 all year long. Especially the young guys, the young guns, Nathan and Marcus, 24 years old, in the smallest displacement. We have 3.6s, but we haven't seen many that much anymore. So 3.8 liter is the bottom rung of the ladder. But the giant killers, 4 liter, 4 I's, 4 R's, and just shows you their driving ability and talent.
Yeah, Nathan Bird was telling me just last weekend that his engine is getting tired, so he's hoping to make it through this engine for an engine rebuild. But he's been having so much fun. He's racing in 6 different classes with us. We've seen Jonathan this season, so now he's in a, what do you call it, a tin top car, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm hearing this might be the end of this deal that I'm hearing, and they got the car off in the gravel, and it might take them a while to get out of here. So I'm not sure what's going to happen, whether we're going to continue on. I mean, we've looked forward to this all day long.
That's a shame, yeah.
But if so, all I got is tomorrow to look for. The sun. Hopefully I'll see the sun come up tomorrow morning. And at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
It's not foggy.
Yeah, the fog,
I got to say, that was nasty this morning.
And, that we have a 60-minute race, lots more time.
You can see we've got 2 cars, we've got 2 trucks, recovery trucks, with the car that's strewn on the top of your picture right now. Under that yellow caution sign, you can see the flashing lights where the car has gone off at 9. And there's absolutely no way you can go racing. That is way too close. If you remember, Verstappen hit that, I think in Formula One, or somebody did, and bounced right across the track. It wasn't Verstappen, it was Alonso. And you do want to be on the outside of 9.
Yeah.
Well, I never would have thought that a Honda would win this race.
He's won a few.
He's got as more laps than anybody, I think, without any heroics, so to speak. I must say, Jim Rogers has been piloting that pace car very professionally.
Well, the word hasn't gotten to the drivers, and it seems like they might.
No, still caution
knowing
out.
RC, he's going to try to get this thing back up and started.
No doubt. They've been working all weekend long hard to get these guys laps, even in despite of some of the, let's say, less than stellar performances.
I've asked you this before, but Ken, tell us more about how you get into IGT and who fits, who works for IGT. I know two professionals. I noticed Pipperman and Ryan Dial, 2 good professional drivers who, I was saying, some of these drivers come and help some of the guys become better drivers. But who gets to go in IGT? Why?
Well, it is as we say, a professional platform. It's for sportsman type of driving. The emphasis on sportsman driving, both in the paddock and on the racetrack. But we're very happy that these guys take their the learning curve very seriously. They hire professionals. In the Enduros, the pros have a chance to get in the car and drive. It's skewed a bit on purpose that the pros don't get a gimme. The AM driver drives for 10 minutes and the pro takes over and runs away. That doesn't work that way. There's a lot of strategy involved and luck per se as to if you have a pro driver. But we're very happy that they have the pro drivers there with them. That come from other series, which is much different than what we do.
Yeah, and at this level, it is hard to learn when you're strapped in with the adrenaline there. You need that downtime to think about what you've just done or about to do, because that makes a big difference when you're trying to learn.
Lights are out, gentlemen, and I'm hoping that Scott Blend kind of gives them a little bit of a gap, because they caught up to these prototypes pretty soon. And I'm hoping that he gives them a little bit of a gap so that they can both have their races.
I say let's all get to the top of the hill together. Here we go then. So we'll watch. There it is. The Honda comes off and we are going race again. Led by Travis Engen in that famous Audi. And away they do go.
Let's see if we can get a few consecutive laps here.
No, it's going to be final lap, I hate to tell you again.
Joel Quadracci on the outside.
He's making his move.
This could be, smoking. He's locked in
what happened there? Just locked up, I think, on the dust as well.
Did.
Just saved Travis Engen's car as well.
Thankfully. And that's also given the race almost to Travis if he doesn't make a mistake, and he rarely does. So, through the S's they come, led by Travis Engen. Good recovery, to be fair, Quadracci.
Yeah, he's a really talented driver and drives a few different cars with us in vintage racing, and now he's right behind Travis.
He's got right up, hasn't he? And in fact, he's handing him now as they come to turn 9 where we had the incident.
Those Audis really need the tires to be warm. So the tires have cooled down. You'll see Travis Engen kind of turns it on by lap 3, usually in that Audi, and I don't know if that Orica of Joel can heat up the tires, but look at that.
Oh, look at this. Nicely done by the 55 of Marco Cincetti. He was in second place a moment ago, and he's now back there. Beautiful overtake. And now Engen using that power. Look at him in the number 2. Pulling away down the back straight. Leaving the prototypes, the other prototypes, the more modern prototypes, to fight it out against themselves in their revolutions.
Yeah, some good competition for Travis, though. For years he just kind of drove around on his own, and I'm sure he's enjoying this moment.
I bet he is.
Hey, I got some guys to race with here, and so good for him.
Well, you didn't see it, but they tapped him at the top. Palmer Miller came together with him slightly, so he was probably not liking that much. But
no.
So final lap, and that's why we're getting a little racy here for second and third. Cincetti and Quadracci. Miller up against his son, and then Day Jr. in 6th. Fletcher Stratford's are 8th and 9th, and then Mosley in 10th. And it looks as though Travis Engen's going to hold on. Here he comes. It's going to be close, though. Quadracci's going to follow him to the line. They come to the checkered flag, and there it is. Travis Engen wins in the Audi R8 LMP from 2005. Oh, and a little bit of...
that was way out there.
Yeah, way out there. Well, I think he just basically outbraked himself. If he hadn't gone that wide out there,
look at this.
Look at this. The Porsche's coming side by side for the line. Oh! And that was Nathan Bird, wasn't it?
No, that's...
Well, Nathan Bird took
on the left.
Gruber.
Yeah, Gruber just behind
got
him.
it together. Nathan.
Nicely done.
Scott Blend.
Yeah, Bird, 13th overall.
Mr.
Gruber
Wang
second,
and the other Lambo.
Yeah.
Marcus Vento. I mean, all I can say is this was a warm-up. That's all for tomorrow morning. It was a chance to finally get out there and race. It's been a long few days of lots of activity on the racetrack with F4 and all these different categories, TA, something for everybody, as I always say. So fantastic. But this will be a warm-up for tomorrow morning's Enduro, 60 minutes worth of racing. And that will be the International GT cars leading off, approximately 22 cars in the field, and followed by the PSSA cars, another 6 cars of prototypes that'll follow along. So, we look forward to that. Let's just say it wasn't a perfect race by any means. We had some things, but everybody's safe. And you know what? We'll sleep on it and try it again tomorrow morning.
Ken Fangler, thank you so much for coming in. The president of IGT, who works around the clock to put this series together and keep it going. And it is a heck of a series. and we got at least a little taster for what is in action tomorrow. But we'll take a short break. There's more action from the Speed Tour still to come, so stay with us here, wherever you're tuning in around the world.
Keeping your pride and joy perfect is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Start with Slick Mist Speed Wax. Simply mist on and wipe off for a professional detailer shine. For your tires and trim, there's Lucas Slick Mist Tire and Trim Shine. Spray on and wipe off for better than new look. Then finish her with Lucas Slick Mist Interior Detailer. Just spray and wipe. Easy. Use Lucas Slick Mist Car Care products and she'll never look better. Fast, easy, and professional. Really, it's sort of like having an extra set of hands. Or 3.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas. The famous S's, designed after the Beckett's Maggots complex at Silverstone. I actually think it's better in many ways because it's trickier. The Beckett's Maggots section is faster, and there's a little bit more room to go faster and therefore perhaps not make any mistakes. Here, it tightens in the middle. As we look downtown Austin to the left of the Google building, not actually full at the moment since the pandemic, but you can see by the amount of cranes, this city is going through the roof. It is growing exponentially, and it seems almost appropriate now that we have a Formula One circuit along the way, because Austin, when it was built 10 years ago, wasn't really ready for international motorsport. Now it seems just normal, especially with all the tech companies involved in motorsport these days, which are the new big money involved in motorsport. And, of course, SVRA has taken advantage of that. We've got this paddock full. We've got the support paddock full. And we've even got well, that's always full. But we've even got the car park in the grandstand or behind the grandstand full of SVRA cars being prepared. It's such a huge event.
And spectators. Jesse Pinnell has been out there doing break-in records with our spectators as we look beautiful weather here at the Circuit of the Americas for the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour. But another one of my favorite groups, Jonathan, Formula V's.
For Volkswagen.
The V is for Volkswagen. These are basically Volkswagen Beetle engines and front suspension pieces. There's Simon Hughes. Simon Hughes, oh, look at that on the pole. Very good. Simon Hughes, always one of our really fast drivers. You remember him at NOLA, having that really good finish there with us at NOLA. And this is kind of neat. Elliott Barron has kind of created a championship within a championship. You see the Corinthian Vintage Racing. That's the SVRA group out of Texas. A lot of these Formula V drivers, and what they'll do is they'll make a championship of Formula Vs with SVRA events, SVRA events, and any other events they can combine. And I believe this is their season closer here, and this should be pretty fun. So that's Burke Nash in the Zinc C.
Simplicity the key. As you can see, simple suspension, simple wheels, simple bodywork.
But many Formula One drivers, many of the best drivers in the world came. This is how they first got into racing.
Look at the simple. Hey.
Yeah, the torsion bar suspension.
Love it.
And you can see there.
See, you could change a 9 to an 8.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Simple
I
too.
like that. So this was just a simple way to go, and you can see here. So we've got a Lynx, Zinc, Formcar X, Kellison's, Caldwell's, Auto Dynamics, Pegasus, Zeitler, because some of these companies could be one-offs. Some of them could be really fancy cars. You can see there in that number 60, that's Devin Boucher, as you call it, but Devin Butcher in the Formcar X. This car was with us at Indianapolis. It is it's one of the older cars in the series. I believe it's a 63.
I'll tell you.
And a really funny story, fun car, great group to run with. There's 23 of them out there with us. This is kind of, they would consider this probably their home track now that their home track has closed. And just a lot of fun. We see there, that's John Williamson.
It is a 63.
It is 63, okay. And that's a Caldwell D13, a very famous car. A very famous Formula V car, early Formula V car.
Pretty little thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, they're, and you know, one thing about Formula V that makes really good drivers is if you can drive a Formula V, which is a difficult car, no downforce, no handling, bias ply tires, skinny tires. If you can be really good in one of these cars, a momentum car, you can be good in almost anything.
Good point. Another 1969 Zinc that we just saw. We're getting some real, George doing a great job of giving us a real nice close insight while we've got the time, because they're clearing up, I think, a little bit of...
Hey, George, if you don't mind, can you go back to that car, the number 60, the Formcar X, you were there, and show the steering wheel of that car, if you can hear me, because the last time he was at Indy with us, the tachometer was actually in the steering wheel.
The number 60. Okay.
Oh, but we've got 1 minute on the grid, so he might get run over if he does that.
Don't do that to George.
Trying to get you in trouble. Look at this view, though, and the flags. There's the Petunia. Are you able to get a shot of the steering wheel, George? Because the tack was on the steering wheel the last time that he was. Yeah, there it is. See that? The tachometer goes in the steering wheel like that. I've never seen that before.
That's cool. Trouble is, when you turn the wheel to the right, what happens?
I think the tach goes with it, but you know, you're only looking at the tach when you're not turning, right?
Okay. I love the way it's number 60, but he actually put years old.
Yeah, because they're celebrating 60 years of Formula V this year.
I'm sorry.
It came out in '63, so it is.
Yeah, 23. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So finally, they head out of the pre-grid. Sun's going down here.
Well, let's go through. We've got Simon Hughes in first place, pole position in the number 9. Burke Nash second. Pierce Crone third. Devin Butcher fourth. And then it's Elliott O'Barron in the 113. We have a change of drivers. They can change at any time. There's like 6 of them that they just go in and out of. John Williamson is in the starting 6th. Mark Felson 7th. Cassandra Barron Fuller in 8th. Dave McDowell 9th, and then Hunter Barron in the number 23. So look for him to move up. Then we've got, how would you say that? Baron Schwartzlos?
That was pretty good. Schwartzlos.
All
yeah.
right.
Or Schwartzlos, maybe.
Timothy Little in 12th. Jason White 13th. Drew Fisher 14th. David McMasters, what a great name, 15th. John Stranad, I'd say. All right. 16th, Bill Griffith, 17th. Dwight Calkins, 18th. Jason Puerner, 19th. 20th is Mark Shatwell. 21st is Daryl Thornley. Scott Elife is 22nd. And Rob Schultz is 23rd. But let me go through the marks here. We've got a Formula V Lynx. We've got a Zinc. We've got Form Car X, Kellison, Caldwell, Auto Dynamics, Zeitler, Pegasus, Warrior, Scorpion, Auto Dynamics. See how cool is that?
Yeah, there's a couple of cars, like you say, I obviously recognize the Lynx and the Mach 1s, but the Warrior I'm not familiar with. All cars between 68 and 72.
And I'm sure you're wondering, but Shatwell is in a Scorpion Formula V.
What do you reckon one would cost if you wanted to go racing?
New, they were like the cheapest cars out there.
Yeah,
but now a race-ready turnkey car, you can buy some for under 10, but unless it's a really famous one, you're not paying more than $20,000 for one of these.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, like I said, if you are interested in going racing, and I'll tell you what, they may not look like the most impressive, but if you sit in one of those and you go fast in one of those, you'll know you're racing. I can assure you. I've done a Formula First car, which is not that different, it's just a thrill of a lifetime. It's great fun.
We're going to see if Shatwell can move up through the group. Starting back in 20th. Ooh, the number 55 right there, just going around Burke Nash. You notice that Simon Hughes is kind of getting heat in his tires, and Burke Nash has been just running a straight line. Now he's starting to get some heat in his tires. But man, coming into 1, watch for Butcher there in the number 60 to move up. I know that he's very fast, and Elliott O in the 113. Lights are out, Jonathan.
Here we go.
Jonathan, explain to the crowd this perfect group. The next complex they're coming through is called what?
It's the McConaughey complex, because it's all right, and all right.
Nice. I love it.
Got a laugh from Jesse. That's all that matters. That's made my day.
And most of these are Texans, so they're going to like that. Their former governor, or their future governor, Matthew McConaughey.
He's not got there yet.
All right. As they come in, the pace lights are off. This is all. I'm getting excited, you can tell. This is always one of my favorite groups. And some of my best friends in vintage racing are in this group. So let's have a good race here, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, and as we go through, tell us about some of these guys, because I'm always interested in the kind of cats that do this kind of racing, because they're always interesting to know about. As you can see, the pace car coming off now, and we are 2 by 2 getting ready for the start. That means that Simon Hughes will decide when to accelerate away, and what he'll try to do is get away as quickly as he can. Because it is a long way up that hill. This is the second longest straight at the Circuit of the Americas.
Come on, line up, people.
20 cars in all. Come on, people. Yep, bring it. And they're going to lose out if they're not careful, because it's a long run up that hill. But away we go then, and it's led by the pole man in the number 9 on the right-hand side of your screen. Simon Hughes, as they jostle for position. Good positioning by Brett Nash as he swings shots round and slingshots round into the lead. And that was almost inevitable, wasn't it?
Yep.
He had a great start there from the outside, which is the racing line. But, well, we've seen in earlier races that you can go from the inside and make it through. But he did. Nicely done then. Burt Nash, leads the way in the 55.
Simon Hughes is not going to be excited. That number 9 there that the camera's following, not going to be excited about that start. But look for Devin Butcher in that car that's venting out a little bit of fuel here.
I was just wondering what he was dropping there.
Now, the body of that car usually sits higher, but they lowered the body to the car and giving it a little bit more aero, and it's a really fast car.
Yeah, well, as you can see, we've got 2 distinct groups. We've got 4 now, a lead group of 4. Here it comes, over 10 and down towards 11. Big bump here, right in the middle of the braking point of 11. You'll see it right there. And just upsets the car a little bit, but these cars don't have a lot of ride height suspension. They're not that low. You can see for yourself how low they are. That's one low. That's the one that's puffing smoke. I don't think it's actually dropping anything. It's just puffing. A little maybe mixture change for that, but not dropping anything down on the road. But that top 4 now heading down the back straight.
Yeah, speaking of dropping, I saw Shatwell dropping something on the corner coming out of 11, but he's still moving through pretty well as Simon Hughes comes up right behind Burt Nash.
Into 12 they go then. And that lead continues. I love the yellow wheels. Perfect.
The great thing about these cars back in the day when they raced them is you blow your engine at the racetrack, you go to a junkyard, and they've got stacks of VW Beetle engines or any of the parts. And now they're starting to get a little bit more rare.
Yeah, there's still plenty of spare parts for these cars, though. And you can figure it out, too.
Yeah, air-cooled, easy to do. They're running the fan. That is a rule with the vintage Formula V that you do have to run the fan, the shroud. There's some certain parts that you have to be running here as they come around the McConaughey complex. But this looks like it's going to be a pretty close race. Let's see if Simon Hughes can get a good run. I know him to be a very fast driver off of here. And if he and Devin Butcher, who are kind of teammates, if they can work together, I think they can get around Nash.
Well, that group of 4 has stayed together, but it's being caught by the second group. Here they come.
Simon Hughes, good run off of 20, though. Look at that, right behind him.
Now he's got a chance. Here we go.
The draft is so important, Jonathan.
Yeah, and Hughes, remember, pole position. He's going to want that back, and here he comes. Side by side, he's got the inside line as he'll get to the top of the hill. But as we saw last time out, Nash was able to slingshot round the race line and hold on to the lead. Through comes the 19, or the 18, Pierce Crone. And down they come through too. Now it's a distinct group of 3. Nice drone shot, almost hitting the tower there. Nicely done.
Yeah, that was a great shot as they come around here, and you can see the cars really move. I think Pierce might be having some trouble or might have missed a shift because he really fell off there. And now watch for Hunter Barron in this in his dad's car there, in that like silver chrome car. But the 777 goes pretty wide there. Mark Felsen. And we were talking about the rhythm of those S's.
Yeah.
You get into a rhythm, and then the rhythm changes dramatically.
Big time. That's the one thing that shocked me. I wasn't expecting it. I was trying to, understand it, or it looked like it was just going to be a rhythm. And suddenly you're hard on the anchors to get through turn 5. So really interesting.
Oh,
look at this. This is the second battle now, the second group. And it's 3 wide, and the signal's being made. I don't know, is it get out of the way, or you're after you, sir, or not?
I think he's saying get out of the way. That's Hunter Barron, one of our really fast drivers. Won some SCCA championships in his day in Formula V. And I think he's hating to see that top group go away from him, because I know he wanted to mix it up there in the top at his home track, Circuit of the Americas.
You can tell our cameramen are now coming into their own. It's getting into the golden hour, and they're all tightening up now and just getting some really nice silhouette shots down that back straight. Good stuff, boys. Been out there all day.
That's Williamson in the 103. The number 32, that's Cassandra Barron, so that's Hunter's sister, I believe, there.
Here's the man puffing smoke, but he's okay. It's the 103 of John Williamson. And that Caldwell D13, another with the yellow wheels. It's one of the oldest cars, you said, or one of the most famous cars.
Yeah, they made a lot of those. Auto Dynamics. I like the Martini livery
Yeah,
on this one.
it doesn't quite look like the Williams Formula One, does it? Or one of those Audi Quattros that won in the Rally Championship. But hey, doesn't matter.
That's Jason White having a blast out there.
Look at this. From above, you really see just how they're dicing, especially the different lines through here. It's one of my favorite complexes, this. And 19 is off camber, the exit of 19. You've got to be so careful just as you power through there. And it's a fast corner, fast left-hander, and it's so easy to get dragged out to the outside.
Here they come.
Saw a race won in Formula Regional earlier today by a move up the inside. In fact, it was yesterday. And really cool to see that. Hughes then extending his lead over Nash. Boucher still in third. Crone fourth. Felson fifth. Barron sixth. The two Barrons, in fact, sixth and seventh. Then Williamson, White, and Stranar in 10th position.
It's been so neat to see the cars come up to turn one because you can see how they've set up their suspensions. This is a great shot here, 3 wide, and you can see how different the cars are set up as they go over the bumps.
Another big bump coming up just through there. There you go, there. Caught out of quite a few MotoGP riders when they came here.
Oh, I bet, yeah.
Now, there's going to be more resurfacing here. Remember, the track's now 11 years old. It's not old, but it's a fair bit of weathering over a decade. But what a success story for Texas this has been. Truly unbelievable, really.
Timothy Little, the little engine that could right there.
He really is.
In a Lynx Formula V.
Yeah, it's hard to pick what, I've always noticed in sort of Formula Ford, Formula V, it really doesn't matter what the bodywork is. These cars are so equally yoked in terms of competition. And it doesn't matter whether you have a 2021 car or a 1972 car. You can run them just as hard.
Do you think you take our best Formula V drivers and then drop a Max Verstappen in one and just say, go at it with these guys? I would love to know how that would shake out.
It would shake out that Max would take a couple of laps and then he'd annihilate the competition.
Yeah, I think he'd drop back to like 6, and then all of a sudden he'd gap them by, the whole back straight or something.
Because you use the wrong example. Max is one of those guys that actually would relish the opportunity to race something like this.
I'm pretty sure Christian Horner would say no to that.
Yeah, maybe.
But look at this. I love it when they do this in the groups of 3 or 4 or faster in the draft. So it's really fun to watch how they're going to work together. They have hand signals for each other to try to move up through.
Is there much of a draft without wings?
There is, yeah. You'd be surprised that they. You can watch the. Sometimes I'll put GoPros on the cars, and they do get a little bit quieter when they suck in behind the draft there.
Good to know.
Because you're still moving air.
Exactly. You're moving air. It's physics. Yeah, absolutely.
That's the 56. Is that right?
Yep.
I thought it was. I don't see. Oh, there it is. Scott Leaf. He's moving up. There he is. No, that's Jason Puner. I'm still looking for Shatwell out there.
I think he's just ahead of Puma. Because certainly Shatwell and Puma lined up together. In 19th and 20th position. Gap from Hughes to Burke Nash, just 0.3, so it's a good battle at the front. We're trying to see all the battles, as we should, but you can see for yourself on the graphics, just 0.3 of a second. That's a close Formula V race.
We've got side-by-side coming up into turn 1, and look at this. This is some good racing happening here.
Yeah, it turned out to be a good race.
That's Daryl Thornley in that, it says 19, right? And I'm showing 19, Daryl Thornley, but that's not gray.
It's gray and yellow.
Dwight Calkins in the Lynx B. You can really see him bouncing down the hill.
Yeah, like I said, rudimentary cars, simple suspension, simple bodywork, simple engine. Couldn't get more simple. And easy, therefore, to maintain. And I think that's the key in motor racing. It's not the purchase price, it's the maintaining of, isn't it?
Yeah, and the but then it's difficult to drive. Everything you said was kind of easy, but then difficult to drive. Difficult to drive fast.
Yeah.
And that makes for really good drivers. Here's the battle for the lead.
This is the lead, yeah. Here we go. And I said it was 0.3, but you can see it's almost less than that now. Butcher right there as well. So the top three, you can throw a blanket over them. Excellent racing. And at the moment, it is Hughes who's managed to get back into the front, having lost the lead at the start. Yeah, but he hasn't been able to shake him off yet.
That little battle has put Butcher kind of right behind him, too. So now any weird move that happens here, and now 4 wheels over the white line should be out of bounds. Just ask Devin Butcher about that.
Yes, I was at the I was at your SVRA drivers briefing and getting all the rules and regulations read, but always interesting to lean in and hear what the race director is looking for and not looking for.
We have different rules in different series this weekend.
Course.
Like I've just heard that the finish line for Trans Am is down there towards turn 1, which is good because we can get a drag race maybe if the ending is close. Oh, white flag is out.
And we've got a 3-way battle for the last lap.
Yeah, watch Butcher come up. Now, if we could stay with this shot with this group of cars, we can really see how much higher Burke Nash's car is than Hughes, and then Butcher's car is dragging on the ground like Lewis Hamilton.
Well, here comes Simon Hughes on the inside. He's got the better line into the turn in. He just needs to maintain it, get the elbows out, and he's got it. Yeah, nicely done. It's not over yet, though. The next opportunity really is after the S's and coming into 11, because it's risky business taking or doing an overtake. It can be done. And it's going to be a surprise attack if you pull it off, but really just one race line through here. And if you take a gamble and try to go offline and make a move, it can end in tears and end with you going off in the marbles and slipping off the track. And, of course, once you get to either side of the track, then you can hit the rumble strips and upset the car as well. Now the climb uphill through 7 and 8. And, again, you can see just one line. From above, it's obvious. Sometimes when you're low down, it isn't quite so. Nothing to do here at 10. You've just got to get over it. And then the run under the little mini bridge there to 11. Now's the first real chance for an overtake. But it's a double-edged sword, because do you want to overtake here and then potentially get re-overtaken in the long run down to 12?
Watch for these two to try to work together. Butcher's going to try to get right back in the draft to push both of them forward to give either one of them a chance at Hughes, as Hughes tries to snake out and break that air.
I don't know what idiot put GoPros on those cars. They're slowing them down.
I know. A little bit of drag there, and Butcher's kind of pushing out. Look at this.
Here we go, side by side between the two pair of them. It's been this way all race long, but back goes the pole man into the lead. Now it's the last of the late breakers into 12. Hughes, though, can't quite pull it off. And that was good racing from Nash. Running out of corners, though. Next opportunity on the inside of 15 in my mind.
Come on, Petunia.
Well, he's got a run on him. Here we go, through 13 and now 14. Coming up to 15. A double apex here. So that's the first apex, and then you turn it wide and cross again, but no overtake here. Now it's the triple apex, no overtake through there. Next opportunity really could be 19, but that is very foolhardy in my opinion. And then last corner is 20. So I think we're going to stay as we are. Line astern now through the last 3 corners.
Anything can happen, Jonathan.
Oh, yes. Here we go. Nash
last
just
chance.
holding on, and he's going to be close. There is. He's going for it at 20. Here we go. We're going to get the shot side by side, and he's got him. Hughes, Nash, who's it going to be? And Butcher. But it's going to be the number 9, Simon Hughes, the pole man, who takes the win. And what a great race that was. I said there's a possibility at 20, and he took it.
I wonder what happened there to Burke Nash. Unbelievable. That was a lot of fun. Simon Hughes has got to be really happy about that, but let's see what else is coming up, because I think the next group is going to be the next group back there was pretty close as well.
So there you go. Good little race between the 3 of them, and they pulled away from the chasing pack. So it's Hughes, Butcher and Nash. Crone, Barons 5th and 6th, Felson 7th, Williamson 8th, White 9th. Strannard goes to 10th. McDowell goes up to 9th.
Well, that was a fun race. I never got to see Mark Shatwell out there, and I think
because I just assumed he'd be in a brown car. Maybe he pulled out
He was dropping something.
So we'll take a short break. We'll be back with more hijinks and fun here at the Circuit of the Americas after this.
That bush is really coming along. Hi, Carla. What are you up to? Oh, I just spent the whole morning having a little battery-powered fun. I can see that. This thing is powerful. Hey, honey. I was just gushing about our new favorite toy.
Let me tell you, the battery life on this thing, you wouldn't believe it. Sometimes we need a little extra push to get there. Sometimes, hey, I let it do all the work for me.
And it has so many different settings. All right, Joel. Ready to go again?
You should join us sometime.
I've got to get me one of those.
Big B, welcome back. And here we go. Ben Sissel, Jonathan Green, bringing the action from the Circuit of the Americas. And guess what state we're in? The Lone Star State.
Your home state, Jonathan.
Absolutely. Got here as fast as I could, is what we say in Texas.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would say one of the best races, if not the best race we've ever captured, was here. Between these front three just a couple years ago, and now
this
they're
is
back,
an honor, isn't
all
it?
in the same cars.
This is a real honor.
Actually,
Jeff Brabham.
Matt Brabham is in a different car. He's in the yellow car. He was in a blue car then. But that's Tonis Casamets on the number 666, Brabham BT29.
And to be able to beat two Brabhams in a Brabham for Casamets, that's a nice little red rag to a bull. Isn't
Tonis is a very good driver. Jeff Brabham, yes, the Jeff Brabham. Right there, we're looking at him. He's giving us a thumbs up right there. That's Jeff Brabham, ladies and gentlemen, a BT3531.
IMSA winner, multiple, don't know.
My Jeff Brabham heyday was that Nissan that he drove in, that was just the craziest car, early 90s, I believe, in IMSA.
You know, Sir Jack would be so proud to see something like this.
Oh, yeah.
There's no question.
You got to look at this car up close. I got to give it up for Ron Hornig because he really prepares some fabulous cars. And then there's Matt Brabham, Jeff Brabham's son, in a BT3526.
A handy driver. He won't be doing the Trans Am race
Brand new
tomorrow,
tires.
So he's getting a bit of a fun run out.
He won here, remember, in the last turn in Trans Am and TA over Ernie Francis Jr. And now they're fighting in Indy Lights.
helmet.
Look at that.
Or his St. Pete helmet. I don't know. He's got the palm trees on.
So this is our Group 2 here at the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour as they go through the Customers Bank Mission Gate to get out on track. Liz is out there splitting. Group 2 is open wheel, basically bias ply tires, no ground effects, no ground force. This is truly drivers. These Formula B cars that you're seeing now, they've got the wider tires. That's kind of the easier way to see it. They're a little bit low-slung bodies, but the easiest way to tell is just the size of their tires. as we look. That should be Giroux there in the number 5'9". Yeah, that's Mark Giroux.
Yeah, I recognize the helmet. He races a lot.
He does, and he races a bunch of different cars with us with GMT. So is Travis Engen. Is he out there?
Yes, he is, yeah.
Okay. And then we've got Formula Fords that are going to be coming out. They look a lot like these Bs, except they've got skinnier tires. There's Engen there in that Chevron.
Yeah, and we've got cars that go back to, what, 1967, and then a 2001 Van Diemen Formula Ford. So that's that's a good cross-section. And we've got some 2014, two McGowls from 2014, almost modern cars. Ethan Tovo and Jackson Tovo at the wheels of those. So it'll be quite interesting to see the history of these small cars. Class CF.
Gary Gesselter is back out here with us in his Swift DB6. Remember I told you the story about him? I was at a Wawa in New Jersey.
What's a
early in the
Wawa
morning,
coffee,
like a convenience store.
Yeah.
And he just comes up to me and he goes, "Hey, it's Gesselter."
Yeah.
And it's so like out of context that I'm like, what are you talking about? And I guess we had been saying his name wrong. So we apologize for that. But he's racing a DP01 with us this weekend and a Formula Ford. So it's cool to have him out here.
Jeffrey Anderson just going through shot on the 16. BT29. So we've got a bunch of Brabham machinery out there. Boy, I realize just how much still survives from those early days.
So missing Kim Madrid out here. She was with us at St. Louis.
No Mohawk.
Just a couple weeks ago. But Bob Hatley is out here, and Roland Johnson kind of representing the, do I see Dan Cowdrey? Is Dan Cowdrey?
Yeah,
his
Dan
cars
Cowdrey's
out here.
there, yeah, Titan.
I can't see him on the
Mark
list.
6, yeah, he's in the Titan Mark 6, number 38.
Okay. Well, he is very fast. And he's in an actual vintage Formula Ford. Yeah, there he is, number 38. Sorry, I was just overlooking.
Quadracki's in this one as well. Unless it's a different.
No, where's
Joel
he?
Quadracki.
Oh, yeah, he's a great Formula B driver. Okay, so the lights are out. We've got some open wheels about to take turn 1. The sun is going down here at Circuit of the Americas for the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour. That's Harlan Crow, Stuart Crow's son, going to head up the Formula Fords. But Jonathan, this is like what you love here. We've got open wheels here at Circuit of the Americas.
Sun going down.
I want to hear your best Jonathan Green announcing down into turn 2.
I don't know about that. It's too late in the day. Now we'll have some fun. Here we go. 2 more races to go from our Speed Tour today, and a full day of racing tomorrow, which also includes our headlining Trans Am races. We've got a full grid of over 46 cars in TA2 and a host of TA and GT cars as well. Here we go then. This is our Group 2. Feature Race 1. The NetJets Feature Race 1. Lined up nicely for the acceleration up to the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers. They start to spread out now, side by side, between Kazimets and Jeff Brabham. Kazimets gets the advantage. Brabham slots into second.
That's Quadracci there on the driver's left.
Yep.
Making that inside lane, looking like he's fighting just right behind Matt Brabham.
Matty Brabham in the all-yellow slots into third. There he is in the number 4.
Right behind his dad. Matt Brabham, in 1 year we've seen him race Trans Am, Indy Lights, those stadium super trucks.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of everything. I think he did it the Gurr series.
Yeah. He'll jump in anything. He's a Brabham, that's for sure. He'll race whatever you like. And by the way, that goes back to the days of Sir Jack Brabham, when Formula 1 drivers like Sir Jack would race Formula 2 and occasionally even smaller cars.
Yep.
And whatever they were thrown at, whatever was money for, that's why America took off, because drivers like Jack Brabham would come over and race the Indy 500.
And look at this, right where we left off last time.
I know.
Jeff Brabham takes over from Tonis Kazimets. Tonis Kazimets gets the draft right behind him. Joel Quadracci there in 4th, trying to get behind him, but Matt Brabham trying to pick which car to get behind.
Into 12, side by side, and Matt's going to pick up the pieces if they get it wrong. Dan slots into second place. It's Brabham in second and third as they chase Tonis Kazimets into the stadium section. Linus third, nothing between them. Coming up to 14 now. Matt Brabham goes high and wide with a view to doing the switchback. Try and get as much drive as he can and maybe make just a little jolt into the inside there, a la Verstappen all those years ago. But he can't quite do it. You can see from above.
He's got the momentum, though.
Oh, yeah. They're glued together, the three of them pulling away as we kind of expected into 19 for the first time. Nothing between the top three.
Matt Brabham we saw on new tires, so he may be waiting for those tires to warm up just a little bit more before he can really turn it on. But watch for Tonis and Jeff to go side by side into one here.
Here we go. Brabham slots out, and now it's side by side up the hill. Brabham's got the better line for now. He just needs to keep the car there, brake nice and smoothly, turn it in, and Kazimets has nowhere to go at that point. The 44 trying to stay with him. That's Joel Guadarraki in 4th position. And behind him, Bruce Hamilton in 5th.
We're going to have to stay with these leaders, though. This race is just too good, Jonathan. We've got too many legends up here. Unbelievable as we see Guadarraki and Bruce Hamilton come through. But this is, I think we've already had, what, 3-4 lead changes up there for the battle for first?
Yeah, there's the BT36. Bruce Hamilton coming through there in 4th position. But look at this battle at the front as Matt Brabham looks as though he's jumped into 2nd place now, behind Kazimets, and he has. Behind his dad, excuse me, Jeff Brabham now leads from Matthew Brabham, and Kazimets drops to 3rd. What a race! He's gone from 1st to 3rd in half a lap. Now it's going to be interesting to sort themselves out into 12.
Travis Engen followed by Ron Hornig. That is the car Matthew Brabham was in last time, I believe.
Yep.
That's Ron Hornig, who's put this whole thing together for us, ladies and gentlemen. So, Ron, thank you for this. Brabham side by side, Jonathan.
This is great. And Matthew Brabham says, hey, Dad, watch a little bit of this. Through he goes and into the lead. Matthew Brabham leading his father, Jeff. And Jeff says, ha, son? Yeah, not so quick.
Oh, that's awesome.
Into the lead they go, and they are putting on a show in great equipment and showing us what it takes to be a great racing driver. Kazimets, though, is not holding back, and he's going to join in this fun combination of racing between the three of them, and Matt goes from 1st to 3rd. I love it. Now he's gone hung out to dry a little bit, now gains back 2nd place.
And ladies and gentlemen, last year, it was just the same thing, I think 2 years ago when they did this, and they got out of the car and all agreed that was the most fun race they've ever had. And here they're doing it again. How cool is this?
Really cool. Out of 20 then, down the main straight. Brabham Sr. leading the way from Brabham Jr. Here we go. Matthew Brabham jinks to the inside. Again, side by side as they come up to Big Machine Vodka. Spike Coolers turn 1. Matthew Brabham takes the lead. Kazimets right there in 3rd.
Yeah, unbelievable here. You can really see how equally yoked they are as Brabham goes really far out wide on the curbs there. But I think the tires have kind of come to him as we see Joel Guadarraki and Bruce Hamilton. But we're back up here, and it looks like Tonis and Jeff now are the battle as Matt gaps him just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little further back. Horning in a good battle with Travis Engen, who's having a busy day. Giraud is in 9th position, just ahead of Hansen in 10th. Then it's Crow, Flynn, Cowdrey, just ahead of Tovo, Ethan, and Jackson Tovo in those more modern cars. We haven't seen them yet, but they're in those modern cars because we can't take our eyes off this great battle. Matthew Brabham leads them into 11th. Now they'll sort themselves out in the run to 12 again. Now here's that 2nd group.
Oh,
we got a caution.
Time to catch our breath a little bit.
That was Travis Engen in that 2nd group. Yeah. So Matthew takes a breath.
I think I saw Bob Lima out there in the Smothers Brothers car. I can't remember which one. I'm sure somebody in our comments can tell me. Was it Dickie Smothers? Which one of the Smothers brothers was the race car driver? But that's the actual car that he raced.
Good question.
And the Smothers brothers, you know, they had like that variety show on TV, and they were smart enough to kind of disguise the things that they were saying during the Vietnam War to get by the censors. but everybody knew what they were talking about. Just really, really kind of highbrow comedy disguised as lowbrow comedy back in the late 60s, early 70s.
And we'll be back after a short break with more from Ben's trove of fun facts. After this.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Welcome back. We're under caution here, and just looking at the history of some of the BT35s, because that's what we've got out there. Built in 1971 for Formula Atlantic, of course, Formula B and Formula 3. So that's the sort of potted history of the guys at the front. You've got Jeff in a BT35-31 and Matt in a BT35-26. And Kesemets is in that BT20. Yeah, they are getting longer, yeah. We saw this last night. Once you hit the 6 o'clock hour, it starts to go down quick. And we are facing the west, and it is going down quick. And in these low Formula cars with the undulations that you've got here, it can be quite disorientating after a while.
Wait, did we have a pass for the leaders in Formula Ford? Is Crow not the leader of the Fords? Maybe it's Hansen.
Yeah, Ava Hansen is
wow, yeah.
Yeah, she is. She's leading.
There you go. And I think we're going to be able to have a one-lap shootout.
Okay,
now,
good.
don't think this race is over, because we just saw 4 passes in one lap between these two leaders, the 3 leaders.
Yeah, well, they're evenly yoked, no question. Kesemets is holding his own.
But this might put Quadracci. We might have 4 or 5 cars in the
back
battle
of this
here.
group. Mark Giraud in that BT29. Same as Kesemets.
They're not putting heat in the tires. You know, they're not going back and forth. I'm wondering, maybe I just don't know enough. Maybe this class doesn't need to do that.
I'm thinking that this could actually be the last lap. So they're not bothering because they're going to be brought in. But we'll see. But that could be the reason. Is no need to warm the tires up if you're not going to actually go for sprinting. So we'll find out in a moment. But I get the idea that this could be how we finish this one.
Yeah.
Which means that Matty Brabham beats Dad. That's bragging rights. That's who's buying the stakes tonight then, Dad.
Not the way Matt Brabham would have wanted to win it.
He'll take it, though.
Win
He's a racing
nonetheless,
driver.
yeah.
No, I know we've had a lot of fun, but it's a joy to be around the Brabhams. They are literally royalty from Australia. But they've made, all of the Brabhams have made America their home for racing, and they have taken a big chunk of the history of motor racing in the last 20, 30 years or so, and it continues. It's fantastic.
When they were here in 2019, I made the mistake of calling Jeff Brabham a gentleman driver.
Ooh.
And the next morning, he kind of threatened me with my life.
Yeah,
So
you don't want to mess with an Aussie.
Yeah, have you ever been threatened by your childhood hero? It's quite an experience.
Yeah, yeah.
It was kind of neat. And he's such a great guy. I love talking to him. We have a lot of fun. Ron Hornig is putting together some kind of great, crazy surprise package for us next year that we're going to try to go back to an all Formula B class of racing. And that should be so much fun to watch. But it's really neat to see.
Oh, no question. Now we'll see.
Oh, you can see there at the last Matthew McConaughey.
Yep. At turn 18, we've got a spillage and a clear up in action. So that is why we are going to finish under caution. No doubt about it. It's a shame because that was a good, fun little battle for a while. But as you say, they'll be back in action tomorrow morning. And that will be a cracking way to start the day. There is the checkered flag. We do take it under caution, which means Matthew Brabham wins in the 6A ahead of Jeff Brabham in the 83 Kesebets. The poleman takes third, Quararaki in fourth, Hamilton fifth, Horning in sixth, Engin in seventh, Reeder in eighth position, Giraud and Hansen rounding out the top 10.
Let's see what happens here, father-son. Little probably thumbs down to each other. They wish they could have gotten, to race a little bit more.
As long as the cars are okay. Yeah.
I can't remember if you mentioned this, but remember you were talking to Jeff a couple years ago, and he had never really driven a Brabham before he started driving in vintage.
Yeah, bizarre. So we've just seen some classic cars with some classic names driving them. The Brabhams are well and alive here at the Circuit of the Americas. We'll take a short break. More action coming up. We've got one more big race for you from Group 10. Stay with us.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Welcome back. The sun's going down here. What a beautiful sight that is. And our drone pilots, we've got 7, I think, this weekend. And that's what it looks like anyway. Done a heck of a job. And that is one of the nicest shots you can get. The sun going down here in Texas, looking over the famous Texas skies. That's actually what Texas claims to be famous for, is those big Texas skies.
And this is live, people. This is not doctored in any way. Do not adjust your TV set. This wasn't shot just luckily 3 or 4 days ago.
Well, that's Lego.
This is
though.
right now. Yeah, that's to scale.
You can buy a Lego tower.
Really?
Yeah, they were making them at merchandise today. They were struggling, cool. Actually. But yeah, it's a nice little box with a Lego. And you can even get a Lego AMG. I've got one of those. That's a nice car, too, by the way.
Welcome back to the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour here on the grid. This is our Group 10, the last group of the day. We're having fun in the announcer's booth. We hope you're having fun watching this because this is some really cool cars. This gentleman was here with us at Sonoma this year, the Mission Foods Sonoma Speed Tour. I guess he likes the Mission Foods. I guess he likes the chips. Comes to the events with the chips. But that is Rich, how would you say that, Marziali?
Yep, that's pretty good.
In an AMG GT3, silver and red.
It's a beautiful car. That,
Mark Sandridge is not here, unfortunately. But that's Wyatt Dallenbach in that beautiful black Chevrolet Camaro. Wyatt new with us with John Cloud and his whole racing team. I'm not sure.
No
I should
relation?
know this. I think he is. Oh, sure. Because Wally's racing also with John Cloud.
Yeah, that
is
makes
he the
sense.
son? I think Jesse's given us the thumbs up that Wyatt is the son of Wally.
Well,
and this should be pretty fun. Chicken Express.
He's got the tastiest chicken in the South.
Well, Wyatt, I'm from the Show Me state of Missouri, so you're going to have to bring us some of that chicken before we can actually say that, because that sounds delicious, doesn't it?
Yeah, don't you have a Walk of Fame there in St. Louis?
I do. Yeah.
So what is it? Is it concrete or?
It's like
is it a statue of you?
No, it's just a star with my name on it.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's
I
pretty
don't have
neat.
one of those.
You should here in Austin, Texas.
Yeah, you think?
Look at that beautiful view. That was Wyatt Dallenbach in a Chevrolet Camaro. I believe his first time in TA2, but already up to third. So obviously it runs in the system, in the blood of the Dallenbachs.
Well, when I got to know the Dallenbachs, I hadn't realized that Mrs. Dallenbach was a racing driver herself.
Really?
She puts them all to shame.
Speaking of, I just watched Talladega Nights, Ricky Bobby last night, and Wally Dallenbach's all over that movie.
He does the commentary.
He's us in that movie.
I know, yeah. Well, that I wouldn't put that. I wouldn't have put us in the same phrase as Wally Dallenbach's commentary. That's high praise. No, I don't think so.
Now that should be Alan Cohen there.
Yep.
In the so we're missing some Porsche GT3 of Scott Blind and Tadath.
Well, Blind has just been out, so that might be why.
Yeah, and then I heard that Joey De Silva in that white Supra that cameoed in our Group 6-12 race earlier isn't going to make the grid today.
Big field. Big field.
Yeah, it is. We've got 33 cars.
Now, Scott Borchetta is down in the number 22, but obviously Scott not taking part. We wish him well. Hopefully he gets back up and running. But again, just look at that marvelous machine. That Mercedes is just, especially in those colors.
Yeah, truly a silver arrow.
Yeah, no kidding. So through the Customers Bank and Mission Foods gate they go. Liz with her final split. Oh, they're not listening. Oh, yes, they are.
Now that looks like, is that a Ron Fellows Camaro back there?
Could be. Looking at the 45 coming out, that's Alan Cohen. We just mentioned him in that Ford Mustang, the red, white, and blue. There's the Rusty Wallace car.
Our producer, Jesse, just said that all 3 of Wally's kids are involved in racing.
Ah, there you go. Well, what about Mike? He's involved.
Yeah, that's his cousin, I believe.
Yes, it is. He's here. Bit of truck racing.
Corey Cochran in that Chevrolet Silverado.
You know, I was talking to Brent Cruz, you know, our phenom in Trans Am, and the hope is he's going to go a bit of ARCA and a bit of truck racing. Can you imagine? I'm actually going to tune in to truck racing now, to watch that kid.
He won handedly in I think his first ARCA appearance this season.
Yeah.
And just like you said, a phenom. And I kind of equate it because I come from music, of like you can be the greatest guitar player, and then all of a sudden Jimi Hendrix comes out, and there's just a whole new realm. And we're seeing that this year twice with Connor Zilisch and Brent Cruz.
Well, to be honest, Verstappen, I thought when I saw Senna, when I first started out in motor racing, I got to cover Senna, and I thought that I'd got the, Willy Wonka ticket. Then Schumacher comes along and breaks all the records, and now Verstappen and Hamilton are breaking all those records.
Right.
So not as big a field as...
Yeah, we've had a lot of the international GT cars drop out.
Okay, that makes
sense. So we can't really go through the grid, until we see them cross the line here.
Look at these great old name sponsors like Furniture Row. You've got Miller Draft on the front of that Rusty Wallace car.
Uh-oh, where's Walt Brown?
Yeah, he's a perennial member of our
car's here.
fraternity, isn't he?
The Pink Panther car, where is it?
Not there. That's a shame. Jeff Rocco in that Pontiac Grand Prix.
There he is. There's Walt Brown.
There he is, yeah.
See, you got me all concerned.
There we are. The Pink Panther. With the Pont sponsorship. Can't miss that, can you?
No. And personally, I just like that. I like when people have their cars really stand out, followed by that Lamborghini that definitely stands out.
Yeah, that stands out. Well, it's like Tommy Dreesy when he's promoting a movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's a very distinctive car, that, isn't it? You wouldn't guess it would be anything else. If Lamborghini have achieved one thing, it's to put themselves apart from the other Italian sports cars.
Yes.
So here we go as the sun goes down and the safety car comes off. We've got a lot of power coming at you, and cars from, well, all the way back to the early 80s and all the way up to 2020. We've got a GT4 CS Porsche, and that's about the most modern car. No, we've got 21. That AMG, that GT3 Mercedes, is actually a 2021 that Danny Lowry is pedaling. Here we go then. Lights on the Mercedes.
Uh-oh.
And, well, Furniture Row is going to the front row if he's not careful, because I think he got a bit of a jump start there through the big bump at the top or the middle of the corner there. But the 73 gets a great start ahead of the two. The truck's in the middle of it all. So too the Lamborghini, and away they go then. And it is Richie Marzial who leads the way in that Mercedes AMG. Now, the 78 that I said maybe have jumped, it was Alan Savagian. We'll see if they clock him for that, but I don't see why. It's a fair enough start, but already Marzial pulling away as he heads through 10. Only making a little bit of an excursion there, but he's already dropped them right back in the Blancpain number 56. Beautifully prepared too. That is absolutely gorgeous.
It's got Lincoln Park livery on there. He was also with us at Indy because I had to get him a transponder, and I was asking him about that Lincoln Park, and Lincoln Park, the band, did sponsor the car back in the series.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's one of my son's favorite bands.
I was going to say, I wouldn't have associated them with motor racing at all, but there you go. You never know. I wouldn't have associated Pitbull before.
Yeah.
He came along with NASCAR.
And there's Wyatt Dallenbach. Really impressive. I think this is his first time in a TA2 car, and here he is running second.
Yeah, it's in the veins, as you say. Wally here.
Smooth corner, too. No, Wyatt.
Yeah, but Wally's also.
Oh, yeah, Wally's running in Trans Am, yeah.
Yeah, he's racing in the Masters. I think he's going to win the Masters overall, actually. He's only done a few races, but there's not anybody who's competed against him enough that can take points off him, so power to him. So Ben Bowles in 7th place, Corey Cochran in 8th. Parker DeLong, we know that name, a youngster coming through in Trans Am. He's in the Corvette in 9th position. Mark Mercurio just behind him in 10th. Walt Brown, the man we mentioned, he's in 11th at the moment in the Pink Panther car. That Chevrolet Camaro. The field's spreading out dramatically, though. But we've got some good little pocket battles. Here's a three-way
look at
battle.
this. Alan Savajian in that furniture row. You can see that the car was probably set up for an oval.
Yeah,
see how it's
totally. Look, it
offset?
looks offset, doesn't it? Yeah.
It looks like it's not. It shouldn't be going straight.
Well, it is now. And right behind the 45 of Alan Cohen. That Patriot missile sponsorship on the side. And then the Genuine Draft. Rusty Wallace car. Bigger the field than I thought. Some 20 cars out there.
I love the looks of that. I know we say this every time, but that is my era of NASCAR.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
When the cars look like the cars they're supposed to look like.
Well, they are kind of now. The new gens,
Yeah, at least the front and the rear resemble the Mustang and Camaro and Supra, but then
don't talk about Supras. We've had one already. This is not a school bus.
And then the Lamborghini. Look at the wing on that thing.
It is a beautiful modern Lamborghini for sure. Just trying to look at what year that is. That's 76.
I can't find them on my list.
Hang on 1 second, I'll tell you.
Bruce Ledoux. Ledous. Curio. He's raced with us quite a bit this year. That's a beautiful car. Really well prepared. Mark Mercurio and a Howe Camaro. Coming around the Mission Foods complex. Ben Bowles, TA2 Camaro, and then there's the 46.
Walt Brown moving up to 11th now.
Michael Zock and that Sunoco Camaro. Yeah, Walt Brown. One of my favorite drivers in vintage racing. He is just, and Jesse agrees, just such a nice guy. I believe he's in the Scottsdale, Arizona area. Usually comes out west. Usually does about 2, 3, 4 events with us a year. But just one of those people that you're just so happy to see in the paddock.
Yeah.
He usually runs with Arrow Lane and Chris Hines.
Well, Dollingback is having a good outing, but he's some 14 seconds down on Marcial, the pole man, already. Savajian is in third, but it's a big spread out. The real battle is Cohen, Rocco, and Ledoux in the 76.
Parker Long there in that red Corvette doing really well. Battling it out there with Walt Brown.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw Parker at our drivers meeting, and it kind of threw me aback in the SVRA drivers meeting because I know him to be in the Trans Am drivers meeting.
That's right, yeah, and he's still making his way, learning his way through. He's just starting out, really.
Now you can really see the sun is going down as it glistens off of the cars. This looks like we're shooting a movie right now in the golden hour.
Yeah, it's almost 2 past the golden hour at the back of the circuit. But when you get down here, look, you see that last glint there off the top of 10. And then it gets cold real quick here. There's that house I was telling you about.
Oh, yeah. The Alamo. That's amazing.
Yeah, and he gets his cars all parked out there and he charges them $5 or whatever it is. I don't think you get many cocktails there. But... in comes the Mustang then, the 63.
Man, that's a good
currently in
looking car.
12th. Yep. They had problems. I was actually at the pre-grid yesterday when they were going out for their first practice and they couldn't get it started. They had to roll it back and come back again. Finally, they got it going again. So I'm glad to see him out there, to be fair.
Kevin Rich.
Yep. I'll tell you what, as a Brit, truck racing just does our head in. I drive a truck and they're so tail happy that I'm always curious as to what weight they have to put in these cars.
Well, we do this kind of truck racing, but you guys race lorries.
Oh, well.
You race semi-trucks.
My co-commentator was a world champion lorry racer.
Really?
Yeah, he used to drive for Mercedes, the factory works team, against DAF and all the other big haulers, big haulers. They do the same in New Zealand.
Look at how low the driver's sitting. I mean, he's got 6 to 8 inches before his head reaches the top of that.
But surprisingly stable. When balanced, those trucks really, really shift. wonder if they'd the handle. handled gearbox.
A honk up here.
Yeah.
Well, some great shots here. There's Austin there in the background.
Yeah, and remember, this is day 2. We've got 3 days at this big finale here this weekend. The pack, if you are in the Austin area and you're tuning in, come down, come and join us. I've got a friend of mine coming tomorrow, and he said, "Where do I sit? Where do I stand?" I said, "Come down, come into the paddock, come and have a look at the cars."
Yeah.
He's a big car freak, and he's going to love it.
Go wherever you want.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it. Talk to the drivers, talk to the mechanics, and sniff around the cars, and find out what you want to find out. There's Anderson going through, shot there.
And Paul Ruth was in that Pontiac ASA stock car. The white Pontiac there. Did you notice the debris, or you call it debris, in the front straight?
Debris. No, right in the middle of the front straight, yeah. Which I thought as soon as I saw it, well, somebody can nip out and get that quick. Because there's 3 or 4 gates down the front straight. But it looked quite impressive. It looked like a lot of gear. I don't know what it was. I'm hoping it was tape.
Yeah.
We'll see. If it's gone this time round, we'll be all right. Martial, Dallenbach, and Savajian, big names. Edward Savajian, we know well.
Yeah, that's his dad, Alan.
Yeah.
Alan Davison is out there in his Pontiac Trans Am Firebird, the Mark Martin IROC car. Really neat car. And then here comes our leader.
Yeah, he's catching up with cars that are slower than him, and he's on his final lap, as you can see. That's why he's got the lights and the headlights blazing, not because he's literally warning that he is the leader and that's how fast he's going. But look at the difference in speed, and he's having a great time out there, racing against himself pretty much, against the clock. And we've got one of those AMGs in the Trans Am race tomorrow, so look out for that. We've got a huge GT field and XGT this weekend, so really pleased to see the entry list for both XGT, SGT, and GT this year, or this weekend.
Look at how controlled he looks at the end of this race. That car just looks like it was manufactured for here. The Lincoln Park livery there on the side. There's Alan Davison ahead of him there in the Mark Martin car. Look at how the colors have changed with the sun going down.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to see something like that on the Nordschleifer, putting it through its paces. Yeah, there's a local driver, Will Hardeman, who drives one of those too, learning his way, and Andy Suchek from the track for the motorsport, head of motorsport here at COTA, helping him out and giving him some pointers. Andy, a well-experienced WEC and international sports car driver, now part of the COTA scene. Final lap here of the final race of the day here for the second day of the SVRA and SpeedTour weekend. It's been a lot of fun. Thanks to Mission Foods and all our sponsors for bringing the action here. Martial is going to run away with this by almost 30 seconds, and he does so. Takes the checkered flag in that Mercedes ahead of Wyatt Dallenbach, who will take second place, but he's got a while yet. He's still coming out of the stadium.
In the end, it doesn't really matter.
Nope.
That's the Lincoln Park lyrics.
Oh, wow, look at you.
There it is. See, look at that. And Rob gets it right in shot. Good job.
Of course.
We've had some great camera operators here this weekend, so thank you, everybody. And I got to give my props to that drone. Those side shots with the sunset.
Oh, beautiful.
I was telling them in the hotel last night, just beautiful shots. Look at that, right on cue.
Cue, look at that. The karting, the tower, that's not easy, especially when you're about half a mile from an airport.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful shots. Well, my thanks to Ben Sissel and our entire commentary team that have joined me throughout the day. That's F4 drivers, FR drivers, and a few guests here and there. Thank you. We'll be back again tomorrow morning, and we'll have more Group 2 action. Can't want to miss that as the Brabhams go head-to-head once again with Kesemets. We'll also have TA, the final hurrah of 2023 for both the TA and the TA2 Championship. Trans Am at its finest. Bumper record fields yet again. My thanks to Ben Sissel. I'm Jonathan Green. And from Greenlight and the rest of the crew here, that have put this action on for you. I hope you've enjoyed it, and join us tomorrow when we do it all again here at the Speed Tour from COTA. Good night.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Taking on the challenge, moving ahead. It's about going further, faster. At Customers Bank, we know that great things happen when you combine the best of technology with a deeply human touch. So we offer a wide range of personal, small business, and commercial banking solutions with outstanding personal service, giving you the edge you need to take on tomorrow.